Chapter 151, Depressed. Dowager Empress critically ill. Chapter 151, Depressed. Dowager Empress critically ill. Moreover, why is he removing his clothes? Can it be that this man is actually a closet nymphomaniac? Is he trying to tempt me because I didn't go to him? I mustn't fall for his tricks. I will not be seduced by his manly charms. She gulped and decided to stop looking at him by turning her head to the side. But heavy and quick-sounding footsteps soon traveled to her ears. She was so startled by the sounds that she just had to take a look. Long Hong had decided to come to her instead of waiting for her to go to him. Isn't he supposed to crook his finger and use his alluring voice to call me over? Why did he decide to come to me instead? Just how eager-eye is he? Ah. You don't have to be in such a hurry. Bai Xiangxiu was panicking. When she saw him walk over to her with his overbearing stride, she subconsciously ducked behind a table. Long Hang's brow twitched. Seeing as how she had avoided him, he felt a sudden urge to capture and give her some well-needed punishment. The corner of his lips floated upwards and formed a dangerous-looking smirk. It scared Bai Xiangxiu so much that she kept distancing herself from him. Whenever Long Hong took 2 steps forwards, she would take 2 steps backwards. They played a game of cat and mouse around the table. Unfortunately, it didn't take long before Bai Xiangxiu had run out of breath. Exhausted, her body began to sway, but Long Hong quickly pulled her into his arms. He threw her onto his shoulder and stood flushed with the headiness of victory. He quickly dashed towards the bed and gently laid her down on it. He had no choice but to be gentle with her. After all, this girl was weak and delicate like paper. It might foil the matters to come if he was too rough on her. But to make him hold himself back now would be worse than killing him. Bai Xiangxiu had gone limp from exhaustion already after all that tossing around. All she could do was gasp for air while Long Hong had his way with her. However, she still did show some resistance by hitting Long Hang's shoulder with her tiny fists. She withdrew her fist a few punches later and blew on it. Ouch! Why am I the only one in pain when I punch him? Long Hong took her hand and gave it a little massage. After that, he grasped her hand and gently licked it a few times. The sensation pleasured Bai Xiangxiu so much that she began to moan. I give up. This man is getting better at setting up the mood. She'd intended to resist Long Hang's advances at first, but Long Hong had already masterfully disrobed her. The situation was getting dangerous. Whilst Bai Xiangxiu was mulling over how she was going to get out of bed the next day, knocking sounds resounded through the room. The knocks weren't very loud, but they were incessant. It was obvious that the person knocking had every intention to disrupt them. Your MMN Highness. Knock. Someone's knocking at the door. Long Hong was too caught up in the moment to hear the knocking sounds. He didn't even notice the sounds outside until Bai Xiangxiu had called attention to them. He gritted his teeth and spat out fiercely, "What is it?" His voice was cold. If it wasn't something important, then he would surely slaughter the person outside. The person on the outside was actually sure. He didn't want to knock on the door at such a timing either. The sounds coming from inside the room would make anyone blush right up to the ears. Your Highness. It's news from the palace. The Dowager Empress is gravely ill and is in great peril. The Dowager Empress was considered one of the backers of the Long family. The old madam and the Empress would often help each other out because they were bosom friends. If it weren't for that fact, the old madam would never have agreed upon the marriage with the Lin family's daughter. The fact that the Dowager Empress had fallen gravely ill was truly a pressing matter. Long Hong had no choice but to gnash his teeth and hold himself back. He covered Bai Xiangxiu with a blanket and struggled to his feet with great effort. Bai Xiangxiu stole a glance and couldn't resist gulping. What a scary amount of sweat. Even his eyes are turning red. Do you have to be so unsatisfied in your appetite? What do I do? I'm feeling a little sorry for him. Rest well. I will come find you later tonight. Long Hong still wanted to make an explanation and quickly threw some clothes on himself afterwards. Just as he was about to leave the room, a thought came to his mind. I'm afraid that mother will be back soon. When she does, do take care of her a little. The old madam and the Dowager Empress were close, like sisters. She would be heartbroken when she received the news. Moreover, she would be returning from the south very soon. Bai Xiangxiu naturally knew about all of this. It was all written in the novel. The old madam would fall sick when she grieved over the Dowager Empress. Long Hong even accepted the female lead into the estate and left her in charge of household matters. The reasoning behind that was simple. She was the future matron of the house and would sooner or later take charge of the household. Unfortunately, more and more problems would arise after her arrival, which lengthened the old madam's illness. Issues such as infighting between wife and concubine, conspiracy and scheming which followed, all caused the estate to fall into total disorder. But the biggest issue of all was the female lead's bevy of admirers. One after the other, they came in droves. The male lead was also madly in love with her then. They'd tumbled in the sheets together before they'd married, which caused their relationship to become scandalous. Despite all that, the male lead refused to cover up the scandal. After all, this was his woman. And so, there were many instances in which the female lead was unable to get out of bed for 3 days. This caused various other female supporting characters in his rear court to gnash their teeth in jealousy and the old madam to almost die in a fit of anger. Hopefully, such a situation won't occur this time. For some reason, she lost all energy in her body immediately after Long Hung had left. After the incredibly taxing task of putting her clothes back on, she immediately plopped back onto the bed. The Dowager Empress would not be able to escape her fate. There was nothing Bai Shangxiu could do about her illness. She wasn't some kind of miracle doctor. Exhausted, she quickly fell asleep. By the time she woke up, the room was already pitch black. She called out. "Is anyone there? Madame Xiao. Xiaoshi is out here. Is something the matter? No. Has the prince returned yet?" She recalled from the novel that when the Dowager Empress was gravely ill, all of the emperor's trusted ministers had to accompany him in the palace. If the story progresses according to the novel, he won't be returning tonight. The prince has yet to return ever since he left. There's still some time until dawn. Will you sleep for a while more? Xiaoshi was lying down on the outside because mistresses would frequently ask for their maids in the middle of the night. The maidservants were quite attentive because of this. That's all. You should sleep. Even though she knew that nothing would happen to Long Hung during this trip, she couldn't help but worry. The entire imperial court would become unstable after the Dowager Empress falls ill. The Dowager Empress circle did not get along well with the Empress circle. Once the Dowager Empress had passed away, the Empress clique would find all sorts of ways to persecute the Dowager Empress supporters. The emperor was more than happy to see them fight amongst themselves. After all, he was the one who would gain the most from their fights. She had been very busy ever since she returned to the estate. However, a good night's rest has recharged her batteries a little. She began to take charge of the household matters the next morning. Even though she had a lot of responsibilities, she didn't have to work all day long. She was only busy a few days in a month, and she only had to take care of some small daily tasks on a day-to-day basis. Unexpectedly, Long Hong had put Long Shooting in charge of the Sung Honger issue before he left. Long Shooting took it quite seriously and came to report to Bai Shangxiu after he was done. Once Bai Shangxiu was done listening to his report, he handed over the indictment list to her. Her mouth began to twitch incessantly after reading it. The novel really skimped on her dark history. No wonder she had so much confidence that she could replace me. She's never once been rejected by any men she'd ever seduced. She'd first seduced 2 young laborers, one of whom already had a wife and a concubine. After that, she went even further and went for even more men. Starting from the guard in her residence to the guard of the Song residence. What poor widow of an empty house? That term seriously doesn't suit her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 152, The Old Madam Returns. Chapter 152, The Old Madam Returns. Long Shooting spat out a mouthful of tea at the bold words of the 4th madam. Feeling a little embarrassed, he coughed gently a few times. He didn't expect that the 4th madam would start speaking so boldly and mischievously after the trip. She also seemed a little more grounded now when compared to before. It made her feel more personable. He had a feeling that it was the eccentric 4th madam that had come up with this plan. Judging from the prince's attitude, Long Shooting was sure that the prince wouldn't care about gossip. Otherwise, he would have tried explaining himself a long time ago. In all truth, they didn't really need to explain anything. All they needed to do was show some evidence to the public. Once that was done, it would prove that the princely manor disdained such indecent and vulgar activities, and would also prevent people from trying to cause harm to the estate from the shadows. At the very least, it would cut off any chance of this incident being used to cause harm. Once Bai Shangxiu was done reading the indictment, she nodded. This evidence should be enough to change the public's opinion on Long Hung. However, who wrote this? The words used are very sharp and precise. It vividly describes the wrongdoings of a widow who lacked virtue and tried to seduce her master. After reading it, even Bai Shangxiu had felt the urge to push the widow straight into the pond. Long Shooting was also aware that the Dowager Empress had fallen gravely ill. As such, he thought to make some preparations for the return of the old madam as well. When the old madam returns, she will surely enter the palace. However, if something does happen to the Dowager Empress while she's in the palace, she will absolutely grieve over the loss. Why don't we think of a way to keep her busy or cheer her up? It would be better than allowing her to wallow in grief. Bai Shangxiu was willing to help, but couldn't come up with something that would make the old madam happy. She knew that the old madam's biggest wish was for Long Hung to wed and give her a grandson to hold. However, the female lead would soon enter the estate, and Bai Shangxiu was afraid that the female lead would anger the old madam to death instead. Bai Shangxiu would feel discomfited with her presence as well. Long Shooting came up with an idea, but took a glance at Bai Shangxiu and decided not to say it. Bai Shangxiu noticed his actions and asked with curiosity, "Steward Long, do you have an idea?" Long Shooting coughed gently. He seemed a little reluctant to talk about it. "Xiaoshi, go fetch us a new pot of hot tea." Xiaoshi took a glance at Bai Shangxiu and left to make a new pot of tea. She had a feeling that her mistress simply wanted some privacy, and so took off without questioning a thing. After she was gone, Bai Shangxiu turned towards Long Shooting, a gentle smile on her face. The meaning behind the sentence was clear. Time to speak up. Stop trying to bottle it in. Because Long Shooting was a man, it was a little embarrassing for him to bring up his idea. In his opinion, even though Bai Shangxiu was normally quite intelligent, she was a little slow when it came to things of this nature. It wasn't as though she could be blamed for it either. What woman would be so daring as to think up an idea like his? Moreover, the old madam might even resent her if things didn't go to plan. However, his plan was the only way he could see to cheer up the old madam. He hesitated a little at first but continued. "I'm sure Madame Xiu is more aware than I am of what the old madam yearns for." But I'm not." Her hand subconsciously drifted to her abdomen as she blushed a little. Long Shooting continued to speak as he laughed. "It doesn't have to be the real thing. She only needs to suspect that it's real." "You're saying," Bai Shangxiu immediately caught his drift. She coughed gently and said, "Then I shall trouble the head steward to make all the arrangements." Long Shooting instantly understood that she was dragging him into the muddy waters right along with her. He couldn't help but shake his head. It truly isn't easy to take even the slightest advantage of the fourth madam. Only the prince would see her as fragile like paper. He didn't even want me to show the indictment paper to her, even going so far as to say that it would scare her. Long Shooting had hesitated for a long time before finally deciding to bring the indictment to her, mainly because the matter wouldn't be counted as resolved if his master didn't see it. After all, nobody knew when the prince would get the chance to return from the palace. Just as he predicted, Long Hong was stuck in the palace for 2 whole days. It wasn't until he received news of the old madam's return that Long Hong was finally allowed to return to the estate to escort her to the palace. When the old madam received the news, she cried the whole way back to the estate, leaving her frail and sickly by the time she arrived. She only sat in the estate for a moment before leaving for the palace, leaving no instructions behind. Long Hong naturally had to accompany her. Fortunately, Long Hong still had some conscience. He ignored everyone else and met only Bai Shangxiu. Seeing that she was doing fine, he gave her some estate-related tasks and left everything in her hands. He even told her to not tire herself out. However, Bai Shangxiu felt that he was the one who was tired out instead. The enormous dark circles beneath his eyes were obviously due to the many sleepless nights he had had. However, he had no choice. There was only so many trusted ministers whom the Dowager Empress liked. Each of them had served in place of the emperor in waiting for news outside her room. For some reason, Bai Shangxiu suddenly tugged on Long Hang's sleeves just as he was about to leave. However, she was unable to think of something to say to him. It wasn't until Long Hang turned back around to look at her that she stammered, "Get some sleep when you find the chance. Don't think that your body is made out of steel." For reasons unbeknownst to Long Hong, his heart suddenly began to pound. All of the fatigue and yearning he had been suppressing for the entire day transformed into a surge of vigorous energy which swelled and cavorted in his heart. He dragged Bai Shangxiu's small and petite body into his embrace, enfolding her in his long arms. He hated that he couldn't stay with her and forget about all other matters. They hugged for quite some time before Long Hong felt Bai Shangxiu struggle a little and let her go. With a voice that rang a little hoarse, he assured Bai Xianjia that he would definitely get some sleep. Even Bai Shangxiu had realized that the mood in the air had reached its peak in pink warmth. As if hypnotized by a certain mood, she silently followed Long Hong for some distance to send him off. She only returned to Winter Garden reluctantly after he waved at her to ask her to go back. Once she was back, she took stock of the situation for a minute before deciding to move to Apricot Garden. If needed, she could just move back to Winter Garden for a few days next spring. There was no point in continuing the dispute with Long Hung. After considering how Long Hung had to continuously find excuses to see her at Winter Garden, she realized that she was making things difficult for him. Moreover, even if Long Hung was keeping his mouth shut for now, he would probably still make her move to Apricot Garden sooner or later. Although it wasn't good to be a concubine in the ancient times, she realized after some careful thought that even in the absence of any promises from Long Hung, no one would be able to come between the two of them as long as they maintained a good relationship. At that time, she'd be a concubine only if she viewed herself as one. No one would dare fight for the position of main wife if that was what she considered herself. However, it was still up to the male lead's decisions. He was someone with a main character halo, while Bai Xiangxiu herself had nothing. All right. This is how things can be. At least he's been treating me well all this time. When the male lead had hugged her just now, she felt like her entire body soften, almost melting into him. She genuinely believed that she had fallen in love. Xiaoshi didn't expect that her mistress would agree to move to Apricot Garden. She was the person in charge of the entire estate right now, so no one dared refute her decision. The servants at Winter Garden worked together to move all of her personal belongings to Apricot Garden. It was a very large residence. The entrance itself was large enough for 4 people to stand abreast. The front of the residence was for guests, while the living quarters were situated more to the back. There were more than 10 houses scattered around the property. It really was a place to which Winter Garden could never hope to compare to. Most importantly, the underground heating in this place was unusually warm. Bai Xiangxiu was immediately greeted with a wall of warm air the second she stepped foot inside. This residence was meant for the future mistress of the household, so it was no surprise that it was much better built than Winter Garden. Bai Xiangxiu remembered that the female lead had moved into Apricot Garden when she'd first arrived at the estate in the novel. It was much closer to the male lead and would make it much more convenient to visit at night. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 153, Telling Tales and Overstepping Authority. Chapter 153, Telling Tales and Overstepping Authority. When she thought of the numerous midnight rendezvous that would happen in the future, Bai Xiangxiu's heart started pounding very quickly in her chest. She patted her face to clear her mind, after which she personally held the cactus in her arms as she headed towards Apricot Garden. Along the way, she encountered both Senior Madam and Second Madam, who'd formed an alliance with one another. They appeared to accidentally cross paths with her, but in reality, they ought to have received some kind of news that Bai Xiangxiu would be passing by. As such, they pleasantly called out to Bai Xiangxiu when they saw her walking over in their general direction. They were even waving fans, though it wasn't season to be using one. With smiles plastered all over their faces, they asked, "Fourth Madam." "Oh, no. We should address you as Third Madam. Where are you going?" Ever since the Third Madam had been ineffably kicked out of the prince's mansion, Bai Xiangxiu became the Third Madam. Bai Xiangxiu purposely hid the matter with of the Third Madam from everyone else. The reason being that she was afraid Long Hung would find out about it and kill those involved. Thankfully, he'd been preoccupied by many things lately and hadn't had the time to do so. If he really did have free time somewhere along the lines, then she couldn't guarantee that he really wouldn't do so. Hence, to outsiders viewing this situation, this Third Madam seemed to have disappeared for no reason at all, which made them even more suspicious about the root cause of it all. Bai Xiangxiu also knew all this. That was why she wasn't too bothered with them behaving in a manner in which they were purposely trying to defraud her. She only gave them a slight smile as she replied, "I'm going to Apricot Garden." Why bother asking such a question when you guys already the answer? You must have something up your sleeves. Sure enough, the Senior Madam smiled and said, "Oh. Are you going over to tidy up Apricot Garden now?" I knew that the mistress of the household was going to enter our house after old Madam returned. Bai Xiangxiu silently rolled her eyes. Why talk about all this since you already know that I'm going to move in? You're just stirring up some drama. But, who was Bai Xiangxiu? She didn't pay heed at all to such small tricks they played. She knew full well that she had the protection of the male lead, so she didn't take note of this matter. "No, I am moving in on account of the prince's orders." She didn't bother explaining any more than that and left. But the Second Madam blocked her way and spoke with a surprised look on her face. "How is that possible? Third Madam should know the matters of the manor even if the prince himself doesn't know. This Apricot Garden is, Please make way. If you have any questions about this matter, please direct them to the prince. Don't block my way. The flower's rather heavy. Would you rather help me hold it so we can have a talk?" Bai Xiangxiu didn't bother being courteous as she shoved Huir into the second madam's face. Huir was shocked. No. I don't want this woman holding me. She has a murderous aura around her. She wants to kill Huir. Black lines appeared on Bai Xiangxiu's face. This cactus was really honest. She was letting the second madam hold it because she had it all planned out. A good number of leaves had grown on Huir's body now. If the second madam really wanted to hold it, she really did have to have a certain level of courage. However, the second madam was very afraid of Huir because of her previous injury. She immediately retreated a few steps back, knitting her eyebrows together. I'm just reminding you out of the kindness of my heart. If you don't know what's good for you, then do as you please. The second madam's acting skills were slightly lower than the senior madam's, so she revealed her true colors when she panicked. The senior madam only smiled because she assumed that Bai Xiangxiu really didn't have the guts to move to Apricot Garden on her own based on her current position. However, the old madam would never let this matter go. Bai Xiangxiu's actions were a flagrant disregard of the manor's rules. Hence, there would definitely be a scene to watch when the old madam returned from the palace. The senior madam tugged on the second madam a little, signaling that the two had more or less completed their task of advising Bai Xiangxiu. When the time came for the old madam to blame someone, it wouldn't fall on them. Bai Xiangxiu also knew that her behavior didn't conform to the rules, but she'd been following all the rules since she came here to the point where she'd become the male lead's woman. If she continued following the rules, wouldn't that mean letting herself down a little? Even though the male lead and female lead were a match decreed by the imperial powers, but Bai Xiangxiu could see that the male lead had some feelings for her. On her end, she was starting to reveal her true personality the more she became attached to the male lead. Bai Xiangxiu was still looking forward to a raging romance that ancient times would bring her. After all, that was every girl's dream. People in love weren't so calm anymore, so she didn't bother with what other people thought as she started decorating Apricot Garden. She first placed Huir aside and watered it. The bed in the main house of Apricot Garden was very soft and very comfortable. She remembered that when Long Hung slept on her bed in Winter Garden, it felt as though they could fall off at any moment. She felt that she'd really wronged him during that period of time. After she'd tidied up the place, she received news that the old madam had fainted in the palace. What she'd expected had come after all. Bai Xiangxiu ordered the servants to tidy up the old madam's room and personally went over to arrange a few potted plants so that the ailed individual could relax. After a day, she heard news that the Dowager Empress had passed away. The whole country was to mourn for the death of a member of the imperial family, especially if the present emperor's mother passed away. Bai Xiangxiu had already made discreet inquiries earlier on. Hence, she immediately ordered her servants to hang white cloth and light up white lanterns by the main entrance of the manor at the first possible moment. After that, she ordered them to kneel before the imperial palace and Noto as they wailed to express that they were in mourning. The other officials also arranged for their houses to carry out such activities, so for the princely manor to do something like this didn't signify that they were lowering themselves, nor did they exhibit that there was anything different between them and others. This was the result that Bai Xiangxiu wanted. She wanted to be mundanely neutral. She'd just about wrapped up the matters in the manor when the old madam returned. However, her complexion was rather pallid and all she did was to sit there, crying her eyes out. Old madam, please mourn no longer for fear of harming your body. Bai Xiangxiu had already placed herself in the shoes of being a daughter-in-law, so she was naturally more intimate and concerned about the old madam compared to before. Sitting by the elderly woman's side, Bai Xiangxiu felt that the other woman sincerely treated that bosom friend of hers well. Old madam waved her hand. All of you can take your leave. I don't want to take over the duties of matters in the manor for the time being. Just don't bother me with any matters. I understand. Bai Xiangxiu didn't harp on matters when she saw that the woman's complexion wasn't that good. She departed with her servants and personally made some light and refreshing vegetable dishes, sending them over to the old madam. That gesture of hers was considered to be fulfilling her filial duties. However, she never would have thought that the senior madam and the second madam would have arrived to see the old madam when she had just finished eating her meal. They didn't beat around the bush and immediately complained about Bai Xiangxiu moving into Apricot Garden. They even added on that outsiders were spreading rumors that the concubine from the prince's mansion was so spoiled that she wasn't behaving anymore. The old madam really didn't know about this matter, but she was extremely unhappy with their attitude of coming to her to tell tales about another. As such, she waved her hand and said, I will deal with this matter. You may leave. Madam Bai very rarely committed errors that people could use against her, but she really gone a bit overboard in this matter. Hence, the old madam queried Yimama. Yimama did know the entire development of this matter, so she recounted how the prince had asked Bai Xiangxiu to move over to Apricot Garden. She even mentioned that the couple had argued about this matter for half a day and Long Hong was the one who'd actually admitted defeat at the end of the day. The old madam felt that something was amiss when she heard her son admit defeat. How could a woman from the rear court be stronger than the man? Although she wasn't in the wrong with regards to this matter, she still had to know her place. Hence, the old madam said, summon her, but Bai Shangxiu had just finished busying about and her bottom had just touched the chair when she received the old madam's summons. Didn't the old madam ask to not be disturbed? Why she changed her mind in just a short while? She felt that this more or less had to be related to her moving into Apricot Garden, so she headed towards the old madam's residence, feeling a little sullen about it. But she never expected that the old madam didn't bring up the matter of her moving residences, only speaking about a great deal of principles that she had to follow. These principles were what a concubine should do, such as treating the prince's words as her law, and to not think that she could disregard the prince's orders just because she'd garnered his favor. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 154, A Suspicious Matter. Chapter 154, A Suspicious Matter. Bai Shangxiu had finally figured things out after listening for a while. The old madam wasn't blaming her for moving into Apricot Garden, but felt that she shouldn't have fought with Long Hong over this matter. She was a concubine after all, and had to remember her place. It was true, she had been all too aware of her place all along and so hadn't cared about anything. But things were different now. She actually felt quite irritated by the old madam's words. But as she thought about things, she felt that she was still beholden to her identity. The old madam is quite right. This concubine will take note of it in the future. This sucks. I want to yell at Long Hong when I see him next. However, Bai Shangxiu started after the old madam had let her out of the room. What was with her willingness to enter a situation in which her husband was caught between her and her mother-in-law? Could it be that she had truly accepted Long Hong and was willing to be married to him? This thought was so frightening that she couldn't even eat dinner. Xiaoshi and the others thought that she was unable to eat because of the old madam's lecture. They silently berated the senior madam and second madam. Bai Shangxiu fretted all night long and went about her business the next day with heavy circles beneath her eyes. She even had to go pay her respects to the old madam. When the old madam saw her injured face and her pallor, she also felt that too much had happened lately, taking quite a toll on this concubine. Thus, the old madam started talking about Bai Shangxiu's face. I've heard this was because of the female bandit. It must have been difficult for you to escape. Hunger has already called for the doctor. Will your face heal? The doctor has taken a look and says it will heal. Long Hong had told everyone that a female bandit because he didn't want outsiders to know what had happened, so that her reputation wouldn't be damaged. The old madam murmured a response and then rubbed her head, coughing in a muffled manner. Old madam, you should summon a doctor as well. Bai Shangxiu knew that the old madam didn't bear her ill will. She was only viewing things from the perspective of the mistress of the house handling a matter of the concubine overstepping her bounds. The old madam sighed. What's the use of summoning a doctor? That old man was so much healthier than me but still left suddenly, just like that. No one thought that would happen at all. She began crying again as she spoke. The mama's off on the side and Bai Shangxiu spent a long while comforting her. The old madam actually fell asleep where she was after a while, her puffy face presenting a frightening sight. It looks like the old madam is quite ill. Bai Shangxiu walked out with a furrowed brow and wondered if she should use Long Shooting's method. But she'd only been with Long Hong for around 10 days. If she put on an act at this moment, wouldn't that anger Long Hong? Long Hong returned at this moment. It could be seen that he was quite tired as there was even stubble on his chin. Bai Shangxiu really was a bit worried about him and she performed her wifely duties to the maximum, helping him bathe and change clothes. He fell asleep quickly after stroking her face a few times, even saying, I'll get up later and have dinner with you. She really couldn't speak of her previous grievances after seeing him like this. He really did awake for dinner, but the old madam summoned him over to her residence. He frowned because he'd promised Bai Shangxiu that he would eat dinner with her, so responded, come with me. Bai Shangxiu nodded. She naturally knew of Long Heng's intentions but knew that the old madam would worry about him in his current state. Why don't you clean up a bit so that the old madam won't worry when she sees you? This was when Long Hong realized how he must look at the moment and privately lauded Bai Shangxiu's conscientiousness. He had sure come over, and the two of them helped Long Hong dress more nicely before heading over to the old madam's. None of them anticipated that the old madam would start sobbing as soon as she saw Long Hong, asking between gasps when the body would be placed into the coffin and when the procession would be. These were all very important matters and so had to be understood beforehand. Long Hong conveyed that the Empress Dowager had already been placed in the coffin, and the funeral procession would take place in 2 days. It would travel from the palace to the royal tombs, and would pass by the front of the manor. The old madam said to that, "It's the last chance to see her, I would really like to send her off." She began coughing again, worrying Long Hong greatly. The mama were also weeping off on the side. "Your Highness, please speak some sense into the old madam. She didn't sleep all night. If this continues, I'm afraid. But how would Long Hong know how to persuade someone? He only knew to furrow his brow and say, "Don't be overly sad, mother. You must take care of yourself well. You also need to be careful as you're accompanying the emperor in the procession." The old madam was quite despondent, but she didn't want her son to worry. However, she couldn't help but be sad when she thought of the fact that a sister who she'd grown up with was leaving. Bai Xiangxiu blinked off on the side. What to do when one was sad and the other worried? They likely wouldn't be able to eat dinner at all. She surreptitiously pinched her thigh, activating her acting mode. But I've never seen anyone throw up after just getting pregnant. I guess I'll have to do as they do in dramas. She clutched her stomach lightly and turned her head to pretend to wipe at her tears when no one was looking. She was actually shoving her handkerchief partially down her throat so that it would make her cough lightly twice. But she hadn't thought that her throat would be a bit too dry after walking over, and that she'd yet to have a drink thanks to the mother and son duo being emotional. The handkerchief actually caused her to start dry heaving to no end. Yerp, tears were forcing themselves out of her eyes. Bai Xiangxiu walked out because she was afraid that she would actually vomit. However, the urge to heave was really too strong and she had to crouch on the ground to do so. She hacked and swiped at her teary eyes. It looked like one needed to pay the price for acting. Women who had given birth before were most sensitive to matters like these, particularly as the old madam was eagerly anticipating a grandchild. When she saw how Bai Xiangxiu was dry heaving to no end, the old madam immediately sprang up from the bed with shining eyes. She asked carefully, "What's going on here? What else could be going on?" She was making herself dry heave. But Bai Xiangxiu didn't dare say this and could only respond whilst wiping her tears, "Nothing much, burp, just that my appetite hasn't been well lately." She pretended to be weak after Xiaoshi helped her up, meeting Long Hang's concerned eyes. There seemed to be some concern in them? She had to explain herself later. What if he really misunderstood? "We should summon the doctor if you don't feel well. Hurry and summon the doctor." How could the old madam sit still at a place like this? She had someone fetch the doctor immediately. The mamas had also reacted by now and were all smiling, calling out for a doctor with exaggerated motions. Everyone knew that their mistress was hoping so desperately for a grandchild. Long Hong had no idea what they were in a rush about. He'd spent more time in the army than at home. The military folk cursed at and fought each other every day, but perilously few ever got pregnant. He could only frown and ask, "Why haven't you summoned a doctor if you don't feel well?" "It's nothing. I just haven't felt that well the past 2 days. Please stop staring at me, I can't keep up the act much longer. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 155, Much Too Soon to Tell. Chapter 155, Much Too Soon to Tell. Nevertheless, she had to continue the act. She clutched her chest and furrowed her brows while acting nauseated. A rare scene then unfolded. The old madam actually reprimanded her son. "Stop mentioning these things to her now. Go get something to ease her throat." A maidservant then served a cup of tea to Bai Xiangxiu. She seemed to be feeling better after a mouthful of tea. Long Hong knew his mother well. Ever since his father had passed away, the mother and son only had each other to rely on. Because of that, she rarely ever used harsh words when speaking to her son. And yet she had taken Bai Xiangxiu's side to reprimand him just now. He believed that there must be a reason behind it. Suddenly, he recalled about the time when Bai Xiangxiu was poisoned and had symptoms of dizziness and vomiting. A mama had mistakenly thought that it was a sign of pregnancy. However, nothing had happened between them yet, so it was obviously just a misunderstanding. Yet, she was showing the same symptoms again and they'd had tangible relations this time. Could it be that she really is expecting? The thought of this fired him up to no end. He immediately asked for a doctor and even complained that the doctor was taking too long. "We've been waiting for almost half a day. Why isn't he here yet?" The way Long Hong was acting confirmed the old madam's suspicions that there was a possibility of a child. She was so eager while waiting for the doctor that she had even stopped coughing. Bai Xiangxiu was rendered speechless. She had misled the old madam on purpose because the old madam didn't know when Long Hung had tumbled in the sheets with her. But Mr. Male Lead, why are you getting all excited about? Don't you know that it has only been a little more than 10 days since that day? It would take 2 months for a real reaction at the very least. Unfortunately, she had overestimated the male lead's knowledge of biology. He had been born in a military household, and had left the house when he was around 10 years old. The old madam had shielded him from all the fighting within the residence and hadn't allowed anything untowards to enter his ears. These factors had contributed as to why he wasn't too knowledgeable about females, and was also why he had very little knowledge about the female body. Or at least he wasn't knowledgeable enough to know that 10 days wasn't enough time to know if a woman was expecting. He was very agitated. Even though the news had come a little unexpectedly, the thought of having a child of his own flesh and blood excited him to no end. Despite his young age, he was actually looking forward to having his own children because of the old madam's influence. If he had a child, his mother and Bai Xiangxiu would have some emotional support when he went to war in the future. The doctor arrived moments later out of breath. He was someone whom Bai Xiangxiu and Long Shooting had arranged for early on. The doctor was willing to help them because their goal was to save the old madam instead of trying to execute a sinister plan. The results from a willing participant were much better than if forced. The doctor's acting was much better than usual. He was squeezing and pressing on Bai Xiangxiu's hand. When he was done with the right hand, he moved on to the left hand. His forehead was creased the entire time. The old madam was getting anxious. She had even set her grief aside for the moment and was only focused on urging the doctor onwards. When he decided that enough time has passed, he finally revealed the diagnosis. In response to the old madam, the signs of expectancy are definitely there, but because it is still too early, I am unable to confirm. The doctor had managed to find some leeway for both him and Bai Xiangxiu with just one sentence. When the time came, they could just find an excuse to say that Bai Xiangxiu had only vomited because she was simply too anxious or that she had eaten something bad, and that he had also considered these possibilities, but hadn't been able to confirm his suspicions at that time. The old madam was delighted when she heard the diagnosis. A possible sign of expectancy was a good thing. After all, it was normal to have to wait for 2 to 3 months to confirm a pregnancy. Some women would even take as long as 4 months. Bai Xiangxiu pretended to look surprised. She then took careful a peek at the old madam and lowered her head. She seemed shy. The doctor was very impressed by Bai Xiangxiu's acting prowess. He didn't expect that her acting would so realistic. The old madam took her shyness at face value and he grabbed the hand of a mama who was beside her. The day I've been waiting for has finally arrived. She wasn't too bothered by the fact that it might not be good if a concubine were to have a child before the official wife was wedded into the family. If this had happened in the past, she might have shown a little respect to the Lin family's daughter. But after seeing all the misdeeds that Miss Lin had gotten herself into, she no longer expected a child from her, even if she did manage to wed into the family. All hopes for a child had been placed on Nei Bai, the only one who had entered her son's line of sight. She didn't expect that good news would arrive so soon. Even though Bai Xiangxiu was timid and fearful, she made up for it with her beautiful appearance and her kindness and generosity. She had a very good personality, so her children probably wouldn't stray too far from the tree. Bai Xiangxiu took another glance at her boss, also her husband. She noticed that his chiseled face was actually suppressing an emotion that looked like he might explode any time soon. Did he notice that something was off? Does he plan to punish us? Right when she was just about to take off running, Long Hun squeezed out a sentence to say, "Is there anything we need to take note of?" The doctor had nearly wet his pants as well. He immediately moved his mouth to list out the cautionary advice he would normally give out to expecting women. Third Madam should consume less food that are eaten in nature, rest in bed as much as possible, and should not participate in bedroom activities for at least 3 months. Do you have to be so direct? Bai Xiangxiu's face immediately turned as red as a ripe tomato. Even Long Hung, who was usually very thick-skinned, coughed out of embarrassment. But how would the old madam take the couple's bashfulness to heart? She had something else to inquire instead. She will require some miscarriage-preventing medicine, right? Get someone to prepare some for her now. Old madam. All medicines are actually 1/3 poison. I do not recommend giving any medicine to third madam before her pregnancy is confirmed. A person should never casually take any medicine if they were perfectly healthy. It was the basic code of ethics that he followed. Thus, he spared Bai Xiangxiu from the pain of having to take any unneeded medicine. The old madam was still agitated and couldn't help but want to do something for Bai Xiangxiu. So she asked, "Are you still feeling unwell? Do you want to take your leave so that you can rest?" Bai Xiangxiu gently placed her hand on her abdomen and creased her forehead slightly. The old madam and Long Hong reacted strongly to her gesture. Long Hung even rose to his feet. If people weren't around, he probably would have ran to her side to check on her already. A tinge of happiness settled in by Xiangxiu's heart. She replied, "I don't feel nauseated anymore. Instead, my stomach feels really empty. It seems I'm a little hungry." The fact that she was hungry came as no surprise. After all, dinner time had long passed. However, the main issue now was that the old madam had yet to have her dinner. While people weren't looking, she turned to Long Hung and gave him a look. Long Hung immediately caught her drift. It was just an act to make the old madam eat some food. In order to not let her act of filial piety go to waste, he immediately said, "Serve dinner now." Quickly. After that, he turned to the old madam and asked, "Mother, why don't you join us for dinner as well? Food will taste better when there are more people around the table." "Fine, fine. I will join for dinner since all of you have come to keep me company. Mama, assist me to wash my face. I'm going to have dinner." After all that weeping, it was no surprise that her face had become a little swollen. Better stop thinking about sorrowful things since today is such an auspicious day. It's better to have dinner with the family for now and take care of my health so that I will be healthy enough to smother my grandchild. Long Hung breathed a sigh of relief when he noticed how the old madam's mood had taken a turn for the better. He was very glad that Bai Xiangxiu's good news had come at such an opportune timing. But then he thought about his thoughts over the past couple of days. He'd wanted to spend some intimate time with her after leaving the palace. It seemed quite impossible now due to what the doctor had said. Upon further thought, he concluded that the night ahead was going to be long and full of agony. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 156, Disappointment in Putting in More Effort. Chapter 156, Disappointment in Putting in More Effort. The feeble paper-like lady was now looking at Long Hung with a curious expression in her eyes. "Are you dissatisfied with something?" Truth be told, Long Hung was actually feeling very content at this moment, except for that one minor hitch. But since he had lived well for most of his life without ever knowing the pleasure of having a woman, what would it matter for him to wait for a little longer? Dinner was served a short moment later. Bai Xiangxiu didn't dare to eat much to account for her lack of appetite. Instead, she was personally putting food into the old madam's bowl to make her eat more. Long Hung was very appreciative of the harmony that had descended on his home. What man wouldn't wish to come home after a long day of work to a place where nobody would make problems for him? The old madam couldn't bear to see Bai Xiangxiu eat so little. She needed more nutrients when carrying a child. So she ordered the servants to make some medicinal soup and told her to drink it later. Bai Xiangxiu reassured the old madam and returned to Apricot Garden after listening to her careful advice and reminders. While Bai Xiangxiu was on her way home, a thought came to the old madam's mind. It is so fortunate that Bai Xiangxiu has moved to Apricot Garden. It would have been very worrying if she had to travel such a distance back to Winter Garden. The temperature is also falling. It seems like it's going to snow soon. And just as the old madam had predicted, a massive snowstorm soon covered the estate. Despite all that, the mood in Apricot Garden was still warm and fuzzy. Bai Xiangxiu had removed her makeup, undressed herself, and taken a bath all under the supervision of Long Hung. Long Hung is being too anxious. It seems like I'll have to explain everything to him or life is going to be miserable. As soon as her thoughts reached that conclusion, Long Hung picked her up and placed her onto his legs. She whimpered a little due to the pain, but he didn't seem to pay it any heed. "Your Highness, this concubine has something that she has to explain." "Oh? Instead of complaining, she's trying to explain something? Must have done something wrong." He took his time exploring her while asking what was wrong. Even if he couldn't eat her, a little nibble here and there would go a long way to satiate the hunger. "Your Highness. Actually this concubine is not pregnant. Please don't dice me up into pieces." "What?" Long Hung froze. He lifted her chin to force her to look him in the eye. One could discern how furious he was just from his gaze alone. I. Actually it is because what I hate the most is when women from the rear court fight for my attentions. And yet you, Long Hung surged to his feet. He'd stormed off before giving her a chance to explain herself. He was convinced that she'd conjured such a scheme because she wanted something in the estate. He could understand if it was just a small and harmless trick. But acting like she was pregnant with his child and using it as a front? That was where he drew the line. Long Hung had been really looking forward to having a child, but his hopes and dreams had been dashed to pieces in the blink of an eye. To make things worse, there was even an unknown conspiracy behind it. Vexed by the current situation, Long Hong immediately stormed off. He needed some time to calm down. The way a man calmed himself down was different from a woman. He wasn't going to find a corner to brood over things, nor was he going to find someone to confide in. Instead, he was going to find a place to pour wine down his throat and would not return home until late at night. As if by habit, he had arrived at his favorite tavern. Unfortunately, Song Jiaoyue and several of his friends were there as well. When Song Jiaoyue saw him enter the tavern with a furious expression, he couldn't help but ask Long Hong, who'd taken a seat and started silently throwing back wine. "What's the matter? It's so rare to see you like this. Did something happen in your household?" "Nothing much. Come. Have a few drinks with me." Long Hong personally poured a cup of wine for Song Jiaoyue. The two drained it before any of the dishes were served. "Is it because of Madame Xiao? Don't bring up her name." Long Heng's voice rose to a near yell as he smashed his cup into the ground. Something must have happened between them. Song Jiaoyue has never seen his friend so angry before. However, he couldn't believe that that kind and gentle girl could have done something that would cause Long Hong to be so furious. "You've always been like this. I don't know what has happened between the two of you, but the least you can do is try listening to her explanations. She is such a kind and gentle person. Aren't you making things hard for her by acting like this?" Song Jiaoyue was feeling frustrated as well. He got to his feet and left, leaving those words behind. Unexpectedly, Long Hong froze, a new cup of wine in his hand. He had indeed stormed out of the room before she could give any explanations. What if she had some unspoken difficulties? If that was true, then his actions were nothing more than a wrongful accusation. True, his anticipation for a child was to blame for his reactions. Hearing that it was all a lie had made him angry and rash. His mind finally cleared after some wine and a reminder from Song Jiaoyue. Putting his wine cup aside, he began his journey back to the manor. Bai Xiangxiu too was filled with anger after Long Hong had stormed off. "What a chauvinistic man! He won't even give me time to explain myself. You know what? It's fine if you refuse to listen. I'm very angry too, alright, not." Feeling extremely wronged, tears began to drip from her eyes despite her initial reluctance to cry. She then sat on the corner of the bed and stared into the lantern. More than ever before, she was missing the modern era. Back then, she'd lived in the northern part of the country where she could see snow during winter as well. However, the snow wasn't as thick and white like what was falling outside. She sneezed ferociously because the window side was a little chilly. A cloak was carefully draped around her shoulders. Initially, Long Hong had returned with the intention of making her confess to all of her wrongdoings. But all his thoughts had scattered when he saw the condition she was in. His heart softened and any anger that he had previously felt disappeared into the back of his mind. Bai Xiangxiu would have been extremely saddened if he was still angry after he came back. She might have even resumed her previous personality if she'd seen that. Fortunately, he didn't. And because of that, she began to throw some tantrums. She swept the cloak aside and murmured, "Who needs your concern? Why don't you just leave?" Long Hong had never seen her act this way before. He couldn't help but feel a little taken aback. It was like everything was all his fault. Long Hong was actually speechless for once, but his intuition told him it would be a grave mistake to leave the room. "I only wanted to cheer up old madam so that she wouldn't dwell in her sad memories. And because you weren't here, I could only make the decision by myself. But I didn't expect that you would lose your temper and not even give me time to explain." Bai Xiangxiu began to sob harder. It grew to the point where even the maids and servants outside couldn't help but want to glance into the room. However, no one dared to barge in. They shouldn't be meddling in the young couple's quarrels. Otherwise, disaster would descend upon them. Long Hong soon understood her reasoning, and in truth couldn't blame her for doing so. His mother was indeed much happier after she'd heard the news. Although the plan was a little too bold, it seemed like she really hadn't had much of a choice. It was normal for a woman to become quite fierce when throwing a tantrum. Despite her tiny stature, Bai Xiangxiu began to rake up the past as she described every provocation she had to endure and how she acted for the household. Feeling helpless, Long Hong tenderly lifted her into his arms and carried her to the bed to quietly listen to her complaints. Some moments later, he still didn't see an end to her ramblings, and her sobs were only beginning to worsen. Without much of a choice, he decided to shut her up by giving her a long and romantic kiss. Finally, she stopped. Long Hong sighed out of relief. "You? What are you doing? How did things develop to this point? I'm still very angry at him just now." She couldn't help but question him while Long Hong was having his way with her body. I was just very disappointed. However, we should put our backs into it so that we won't disappoint Mother. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 157, Return Gifts. Chapter 157, Return Gifts. Long Hong learned something that night. When a woman is angry and fussy, just do that, and she'd swiftly only make 2 sounds, and then silence would once again reign. Bai Xiangxiu was utterly defeated by the male lead's shamelessness. Not only was he shameless, but also utterly wicked to use that method to settle her heart's grievances. Truth be told, it was a good method. By the time they reached the second half, she was already too tired to be angry. Her mind went blank after a while, and then finally she capitulated to the male lead's tyranny and was left incapable of moving. The next day Long Hong woke up very early in the morning and arranged for many gifts to be delivered to her as penance for his wanton behavior the night before. Of course, he also instructed the servants not to speak of what happened last night, otherwise old madam would definitely reproach him. After all, Bai Xiangxiu was now a pregnant woman. And so Bai Xiangxiu stayed in bed the whole day. She was too lazy to get up. Old madam didn't complain, just taking it as the behavior of a pregnant woman. But because the weather had been too chilly yesterday, old madam had come down with a cold, and so Bai Xiangxiu had to take charge of things when the Dowager Empress funeral procession passed before the doorstep of the manor. In fact, old madam had given instructions to let her rest lest she harm her body over these matters. But Bai Xiangxiu knew she had to make an appearance, even if it was cursory at best. She needn't work in the tent outside, but she certainly had to put out some vegetarian dishes for the mourners to eat. This was this world's custom, because once the procession exited the imperial city it would have a long ways to go. It would be around noon by the time it reached them. The procession was so long that several food tents were set up along the way so that the attendants could eat something and proceed quickly. It was a type of situation she was good at, and she didn't even really have to appear personally. The servants could bring over what she'd prepared. Long Hong was the only person the manor could send to attend the funeral. With old madam sick, there was no other female hostess available. Long Heng's horse, draped with white flowers, marched along step by step with the procession. He knew the manor had prepared a food tent, but he had no idea Bai Xiangxiu had been the one who'd taken charge of it. He brought Prince Rong and Song Jiaoyue over to the tent. The tent was divided into 2 sections, one for the female mourners to rest and eat, and the other for the men. In terms of female mourners, there were 2 dowager consorts and the wife of a high official, as well as Madame Song already there. The Song family wasn't on this street, so they hadn't prepared a food tent. The food tent was also a mourning tent, so white cloth and white flowers were hung outside. They had been weeping the entire way and had grown tired, so they were especially weary after entering the tent. Bai Xiangxiu was behind the tent, doling out the chrysanthemum tea she had prepared for the guests. When Long Hong saw the tea, he immediately realized that Bai Xiangxiu was in charge back there. These strange teas were her favorites to make. And only she would have fresh chrysanthemum petals in the middle of winter to put into tea. She was really a strange woman. Why did she like flowers and grass so much? They had just sat down to drink the steaming tea when the simple fare was brought out. None of the dishes were cold, each piping hot. And it was all made so plainly, with no sumptuous garnishes added. After all, this was someone's funeral, so it couldn't be too showy. The most important thing about food was taste, and everyone knew that there was no mistress of the household in the princely manor before, so it was impressive enough already that this household's preparations had reached this level. Everyone tried a few bites to give Long Hong face, because not many had the stomach to properly eat the prepared food at a time like this. But everyone could tell something was off just after one bite. Even though it was hot food, it was still extremely refreshing and cooling. Song Jiaoyue was taken aback. He never expected she would actually make it herself. Didn't everyone say she was sick? He had no inkling it was false news, that she was actually pregnant. It was tradition then that when a woman was pregnant, the news could not be spread for the first few months for fear of miscarriage. So the manor had spread word that Bai Xiangxiu had fallen ill, not that she was pregnant. Not expecting that he would have the chance to eat her food again, Song Jiaoyue didn't care how much or how little it was appropriate for him to eat in this situation. He managed to sneak quite a lot of food on the sly. Prince Rong was a very nonchalant person. He never paid attention to what other people thought, so he minded his own business and kept on eating, nodding as he chewed. Princely, introduced your chef to me one day, huh? Long Hong looked at the prince of royal blood. He was a very laid-back man, carefree and content, always leaving a great impression on people. However, Long Hong was almost dead certain that it was just a facade the prince put on. How many in the imperial family were genuinely carefree and content? Prince Roan, if you like them, I will have the preparation methods delivered to the Rong Manor chef. Long Heng's mouth twitched. There was no way he'd be giving Bai Xiangxiu up to another man. Song Jiaoyue turned his head and coughed lightly, then resumed eating. To be able to eat this food was cause enough for contentment. Madame Song held a very similar opinion in the other tent, eating while praising Long Heng's concubine's cooking. Of course, she had only said a few words, not aware that she was actually building up Bai Xiangxiu's good name. The morning tent would stay up until the next morning, not coming down until the mourners had all returned. There would be a lot of people eating in the Prince's Manor's tent today, because word had spread of the simple but refreshing dishes. As a result, a lot of people were drawn to the tent. Bai Xiangxiu couldn't just stop, so she had to continue preparing food herself until the mourners finally stopped coming after midnight. She was so dead tired that when she got back to the manor, she plopped down on the bed and slept without even removing her clothes. Xiaoshi and the others felt sorry for her, but they too were exhausted, and so each went off one after another to seek their beds. Bai Xiangxiu had instructed for them not to tell old madam, so the latter never heard about the whole ordeal. As for those outside, they wouldn't make things difficult for her for the sake of some plates of food, plus she had been doing this on behalf of old madam. They only knew the person who made the food had been dispatched by old madam, but they didn't know that person to be one of the prince's concubines, so there was no great disturbance. But the next day was different. When the mourners returned, they had to go back to each of the mourning tents they had eaten at to present a return gift. This was an illustration of the saying that no meal was ever free. Those tending the mourning tent also had to prepare a small gift for guests to take on their way out as an expression of the host's goodwill. Bai Xiangxiu had prepared a gift of small potted landscapes and fresh flowers that could freshen the air and relieve stress. She had painstakingly worked to prepare them. Fortunately, her preparations were complete by the time they'd arrived, which was a big help. These gifts were highly popular with the guests, mainly because everyone's hearts were already heavy after the memorial ceremony. Simply carrying those plants home lifted their spirits considerably. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 158, The Female Lead Enters the Princely Manor. Chapter 158, The Female Lead Enters the Princely Manor. The two dowager consorts in the palace were particularly affected. Even though they'd been going head-to-head with the Dowager Empress her entire life, all those remaining in the world of living were those who sided with the right party at the right time. They were all part of the Dowager Empress faction. The two women naturally wouldn't feel well after her sudden death. Hence, they too were constantly depressed in the past few days, unable to ease the stuffiness in their chest. However, ever since they moved two potted plants from Bai Xiangxiu's residence to their own, the two women would feel much better upon inhaling but a mere whiff of the plant's scent. At first, they didn't think that the positive change in their mood had anything to do with those plants. But, when they simply threw the plants to a side upon returning to the palace, they would feel unbearably depressed before too long. At that moment, the fragrant scent drifting through the room from the plant would breathe new life into them. When the dowager consorts ordered their servants to bring the plant over to them, sure enough, their moods would lift. The two dowager consorts met to discuss this matter and came to the conclusion that this virtuous act was actually the old madam's doing. They felt that she was really the Dowager Empress' close confidant and truly understood the depths of their heart's distress. Hence, the two dowager consorts chose a valuable item as a gift in return for the old madam's kindness, startling the recipient. All the return gifts should have already been received that day, and most of the gifts should have been small items, no? Why was there another return gift? Moreover, one that was quite valuable too. She guessed that the two dowager consorts wanted to look to the princely manor for support. But that didn't make sense. Long Heng wasn't a prince of the royal blood, and they themselves were part of the Dowager Empress faction as well. Now that she was gone, shouldn't the imperial consorts be looking for support from the Empress faction? It wasn't until she asked the palace maids that she learned of everything that had happened. Unexpectedly, this series of events had been thanks to Nei Bai, and now they'd made the good acquaintance of two dowager consorts. One of them was Prince Rong's birth mother, so it wasn't as if she was completely without power. Who would have thought that Nei Bai would be such a harbinger of good luck? However, she was a bit stubborn to go to these lengths when she was indisposed. The old madam was quite touched after receiving the gift and the shower of compliments that accompanied them. Nei Bai hadn't even sought the limelight after doing all this and given all the credit to the old madam. Someone who was such a role model for good behavior were few and far in between. And so, Bai Xiangxiu began to quickly rise in the old madam's esteem. The old madam picked a few presents to send over to Bai Xiangxiu, but the servants who came back said that the madam had slept for half the afternoon and had no intention of getting up. The old madam took it as a sign of her tiredness and didn't have anyone wake her. The old madam also gave orders to the kitchen to make nutritious supplements to present to Bai Xiangxiu as soon as she woke up that night. As a result, she almost got a nosebleed from consuming it all. She was only tired and didn't need such enormous supplements. This lifestyle would surely be the end of her. Xiaoshi and the others, who didn't know the truth, only thought their mistress really was pregnant and was on tenterhooks around her. Yimama in particular would start giving her pregnancy tips at random intervals. For Bai Xiangxiu, it was the height of awkwardness. Sadly, Long Hong wasn't back yet, so she could only endure it silently. However, Long Hong was also depressed when he came back. As he entered Apricot Garden, Yimama carefully poured him a cup of water. "Your Highness, Madame Xiao has already slept. Would you like to rest in your own residence? There's no need to do so. Which courtyard didn't belong to him? Did he need to justify where he wanted to sleep?" However, Yimama frowned in response, saying, "But, Madame Xiao's body is not in the best of conditions right now. Your Highness, why don't you go to the 2 other residences first, and relieve yourself with other women?" However, who knew that her master would viciously glare at her before she could even finish her sentence? She couldn't muster the will to say another word for a very long time. Her whole body had turned so rigid from terror that it was about to turn into a block of ice. Since when did servants start giving orders to their masters in this household? You deserve to be punished. Long Hong didn't say anything else, but that was enough for Yimama to go outside and slap herself a dozen times. It was apparent that she'd forgotten her place lately. She could only blame it on Long Hong acting like a young kid completely in love in recent days. Even those next to her had felt the warmth radiate from him. However, thinking clearly, he was only ever tender to the one lying in bed. That had nothing to do with them. Unknowingly, she had become too proud in this matter first. She'd thought that because of her mistress, she could lift her head and speak boldly to the prince. This was why she'd ended up where she had today. As for Bai Xiangxiu, she had no idea any of this was happening. She, in fact, was sleeping like a log. Why do we say this? That would be because she'd almost kicked off all of her covers and wasn't wearing her clothes properly either. She was revealing everything she should and shouldn't reveal. When Long Hong walked into her room and was greeted by this scene, that body of his that had wanted to just take a break began to stir. What was wrong with him? Why did his body always act up when he saw her? He coughed lightly and understood that it really wasn't the appropriate timing for doing any funny business. He got ready for bed and pulled the covers solidly around her, holding her tightly and only falling asleep after a thorough cuddle. When Bai Xiangxiu awoke the next day, she felt that she had had an extremely poor night of sleep. There seemed to be a mountain lying right on top of her, and she couldn't turn around no matter how she struggled. By dint of sheer effort, she managed to slightly wriggle around, but then froze. Something's wrong. This position was quite ambiguous, and it was obvious that a certain man was trying to do something to her from behind. It was definitely something untoward, and she was in quite a precarious position already. She knew who this man was and absolutely wanted to avoid him. But at the same time, she couldn't do so. Firstly, she was only half conscious after waking up, and secondly, the other party seemed to have waited half a day for her to wake up. Ah! You are so bad so early in the morning. There's a good girl. You only have to bear with it for a moment. This prince has been holding myself back for the entire night already. Was there a need to be so energetic? Was this kind of thing so good that he couldn't do without it? Reality proved that it was really that good for Long Hong. As a matter of fact, he seemed to be nearing the point of insanity. As a result of that, Bai Xiangxiu didn't get up first thing in the morning. She only ran to the toilet and then continued sleeping. In the end, she'd barely slept for an hour before someone woke her up. They informed her that the old madam was receiving an honored guest and wanted her to make arrangements for said guest. Bai Xiangxiu got dressed and asked Xiaoshi out of curiosity, "Where's the prince?" "The prince has left the manor, but he mentioned that he wanted to return and have lunch with you." Xiaoshi smiled as she spoke. The prince really treated her mistress very well. That thought soon flew straight out of her mind when she learned who the guest was. It was none other than the fabled future mistress of the household, Lin Xianzi. Bai Xiangxiu was also at a loss and starting to panic. Why had the old madam asked her to entertain that woman? However, the mama that the old madam had sent seemed to anticipate Bai Xiangxiu's reaction. "Madam Xiao, Miss Lin is here to fulfill her filial duty to old madam, but the old madam needs peace and quiet at the moment, and so has asked you to arrange living quarters for her." Bai Xiangxiu understood the meaning behind her words. This old madam was handing this enormous inconvenience over to her on purpose, putting Bai Xiangxiu in a bit of a difficult position. Miss Lin was supposed to live in Apricot Garden, but now that Bai Xiangxiu had moved in, she didn't want to leave. The old madam probably wanted to test her resolve, but Bai Xiangxiu really didn't want to leave. Hence, she smiled and said, "How considerate of Miss Lin. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 159, Chaos in the Princely Manor. Chapter 159, Chaos in the Princely Manor. For reasons that were completely lost on her, Bai Xiangxiu could sense that Miss Lin was looking at her with a very unusual expression in her eyes. If she wasn't wrong, that was a touch of animosity in that gaze of hers. Bai Xiangxiu struggled to maintain her smile, but privately felt that she shouldn't have to be afraid of her. Or rather, there was no need for her to be afraid. The female lead had never once harmed her character in the novel, and she had already tamed the male lead that had killed off her character. What did she need to be afraid of the female lead for? No longer afraid, she straightened her back. Unfortunately, she slightly overextended her back while doing so and winced in pain. It seems this is the price I have to pay to tame the male lead. My back is killing me. It's the least I can do. It is very unfortunate that I have to trouble you with the arrangements instead. Like Mother said, I'm too kind-hearted. I have to be a little more ruthless towards the concubine favored by the prince. Otherwise, she might climb above my head. Lin Xianzi wholeheartedly believed that she was in such a situation right now. In fact, Bai Xiangxiu was sitting in the host's chair, while she had to settle for the guest chair. She was supposed to be the mistress of the prince's estate, but she was being treated like a guest instead. The old madam's words had also irked her. What is she trying to imply by saying that I'll be leaving after a couple of days? Why would I want to hide in the prince's estate if not for the fact that I was forced to and had no say in the matter? I wouldn't have lost my virginity if the prince hadn't ignored and deserted me in the Red Maple Mountain Villa. It's clearly his fault. I didn't do anything wrong. Mother is right. He should take responsibility since it was all his fault. I will definitely move into the prince's estate and become the mistress of the household here. Lin Xianzi had resolved to lay claim to the seat of host when the nationwide period of mourning was over. After that, the concubine would have no choice but to bow in her presence. Determined, Lin Xianzi lifted her chin and gazed straight at Bai Xiangxiu's eyes. Sparks seemed to fly through the air where their gazes crossed paths. Yi mama. Tidy up the western guest house and help Miss Lin settle in. I'll arrange for her to be further from me since she clearly sees me as her enemy. Come to think of it, that place is quite close to the old madam's residence. Bai Xiangxiu had to let the old madam know the intentions behind her arrangement, so she quickly added, that place is a little nearer to the old madam's residence, so it will be much more convenient for you to visit her. This arrangement is flawless. I don't think that the female lead will be able to find any fault with my arrangements even if she wanted to. However, I don't understand why the female lead seems to be harboring such enmity towards me. Long Hong has yet to show interest in her, while she's already slept with another man. Bai Xiangxiu couldn't help but notice that both the plotline and the female lead's way of thinking had diverged from the novel, but she wasn't sure why. Fortunately, heaven itself seemed to be helping her in everything she did at the moment. This was probably all due to the male lead being on her side. Or maybe she felt this way because she was in love? It was almost noon by the time she was finished making all the arrangements for the female lead. She had the servants prepare lunch and waited for Long Hong to return. Bai Xiangxiu was actually worried that the male lead would visit the female lead instead. She was so caught up in her thoughts that she absent-mindedly cut her finger while she was chopping vegetables. It didn't take long before blood started to flow. Due to her hemophobia, she quickly froze in shock. She only came to her senses when she heard Xiaoshi call out her name and was lifted into a warm embrace. Your Highness? Why are you so careless? Does it hurt a lot? Not only had Long Hong returned, he had chosen to return to her side instead of visiting the female lead. Bai Xiangxiu felt instant relief flood through her. She couldn't resist the temptation to hook her arm around the male lead's neck. She then moved her face closer and began to take in his fragrance, like it gave her energy. Long Hong, in his own way, also consoled her for a bit. He only asked about Lin Xianzi after she felt better from lying down for a bit. Unexpectedly, the male lead had known that she would come, but seemed very unwelcoming to her. Disgusted, even. Since Bai Xiangxiu was no longer afraid of communicating openly with him, she immediately asked, "What's bothering you?" "That girl is causing the Lin Manor too much trouble, so they have no choice but to send her to my estate. They're so desperate for me to marry a girl who's cuckolded me in every way possible, shoving me into bright, dazzling green hat." Before, Long Hong would be openly seething with anger. But since he'd taken Bai Xiangxiu, he had learned to hold back his temper while in her presence. This was mostly due to the fact that he felt that she was simply too feeble. He would always take extra caution when doing things in her presence, always holding back his strength. That is true. It's a very green hat indeed. Bai Xiangxiu was recalling some of the female lead's actions and the top-quality male supporting characters that she would meet later. It would definitely be quite troubling. Thus, the words came out of her mouth quite subconsciously. Realizing how those words sounded, she immediately covered her mouth with shock. Oh no. Will I be punished for this? Long Hong flipped her over and gave her a nice firm tap to her butt, making Bai Xiangxiu yelp in pain. Whoa! Your Highness, I will never let my mouth run off like that anymore. It hurts so much. It was only partly an act, but because of how her face looked, it was highly effective. The wound on her face was mostly healed by now because she had been applying the medicine that the doctor had given to her. There was only a small scar left, and she had drawn a tiny flower on it to cover it up, which made her look even more seductive. What man could hold himself back after watching mist well up in her eyes as she cried out with pain? Long Hong could feel his body heat up. He gave her another gentle slap and said, I will punish you later tonight. A panicked expression immediately appeared up on Bai Xiangxiu's face. She grabbed onto Long Hong and said, Don't. Please just punish me right now. Immediately. Don't wait until nightfall. Isn't there only one kind of punishment left that he can administer when night arrives? However, Long Hong furrowed his brows and said, Is that really all right? We have yet to have lunch. It doesn't matter. Lunch can wait. Bai Xiangxiu abandoned her face and her dignity to avoid abuse at nightfall. Despite the obvious look of hesitation on his face, Long Hong got up and walked to the door to lock it. Isn't this a bit weird? He then began to undress himself while he was walking back towards Bai Xiangxiu. He even complained, I didn't expect you to be so impatient. I wanted to leave it for tonight. Bai Xiangxiu immediately sensed that something was wrong. Can it be that this man has mistaken the meaning behind my words? She quickly leaped up and grabbed onto his misbehaving hands and said, Your Highness. Can't we find another method of punishment? Can you stop thinking about those kinds of things even for a minute? Even though it is a show of your love, love that is too strong can be overbearing too. Oh? Then tell me. How do you want this prince to punish you? What other punishments are there? Well, this prince has come up with something. Why don't we give it a try? Long Hong lifted her up and laid her onto the bed. He pinned her down and rained kisses down on her. When he arrived at her neck, he began to put in more force. The tingling sensations made Bai Xiangxiu's body tense, but she couldn't quite come up with a way to describe the feeling. It was a little painful, yet it was a little pleasant at the same time. She couldn't resist letting out little moans of pleasure. Suddenly, the prince bit her. Your Highness. Why did you bite me? Yell again and it will no longer be something as simple as just a nibble. Long Hong lifted his head while he was still covering her. Even though he was smiling, there seemed to be a hint of naughtiness in his smile. Bai Xiangxiu could sense that he was up to something as she stared at him blankly. Unexpectedly, he began to calm down instead. He lifted her off the bed and said, Time for lunch. And just like that, she was freed. Things are settled with just a kiss? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 160, Ihiki. Chapter 160, Ihiki. Long Hong dragged a bewildered Bai Xiangxiu behind him. On the way, she noticed a lot of people sneaking glances at her neck when they were eating, but then quickly pretend they weren't when she looked their way. She subconsciously rubbed her neck, it really was a bit numb there. Can it be? The thought had just surfaced in her mind when Long Hong spoke, try not to go into the kitchen in the future. Understood. But why? She wasn't really pregnant. Just as she was digesting this new piece of information, the old madam sent word to have them go over for lunch. For some reason, Miss Lin had gone over to her place. The old madam actually wants to interact harmoniously with her son and his future wife, right? Why drag me, a little concubine, in this? However, Bai Xiangxiu was happy to tag along this time. She couldn't let any sparks flare up between the two. And so, she dressed herself and accompanied Long Hong over to the old madam's. The old madam was sick, so meals were served in her room. However, the tea table that Bai Xiangxiu had gifted her was off to the side. The old madam treasured the table very much and didn't dare use it normally. As a result, there was another small table in her room, but it was big enough for the four of them to comfortably sit around and enjoy their meal. Bai Xiangxiu hadn't thought much of things at first. Wasn't it just a meal? But she'd barely taken a step and when Long Hung grabbed her hand and forcefully helped her inside. The old madam was reclining on a chair, but quickly lifted her head as a smile crossed her face. It just rained. Are the paths slippery? No, wait. Why would Long Hung be supporting her if they weren't? She flicked a glance at Lin Xianzi and immediately changed her mind. They're a bit slippery. Put. That was certainly a quick change. The old madam bade them all to sit down. This is a bit inappropriate, isn't it? A concubine sitting down with the old madam, future mistress of the household, and man of the house? However, Bai Xiangxiu still took her seat in front of the female lead. It was the old madam who'd wanted her to sit down anyways, and there was nothing between the two leads at the moment. She wasn't a third wheel. If it came down to who was being a third wheel, it was actually the female lead. Long Hung didn't spare a glance at the female lead throughout this entire process. Give Xiu her own set of plates. She has a poor appetite these days and is afraid of tastes intermixing. He then looked at the old madam, not wanting her to think too much. Of course she didn't. She knew that her son thought nothing of Miss Lin as soon as he had walked through the door. Although she was the main wife, it wasn't as if the old madam hadn't heard the rumors that had been circulating around the capital lately. The old madam had viewed them with a healthy dose of skepticism at first, but the rumors had quickly gotten more and more outrageous. Even Madame Song, one who normally didn't partake in gossiping, also said that she was enormously happy that Miss Lin had been decreed to marry Long Hung. She'd wanted to ask the emperor to bestow the most talented lady in the capital to her son at first. The old madam felt quite put out when that particular news reached her ears. Why had she asked for such a marriage for her son? Setting aside the fact that Miss Lin had rejected the marriage and run away before it even occurred, she'd even caused her son to become injured. If she'd already caused this much trouble even before entering their household, what kind of catastrophe would she bring once she had truly joined their house? And look here, Miss Lin had said she had come to take care of the old madam, but she'd barely taken her seat before asking where the prince was. Not only that, it was clear that she'd only just restrained herself from commenting on the concubine's behavior. It was likely she wanted to make a big deal out of a concubine being more important than the old madam of the household. She'd already begun pointing fingers despite not having officially entered the household. Since she wanted to take a look at the members of the household, then let her have her fill. Neibai was pregnant now, so she couldn't suffer anything at all. The old madam actually didn't fault Madame Xiu at all for not moving out of Apricot Garden. Her son had gone to such lengths on Madame Xiu's behalf, so it would be disheartening if she wanted to generously give it all up for Miss Lin. This is good, she's respecting the rules and also easy on my eyes. Bai Xiangxiu almost dropped the teacup in her hand as the old madam's eyes narrowed. Long Hung looked uncannily like his mother when he narrowed his eyes as well. Both exuded a very dangerous aura when they pondered. Bai Xiangxiu looked apprehensively at Long Hung. Hey, what's up with your mother? Why is she suddenly narrowing her eyes? Yet, Long Hung only flicked his lips upwards in a very faint smile, and turned to ask after the old madam's health, ignoring Bai Xiangxiu's unworded cry for help entirely. Just as Bai Xiangxiu felt that this was odd, she saw the female lead gnashing her teeth as her gaze was drawn to Bai Xiangxiu's neck. There was a bitter look in her eyes. Bai Xiangxiu immediately thought of the odd looks from the servants and subconsciously rubbed her neck again. Finally, she glanced over at Xiaoshi. The maid's face reddened and she immediately turned her face away, as if she didn't recognize her mistress. A light bulb went off, and Bai Xiangxiu finally understood what was going on. She yanked her collar up, and glared silently at Long Hung. She didn't need a mirror to know that this was surely Long Hung's work. Was this what he'd meant by punishment? Her face was now beet red as she wondered how many had seen her along the way here. How embarrassing. Long Hung had always kept within the bounds of propriety and had never left much of a mark on her even in the throes of their passion. He could never bear to treat her that roughly. If he accidentally left a bruise on, he would tenderly kiss her pain away. Later, he would find some red pearl and generously cover her with it, treating her as if she'd been grievously wounded. But now that he'd done this today, it was obviously on purpose. The novel had always noted that this man was exceedingly domineering. He couldn't tolerate his woman even looking at others. However, the female lead was a man's lady, so he had no other recourse but to tiredly endure it all. And yet, Bai Xiangxiu could feel that he was a very possessive person, and so felt that she should take more care. Case in point, here she was, being punished before she'd even done anything. Her dishes were indeed served separately when the food was brought. Long Hung ate with her, not deigning to eat any of the dishes that the female lead had touched at all. This is a clear snub of Lin Xianzi. This is a pretty harsh tactic, all right. However, Bai Xiangxiu was happy that he was acting thus. Although the female lead hadn't done anything to them, she was Bai Xiangxiu's love rival after all. The old madam didn't make a sound either, going off to take a nap after finishing her lunch. She spoke politely to the female lead, conveying that she wanted the youngsters to take their time. Wanting them to take their time was to engage in slow torture. Lin Xianzi wasn't the sort to keep her feelings in, or else the other men wouldn't have thought so differently of her either. The display of sweet affection had already angered her, and she had never been shy about expressing herself. She put down her chopsticks and bowl. "I'm finished. Your Highness, I came to the manor this time. Please be quiet. What kind of house has taught Miss Lin such a lack of manners? Your hosts have yet to finish eating, but here you desire to speak disrespectfully. Aren't you afraid of others laughing at you if word of this gets out?" Ah, this prince had almost forgotten. A daughter of the Lin family doesn't care about such things as face. Long Hong was normally a man of few words, but he was unusually viper-tongued when speaking. Brilliant. Bai Xiangxiu ducked her head and ate quietly, deeply happy inside. No matter what, he isn't attracted to the female lead. That's wonderful. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 161, Trouble Wherever the Female Lead Goes. Chapter 161, Trouble Wherever the Female Lead Goes. Lin Xianzi's face alternated between red and white after his words. She opened and closed her mouth a few times without saying anything, but tears were already forming in her eyes. The maid she'd brought with her felt badly for her mistress, but all she could do was glare silently. However, the target of her glare was Bai Xiangxiu. Bai Xiangxiu coughed a few times to try and ease the discomfort that came from the almost resentful glare. "Are you feeling all right?" Long Hang asked, which startled Xiaoshi even more. Her mistress was pregnant. Everything had to be considered. "Madame Xiu, are you all right? Is your stomach all right?" "The hell? There's nothing more revealing than allowing a silly maid to attend to me. Who doesn't know what's happened to me now thanks to her questions?" A concubine being pregnant before the main wife even enters the household is a pure and unadulterated smack to the face. Lin Xianzi was mentally rocked, as if she'd just been given several sharp slaps. She couldn't sit still any longer, and leapt to her feet in anger. "Long Hong, do you have any respect for me at all? It was one thing to ignore me at Red Maple Mountain Villa, but now I have to accept this kind of disgraceful thing before I've even set foot over the doorstep. You all are, inconceivable, ... Bam! The table in front of them turned into splinters the second Long Hong slammed his hand down on it. Bai Xiangxiu was both surprised and feeling aggrieved. When all was said and done, she was Long Hang's concubine. What shame was there in the two of them rolling in the bedsheets and having a child? Did Long Hong have to remain pure for the female lead? Then didn't it follow that she had to be a virgin as well? Although it might have been Luo Yunzheng forcing himself on her back then, but if the female lead hadn't tried for his attentions continuously and thought of him constantly, why would that man have bothered her incessantly? Bai Xiangxiu still recalled how the female lead had stopped her when she tried to help Long Hong. Now that things were already at this point, Bai Xiangxiu had no fear of losing face. Surely Miss Lin is jesting. I'm the prince's concubine, how would this be a disgraceful matter? It's rather you who saved someone else that day and prevented me from saving His Highness. She felt that such a strong style wasn't quite suited for her after speaking, so she tilted her body and fell onto Xiaoshi, pretending to cry into a handkerchief. Long Hang's heart spasmed painfully as he responded coldly, "Miss Lin had better not give this prince the opportunity to speak of your disgraceful deeds." He tenderly lifted Bai Xiangxiu up into a princess carry after he finished speaking and left the old madam's residence. He was furious enough to want to kill that woman, but suddenly saw the woman in his embrace wink up at him. There was no sign of tears or suffering on her face at all. He couldn't help but laugh. "You were pretending? This concubine is sad but just didn't have enough time to cry." Bai Xiangxiu turned her face to the side, but a cute smile danced on her lips. The male lead wasn't angry at her little subterfuge. It looked like he was just as was written in the novel. He didn't like girls who were overly weak and were always being bullied by others. The occasional rebellion was actually quite cute to him. After he brought his lady back, he paid a visit to the military camp outside the city. He's certainly a busy man. I can't just sit around either. The new year was almost upon them, so she had to arrange various things. And now that she had a boyfriend, she had also grown a bit vain. This cotton jacket was making her appear fat, and she wanted to switch things up a little. Therefore, she wanted to make some thin cotton coverings and some outerwear to go with them. Because she had some money now, she invited a tailor to visit and create the garments for her. Lin Xianzi actually came to visit just as they were getting caught up in the enthusiasm. It was impressive that she'd been able to make it to Apricot Garden by herself with just her own maid by her side. Bai Shangxiu stepped down from her seat with a smile. "What brings Miss Lin by?" "Have a seat. Come, someone pour her tea." "That's fine. I heard the bustle here and decided to come take a look." "Are you making new clothes?" Lin Xianzi herself was being beset by that man who didn't know how to treat a woman gently. How would she be of the mindset to do anything like this? Nevertheless, she was a girl too, and quite happy at looking at these beautiful bolts of cloth. However, she didn't even dare set foot outside the manor at the moment. Bai Shangxiu wasn't keeping an eye on the changes in Miss Lin's expressions. She felt that Miss Lin could have everything she wanted. What would she care for Bai Shangxiu's items? But how would Bai Shangxiu know that Long Hung hadn't given her just any bolts of cloth? Each bolt was exquisite, and some of it had come from the stash he's accumulated in his many years outside. The bolt of cloth next to her at the moment was interspersed with fine down. If turned into clothes for the season, the wearer would be quite warm even without cotton padding. This bolt was worth thousands of gold taels in the city, particularly in the winter time. The wearer would have quite a lot of face if they walked around wearing it. Ling Qianzi couldn't help but feel sad. Luo Yunzheng only wanted her body, and had barged into the Lin residence not long after she'd returned. She was afraid of him, to the point where she wanted to hide from him, but he always forced her down into doing that, and more than once at that. Bruises crisscrossed her body for days afterwards, and forced her to keep a low profile in front of her family. Yet, her mother still discovered it in the end, and felt that word of this matter couldn't be spread. She wanted Lin Qianzi to head for the princely manor first for protection, and then strike up a relationship with Long Heng after a while, completing their marriage as soon as possible. That man wouldn't dare do anything after she entered the prince's household. Lin Qianzi was also truly afraid, so she'd agreed to come to the prince's manor. But when she saw how Long Heng was so protective of a mere concubine, even gifting her presents that Lin Qianzi had never seen before, she clutched her hand into a tight fist. "This is my husband. No need, I'm just coming by. The old madam needs rest and doesn't need me to wait on her, but..." However, who knew that this would actually cause others to misunderstand her? The visiting tailor had no idea that she was Long Heng's fiancée. Therefore, he wasn't particularly polite when speaking to her. She'd said she was waiting on the old madam after all, and what main wife would come visit a concubine? The current topic of conversation revolved around the bolt of cloth with fine down. Bai Shangxiu was clueless and asked, "Will the wearer really not be cold without cotton padding inside?" "Oh. Madame Xiu doesn't know this bolt of cloth. It's actually ermine down. The weavers put it in bit by bit, and it's quite precious," the tailor explained. "I've heard that it's a rare and precious cloth from far away. I don't think you could find any within our borders. The prince is quite thoughtful, but why wasn't this gifted to old madam? Men are such unfilial creatures. Did he forget about his own mother after having a beautiful woman?" Lin Qianzi started laughing coldly when her thoughts traveled here. The female lead was a straight shooter, and full of righteous indignation. It was a pity that she'd used it in the wrong place this time. The tailor snorted dismissively. "It looks like this sister thinks elders are suited for all good things? Although this cloth is good, it's very easy for divine fire to appear when elders use it, which might cause heart palpitations and shortness of breath." Divine fire was what they called static electricity in ancient times, and it was a saying grounded in science. More importantly, the female lead was completely silenced by those words. The word sister was what outsiders used to address the head maids in manners. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 162, That Gentleman. Chapter 162, That Gentleman. Lin Qianzi immediately stood up, glaring at Bai Shangxiu coldly. She was the vaunted eldest miss of the Lin Manor and the daughter of the official wife. She'd known how to sing and dance since young and was immensely talented. Everyone who met her vied to compliment her, and a marriage had landed in her lap without her even trying very hard for it. Although she hadn't agreed to it, she knew that other women envied her greatly because even though Long Heng's reputation wasn't the best, he was young and didn't have a name for philandering. He possessed military power and was so very handsome. There were very few women who didn't like a man like him. But she was currently being slighted, and being treated as a maid. How would anyone in the manor have the courage to do so? It looked like things were just as Luo Yunzheng had said. The woman in front of her was no simple character. She hadn't believed him then, but now she did. If it wasn't for this woman's intentions, would these people have dared spoken to her like this and treated her like a maid? And so, Lin Qianzi was enraged. She stood up to glare at Bai Xiangxiu. Just what do you want to do? Bai Xiangxiu knew that she had misunderstood things and hastily explained, don't misunderstand Miss Lin, these aren't people of the manor, they. No need to explain, I know you don't welcome me. She turned around and fled in tears, as if she'd suffered a grave injustice. Bai Xiangxiu started sweating profusely after watching all this. Miss Lin was the future mistress of the house. People would surely think a great deal if she ran out of Bai Xiangxiu's residence, sobbing. They'd run their mouths off about the future mistress of the house wanting to strike a good relationship with the favored concubine, but had been sent out of the concubine's residence in angry tears. No matter what rumors developed, all would be bad for Bai Xiangxiu. As much as the old madam and Long Hung favored and spoiled her, she was still a concubine. Logic and the law would be on Miss Lin's side as long as Bai Xiangxiu wasn't the official wife. Even though Miss Lin didn't have a good reputation, the ancient times still very much differentiated between children born of the official wife and concubines, and placed an even greater emphasis on the differences between masters and slaves. Concubines were slaves, the official wife was the master. That she, a slave, had done all this meant grave disrespect to her master. She could be exiled to the border or directly caned to death. The Bai Xiangxiu in the novel had committed the same mistake, and now she'd repeated herself as well. What should I do? If word of this got out, there'd be nothing good in it for her. She had to think of a way for everyone to know of this and not blame her. Bai Xiangxiu grit her teeth. Since she's running away, pretending to be hurt, then I'll just faint. There was nothing for it. Bai Xiangxiu took a few steps, pretending to chase after Miss Lin, but actually ended up on the ground with a thump. The manor instantly boiled over in a chaotic mess, with servants summoning doctors, preparing medicine, and brewing nutritional supplements. Lin Xianzi, on the other hand, had run out of the manor. Even her maid didn't catch up to her, and the guards at the door didn't stop her either because she was a guest. She barreled out onto the street and began walking aimlessly in her distress. Someone suddenly appeared in front of her. He had delicate features and looked very honest, cutting quite a striking figure even when on the street. The most important thing was that he seemed to recognize her as he asked her oddly, "Miss, don't you work at Red Maple Mountain Villa? You're the maid called Yuan. No, you've got it wrong, I'm, Miss Lin, right? I actually heard it from the prince. You were called Yuan in order to conceal your identity. I am Duan Yuning, a hanger-on of the princely manor. Where are you going? It's quite dangerous here, might I send you home?" Duan Yuning coughed a few times after speaking, not appearing to be someone who was sinister in the slightest. Lin Xianzi just so happened to be in a sad mood and felt that she'd been abandoned by everyone. She grabbed his hand and said, "I don't want to go home. I just want to spend some time quietly somewhere, can we do that? Then, would you like to go to my quarters? Although this is a bit abrupt, it's rather quiet there." Duan Yuning's act was almost flawless, taking in Lin Xianzi as well. She trusted this man because he really was very gentle and beautiful, just like a harmless little bunny. They chatted as they walked, and Lin Xianzi felt like she'd never met such a gentle and charming man. He completely changed her view of men. The two arrived at a very luxurious inn. Duan Yuning was living alone in quite an elegant yard. Although it was almost winter, the view was still stunning. Lin Xianzi's spirits were immensely uplifted by the sight, and by the talented Duan Yuning adept at soothing women. There was also a table full of delicious dishes and good wine prepared as well. He seemed to be a great listener as he paid attention to Lin Xianzi vent about Long Heng's heartlessness and the unfair treatment she'd suffered from. He took her side and agreed that she'd been treated most unjustly. He even wanted to speak to the prince on her behalf so that she would be treated fairly. She hadn't been treated so gently in such a long time. Lin Xianzi actually became a bit drunk and groggily fell into his arms. Duan Yuning felt that since he couldn't use the women by the prince's side, he might as well use this Miss Lin. She said that their betrothal couldn't be dissolved, so if he obtained her help, he could use her to kill Long Hung on the day of their marriage. Even if he couldn't, he could use her to affect Long Hung. Sometimes it was easier to kill using a soft knife than an actual one made of steel. Since she was falling into his arms, it'd be a pity to not take what the lady was offering. Since he was worried that she'd blame him afterwards, he smeared some 3 days of inebriation on his lips. Lin Xianzi slowly transformed from simple hugs and small kisses to ravenous hunger that couldn't wait. She was actually the one who stripped off her clothes first to entangle with him. Duan Yuning laughed coldly and lifted her onto the bed, using everything he knew to pleasure Lin Xianzi well. If a man wanted to make a woman feel good in this regard, she would be sent up to high heaven. It wasn't just those with strong stamina that would make a woman happen. Duan Yuning happened to possess 2 points, a fine body and strong stamina. Therefore, Lin Xianzi finally had a taste of sweet joy after countless times of torture at Luo Yunjing's hands. Although she sobered up at the end, she was still lulled by Duan Yuning's tender and comfortable attacks. She'd always thought that in the matter between men and women, women could only accept what men did to them. But she finally learned today that women could feel just as good as well. She didn't know if it was because she drank wine, but she gave full vent to her feelings and her voice steadily grew in volume. It had always been Luo Yunzheng forcing her normally. She'd always felt that enduring had been a form of torture. Duan Yuning even held her as they bathed afterwards, then sat off to the side with a reddened face and kept apologizing to her. I'm so sorry. Miss Lin, you are simply too beautiful. I couldn't help myself and so did that. If you wish to blame me, then please kill me. He picked up the fruit knife that was lying on the table and handed it over, knowing full well that she was so comfortable right now that she wouldn't bear to make a move at all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 163, Thief in the Manor. Chapter 163, Thief in the Manor. Lin Xianzi turned her head to the side and began weeping. Duan Yuning smirked coldly inwardly. That woman had been so happy just now, and she's only now remembering to cry. If you don't do it, then I'll do it myself. No. Lin Xianzi suddenly sat up to pull him back. She spoke with a reddened face. No. We can just pretend this never happened, but. She slowly turned around to put on her clothes and then got off from the bed, preparing to leave. Duan Yuning, however, pulled her back and asked carefully, "May I bring my proposal to the Lin Manor?" You can't. You can't do that. Long Hong won't let you off for that. Lin Xianzi left tragically after speaking. Long Hong would probably only thank me for taking this broken thing off his hands. He'd learned last night that she was no longer a virgin, and the man who'd done so was quite a brutal person. Duan Yuning could guess from the marks on her back that had yet to heal that they'd done the deed just 2 days ago. Who could it be? Luo Yunzheng or Long Hong? He pretended to chase her out in order to escort her back to the manor, also accidentally revealing himself along the way so that she knew his sincere efforts in taking her back. But he mused as he walked. He would need to do the deed again before the day of their marriage. That day would be when Long Hang's defenses were at their lowest. However, he had no idea that Long Hong actually knew all about him meeting Lin Xianzi. Prince Li was on his way back to the manor from the palace when he received the news. He brought back a small, exquisite hand warmer to give to Bai Shangxiu. This was a bauble that a foreign tribe had offered in tribute to the royal consorts, and said to not burn at all when providing warmth. A bit of hot water would be enough to keep it warm all day during the winter time. Long Hong had racked his brains out to obtain one for Bai Shangxiu. Her temperament was fragile and she would cower in her room, shivering whenever she was cold. For some reason, a slight trace of a smile flitted to the corners of his lips when he thought of how happy she'd be upon receiving the gift. Let that Jianghu man know of this. Don't leave him in the dark that he's been cuckolded, but. He was really much too soft-hearted in using such a gentle method to settle this. He would have otherwise killed the two secretly already. However, he didn't have time at the moment either. He only wanted to spend time with Bai Shangxiu and gave no thought to anything else. And yet, who would have thought that some drat person would reach the manor before him and tell tales of what had happened? Long Hong immediately rushed to Apricot Garden with a frozen expression when he heard that Bai Shangxiu had fainted. But she was awake now, and having a nice little chat with Warrior. She sighed when she mentioned that it was almost New Year's. This sigh was quite ear-piercing to Long Hong. His fiancée had bullied his woman and had run off crying. She'd then slept with another man outside and dared come back afterwards. This woman is truly something else. But, why does Xiangxiu speak to that frightening plant whenever she receives a shock? Could he allow the plant to stay or not? Huayr was a sensitive one, and immediately started crying when Long Hong glared at it. He wants to kill me. I don't want to be here anymore. Mistress! Please take me away from here. Huayr's sudden yell startled Bai Shangxiu, and she subconsciously wanted to protect him. But it had spikes, so she ended up being pricked all over for her trouble. Ah! It hurt so much. Tears flowed out like they were worth nothing from her eyes. All her friends said that women became finicky when they had boyfriends. She'd never cried because of a prick before. What are you protecting a dead thing for? Were you pricked? Long Hong really didn't understand this woman sometimes. What was she so nervous about a plant for? Bai Shangxiu shook her head. What if he destroyed Huayr in a fit of rage? How would she go home then? However, the more she was thus, the more Long Hong felt that she really treated this plant differently. But it wasn't time to be conflicted about this. He asked with a frown, I heard you just fainted. Did she come to make trouble? Bai Xiangxiu started. She hadn't expected that Long Hong really would take an interest in this matter. How to put things? She did somewhat believe that he genuinely loved her after her role had been swapped with the female lead. Although the male lead never spoke of it, she could glean such from his actions because that was how he'd treated the female lead in the novel, like treasure. He might not have known how to love in the beginning, only knowing to have someone and be domineering about it. But he slowly changed later on, making others feel that he was a good man indeed. However, even at the time of her transmigration, she had yet to read about the male lead telling the female lead that he loved her. His actions, however, were enough to prove how much he cared about her. And now, he was waiting for an answer from Bai Xiangxiu. A strange mischievous surge struck Bai Xiangxiu. She nodded stiffly and then turned her head because she felt that she'd done something bad. However, Long Hong took that to mean that she was sad. He spoke coldly, "Remember, you're this prince's woman. You have no need to fear anyone." He then turned and strode out with large steps after speaking, a marked departure from his usual attitude of sticking by her side. Bai Xiangxiu's heart pounded. Should she cry from being so touched under the circumstances? The male lead really did care about her. Had he left to take revenge for her? But how would he handle the female lead? What would a fight between two people with main character halos look like? But Long Hong didn't return that evening, making Bai Xiangxiu a bit nervous. Long Hong had spent almost every night at her residence since they'd been intimate. Where had he disappeared off to now? She couldn't help but think random, wild thoughts, but actually received word before long that a thief had trespassed into the manor. The servants hadn't caught the culprit, and Bai Xiangxiu began to worry about the prince. She didn't care that it was the dead of night and decided to make for his residence. She slipped along the way because she was in too much of a hurry. Just as she was floored from the pain, someone inserted their hands beneath her ribcage and picked her up, grasping her in their embrace afterwards. Bai Xiangxiu sat in the crook his arms, her own around his neck, and stammered a bit. Didn't you go after the thief? You came running out even though you knew there was a thief? She's worried about me, isn't she? Look at her run so fast in the dead of the night. Long Hong was still very happy, so happy that he picked her up in a huge, ignoring the looks of those around her. How would I know? Bai Xiangxiu refused to admit to what she'd done, but the other seemed to understand. This prince isn't so weak as to have a little girl like you worry about me. What a marvelous day. He'd let the thief in so he could see that woman. His plan would succeed the more the two entangled together. Bai Xiangxiu didn't speak anymore and she clung docile to Long Heng's neck, sniffing that familiar fragrance. She felt nothing bad about remaining in his embrace. Although she didn't know what had happened to her in the modern world, this kind of man was truly rare. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 164, Marriage Proposal. Chapter 164, Marriage Proposal. Long Hong really liked her depending on him like this. With a happy heart, he carried her back to the room. He was especially excited tonight, so much so that Bai Xiangxiu almost couldn't handle his vigor. However, she liked it for some reason and so left him to his own devices with her. She kept talking to herself in her heart. He was her husband, so whatever he did to her was as it should be. Long Hong had never seen such an accommodating side to Bai Xiangxiu before. Previously, she would always cry out that it hurt when he moved a few times, and would continue crying out with pain until the end. However, she'd pandered to him this time around, making him feel strangely excited. This actually stoked his craving to rear back to life a few times more. She really was just enduring the whole ordeal at the start. But near the end, she also seemed to be extremely happy too. As a man who'd just eaten and supped his fill, Long Hong felt strangely happy. He was a little like a young lad who'd just gotten to know the taste of love. This made him want to shove everything he possessed into Bai Xiangxiu's hands, even wishing to hand over his secret stash of money. As a result of that, Bai Xiangxiu felt that she'd really struck gold. He continuously sent tales of silver to her by the thousands and tens of thousands. In fact, if Long Hong needed to spend a large amount of money, he had to ask her for the silver. This wasn't all that different when compared to the modern-day woman enjoyed. She didn't need to mention how pleased she was having such an honest and capable husband. She was so happy that she even thought of chasing the female lead away. This thought scared even Bai Xiangxiu herself. Did all women become unusually greedy when they had someone they loved? Forget it. Since things had escalated to this point, she wouldn't be a woman if she yielded any longer. What's more, she was a woman who'd transmigrated. Xiaoshi was helping her mistress get out of bed. As she did so, she felt that there was a distinctively fierce look in Bai Xiangxiu's eyes today. She was feeling much more positive when confronting matters compared to the day before. That was because everyone outside had spread rumors that she was a favored concubine, and an impressive one as well. Fine, let them talk. She was starting to pay these matters no mind anymore. However, she never would have thought that something would happen just when she felt that she was about to turn into the female lead. The servants were all spreading news that Long Hong had actually escorted Miss Lin back to the Lin Manor. This matter wasn't strange, rather it was that he'd wanted to go to the Lin Manor to ask for permission to marry their daughter. He'd even personally prepared the betrothal gift himself. He had displaying his affection towards Bai Xiangxiu not too long ago, so why was he asking to marry the other woman in the blink of an eye? Bai Xiangxiu was feeling a mixture of anger, sadness, despair and incomprehension. It almost felt like all of these emotions had appeared in her head all at once. She didn't know what to do anymore after she heard the news. She just stood there in the courtyard, letting the cold wind blow in her face. Her cloak slid off her shoulders, yet she was oblivious to it all. Sigh, it's really difficult to get into a sincere relationship. Just when she thought she would have a great duel with the female lead to win the male lead over, he had sent betrothal gifts over to the female lead instead. Senior Madam and Second Madam happened to be right across the way and came to stir up trouble with her when they heard the rumors. They never expected her to really be emotionally affected by it. They were baffled by this, but seeing as they'd achieved their goal, they left with laughter merrily ringing in the air. But when they turned their heads, they saw Prince Li standing coldly behind them. He'd never thought of explaining this matter to Bai Xiangxiu because he thought that she understood him. Did she still not understand how he felt towards her? This prince hates women who gossip and meddle. Withdraw now and receive your punishment. If you offend me one more time, pack up and get out of my manor. Senior Madam and Second Madam were so shocked that they left shaking uncontrollably. The look in Long Hang's eyes was indeed extremely frightening. They left with dust on their faces, but that was of no concern to Long Hang. He looked at Bai Xiangxiu, realizing that she'd actually left without turning her head in his direction. With a frown on his face, he thought, does she not know that I'm not marrying that woman with heartfelt intentions? He wasn't willing to explain his intentions because he was wholeheartedly focused on exacting his revenge on those who'd harmed Bai Xiangxiu in the past. In any case, she was his. Explanations could wait until he had the time to do so. But who would have thought that Song Jiaoyue from the Song family would flip the entire table over in anger when said news traveled to his attention? He really didn't understand what Long Hong was thinking. This move of his was clearly an insult to the woman who treated him sincerely all this while. She was spoken of highly in the prince's manor, but had been heartlessly abandoned in the end. Fine. He might be heartless, but Song Jiaoyue couldn't bear to see her abandoned in that cold manner from now on. You say. Come over here. Yes, Yusei ran in after she responded and saw that overturned table, along with Song Jiaoyue's face flushed hot with anger. She immediately knew that this was a matter related to Madame Xiu. She'd heard Song Jiaoyue mention before that although Bai Xiangxiu was called Long Hang's favored concubine, remarkably beautiful and a charming seductress, she was actually pure in body even until this day. Long Hong was only behaving in a manner for appearance's sake. That and he was just using her as a shield against other women. She'd really felt very sorry for Bai Xiangxiu then. A woman like her to be destroyed in such a manner. Though her master liked her, he didn't dare voice his feelings. Prepare some snacks and put heart meat in the stuffing. Send them over to her. He wasn't going to wait any longer. If he did, he really would go insane. He'd been thinking about the vegetarian food she'd cooked after tasting it at the death of the Dowager Empress. As a result of that, he hardly ate now because he felt that everything he ate just didn't have the taste of her cooking. But, what reason shall I give? Just say that you're the one giving the snacks. Understood. Yusei really did ask the servants to do as her master requested. She actually felt it strange. Why did he want the snacks to be stuffed with a heart? But, she obeyed his orders and finished the snacks. She then sent someone off to deliver them to Bai Xiangxiu. Bai Xiangxiu was depressed. Was the plot progressing according to the actual novel now? In the main plot, she'd been beaten to death after Long Hong and the female lead married after the new year. For some reason, she was only a little angry, but didn't suspect Long Hang's intentions at all. She rather thought the ripples caused by her transmigration had been quite impressive, they'd forced two people away from a path of mutual love. But, she couldn't guarantee that Long Hong and the female lead definitely couldn't be together either. Just as she was deep in her thoughts, someone reported that the Song residents had sent something to her. Bring it in. Bai Xiangxiu's thoughts were jumbled up. She wanted to cry, but she felt that there was nothing worth crying about. Not long after, Xiaoshi brought the Song family's box of snacks into the room, explaining that Yusei made it and wanted Bai Xiangxiu to give her some pointers. Actually, how would Bai Xiangxiu still have the heart to give others pointers about their food? Even so, she took a piece and ate it leisurely. She was completely oblivious to the fact that all the maids and mamas in Apricot Garden were extremely worried about her and were afraid that she'd do something stupid. Thankfully, the Song family had sent someone over at this point in time, distracting her from the matter. Who knew though, that Bai Xiangxiu would actually blank out when she ate half of that snack, not moving an inch for quite a while? The color on her face flushed constantly through different shades. She seemed to be even more horrified than just now when she knew that Prince Li was going to send the betrothal gifts. How could Bai Xiangxiu not be surprised? She was shocked to the point where she almost wet herself. The snacks had stuffing in it, but more importantly, the stuffing contained meat from the heart of an animal. This clearly meant that the sender had feelings for her. Moreover, Yusei had been the one who'd brought this to her and was also an intimate figure by Song Jiaoyue's side. Song Jiaoyue was clearly behind this all. So, was this his way of expressing that his heart belonged to her? This was too scary, alright? Bai Xiangxiu had clearly given up on Song Jiaoyue a very long time ago, and had even given her body and heart to the male lead. Wasn't it scary for him to suddenly play such a hand? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 165, Surveillance, No Heart. Chapter 165, Surveillance, No Heart. No, this must be a joke. Or, Yusei really had made it and brought it over, but she didn't know the meaning within? What to do now? After panicking for a while, Bai Xiangxiu made up her mind and entered the kitchen. Long Hong had been worrying over how Bai Xiangxiu would throw a tantrum, but she actually entered the kitchen instead. Does she want to make some good things to eat to appease me? He was very happy and waited for Bai Xiangxiu to come express her apologies while he looked over the marriage gifts. Your Highness, what do you think of the frame? Should we use the normal one or one of brushed gold? Brushed gold. Then we'll need a lot of time to prepare it. Think of the way to just make it look like brushed gold. Just make it look like it? Just look like it? This marriage was truly making them speechless. But the master's word was everything, and so they ran off to ready things. However, their master wasn't happy. He'd waited around 6 hours already, but Bai Xiangxiu hadn't come to find him. Something was amiss. He had someone look for Yimama before realizing that a Song family maid had caused trouble, and Bai Xiangxiu hadn't entered the kitchens for him. A man in love wasn't the sort to remain calm. How come she doesn't seem to care at all that I'm about to wed another woman? Although he hoped she would understand, he still wanted her to throw a tantrum or something to prove that she liked him. Just as he was feeling aggrieved, the old madam also felt that things were off. She felt that Bai Xiangxiu must be overthinking things after her son called upon the Lin Manor. It would be bad if this harmed her yet-to-be-born grandchild, so the old madam sent someone over to comfort her. However, it was one thing for the old madam to offer comfort, and another for Long Hong to. The mama immediately started talking about how much Long Hong valued relationships as soon as she sat down, and how recent developments changed nothing. Her current status still wouldn't be changed even with an official mistress of the household present. Yeah, right. I don't even know if I'll be alive after Miss Lin darkens the doorway. Besides, why did she have to tolerate her husband marrying another woman? It was a good thing that the person that the old madam had sent was just here for show. No one felt that it was wrong the prince take an official wife, but Bai Xiangxiu's mood just wouldn't improve. It wasn't until now that she finally understood how much empty daydreaming all those concubines who wanted to become a main wife were engaging in. This road was even tougher than a royal consort becoming the queen. When Bai Xiangxiu thought about the snacks that she just sent out, she wondered if she should regret her actions. Just as she was conflicted, a pair of hands warped themselves around her. She immediately knew who the other was and decided to act ornery for some reason. She flung his hands off. Go away. Long Hong could hear the anger and irritation in his voice. He frowned at that. Why hadn't he heard about his bad mood when she was making snacks for the Song girl? Or did she treat Song Jiaoyue differently? He snorted coldly when his thoughts traveled here. Then you can spend some time calming yourself down. Long Hong really did want her to calm down, and it'd be the same if he came back to explain to her after all of this was taken care of. But who would have thought that not only would these betrothal gifts not meet with any resistance, the Lin family was quite happy and immediately agreed. Could they not have? Things dropped up as soon as Miss Lin returned back to the manor. It was a right party in the Lin manor these days. All sorts of demons, devils, and goblins came knocking, and their daughter had somehow gained a teacher for calligraphy who was so beautiful that all the young maids in the residence were stunned speechless. Then came the female thieves and ones in the middle of the night. Lin Xianzi was injured, but didn't let anyone take a look at her. Minister Lin felt quite aggravated by this all, and he itched to marry off his daughter as soon as possible so that all of this would stop. This was how the wedding was set for the 16th of the first month of the year, a few days earlier than what had been written in the novel. Bai Shangxiu was speechless for a while after she learned about this. She should have felt quite in a disarray, but she actually felt quite calm. Or it should be said that she didn't know what to think about so many things. First of all, there was nothing she could do about Long Hong wanting to take a wife. She'd analyzed it all calmly and knew that the male lead wouldn't possibly like the female lead. Still, she remained a bit worried, but what was the point of being worried? The male lead had to come apologize for a matter like this, right? But then she thought that all this was quite awkward. She had to watch her husband wed another woman. It made her sick no matter how she thought about it. Had this been in modern times, this would count as her boyfriend cheating on her. Then she should get him back, or was there nothing she could do about an arranged marriage? AI. And that Song Jiaoyue? He had no feelings for her when she was pursuing him, but now he was of the mind to when he turned her down? Wait, she didn't know if he really felt anything for her at all. It'd be best if he didn't. If he did, things would be a complete mess if he did. Her thoughts spun furiously as she stared at the cactus, running over to ask, Huar, can you get in touch with your child? What's happening to its master over there? Huar was naturally happy that its mistress had a favor to ask and immediately reached out. There was word before long. The master over there is sitting by himself and talking to himself, drinking wine and eating snacks. Ah, what is he talking about? No filling, no heart. Why? Too late, it's still too late. Will she look at me ever again? The hell. He really does like me. No one would remain passé in the face of someone else liking them, particularly a relationship idiot like Bai Shangxiu. But there was no point in being agitated. She had a boyfriend now. Although the boyfriend was caught up in complicated relationships to the point where she didn't know what to do, of one thing she was certain, there was a tough year ahead of her. Her thoughts seemed to be validated when the old madam had her fast at a temple to pray for good fortune for her and the prince. The old madam actually wanted Bai Shangxiu to lay low for a while so she wasn't overly sad or throw a tantrum. This was actually the right decision to make so that Bai Shangxiu could remain calm. However, although Bai Shangxiu was calm, Long Han went off the deep end. What was his wife doing in a temple and he alone in the manor? It'd be one thing if he'd never had a taste of that, but he was already quite dejected after one night of awkwardness, to hear that his woman had been sent to a temple? How was he supposed to spend the rest of his days? But he couldn't very well chase after her, so he could only wait for her to return after the new year. There were only a few days left, it wouldn't be too difficult to get through them. The old woman also summoned him over for a lecture, saying that Bai Shangxiu was indisposed and that she hoped he wouldn't agitate the poor lady too much, just in case her emotions really ran out of control. That made sense. He did indeed want to give her space, and hoped that she would treat him as before when she came back, and not be mad at him all the time. However, someone else quickly came to make trouble for him. Song Jiaoyue walked into his study, a bit tipsy and barely concealed anger on his face. What brings you here? Long Hong felt it quite odd. What was with his good friend today? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 166, A Secret Crush, Brothers Argue. Chapter 166, A Secret Crush, Brothers Argue. Song Jiaoyue was irritated beyond measure when he saw Long Hong sitting coolly off to the side. He'd already known everything before he arrived. They'd finally forced the woman away. What was this nonsense about resting at a temple? She was being thrown out after they'd finished using her. She'd likely never be able to return to this opulent yet empty princely manor. But here Long Hong sat, coldly aloof as usual. Song Jiaoyue treated that person as an untouchable treasure in his heart, while his friend treated her like a blade of grass. How utterly disappointing. Long Hong, she was personally preparing the food in the icy cold tent last time for the Dowager Empress funeral procession. Do you know how tiring it was to do that for an entire day? She didn't even take any of the credit for it either, giving it all to the manor and the old madam. But think about what you've done. You've thrown her into the temple to suffer, and about to take a new, beautiful wife to enjoy the comforts of life in your manor? Song Jiaoyue had drunk a little too much, so his words were overly emotional. Long Hong could finally hear the undertones that were previously hidden. His friend was speaking up for Bai Shangxiu, and doing so with quite a sour attitude. He'd only felt hints of it before, but now he was certain of it. Song Jiaoyue, do you know what you're saying? Long Hong slammed his hand on the table and surged to his feet, his face black with anger as he glared at Song Jiaoyue. Song Jiaoyue didn't back down at all. He responded coldly, "Of course I know what I'm talking about. You're the one who doesn't. I've come to wish you congratulations on your new marriage and tell you that I won't easily give her up." Song Jiaoyue. Long Hong didn't bother continuing with words as he lunged for his friend. The two of them had tussled together since their youth, and Song Jiaoyue wasn't a weakling either. He stood his ground and returned every blow with one of his own. None of these two wanted to talk it out, and both possessed strong martial arts. Heaven and earth shuddered as the aftermath of their fight nearly turned the manor into kindling. No one dared get in the way to try and convince them otherwise. The servants could only turn to the old madam for help. She was currently quite weak with her ailment, and so sent two mamas to talk some sense into the men. Long Hong quite respected his mother and so stopped almost immediately, but Song Jiaoyue was caught up in the moment and landed a palm on Long Heng's chest before he caught himself. Blood frothed in Long Heng's chest as he spat a mouthful of blood out. He laughed coldly, "Don't ever think of getting her." Song Jiaoyue clenched his fist and turned to say, "Long Hong, I never voice empty words." Long Hong didn't move at all after looking at his back, then turned to speak to his concealed guards, "Go investigate this. See if they've been in contact with each other." Song Jiaoyue would never succeed in trying to steal his woman away from him. But when had this thought arisen in his mind? Long Hong had never felt so panicked, because he didn't know how the currently unhappy Bai Shangxiu would decide after knowing of this. Yes, she was his concubine and couldn't shed this identity, but there was no way to prevent her from having someone else in her heart. If she held Song Jiaoyue in his heart, what would Long Hong do then? Long Hong paced in circles like a caged leopard for a while before finally notifying the old madam that Bai Shangxiu was feeling uncomfortable in the temple and that Long Hong was going to take a look. As for why he'd fought with Song Jiaoyue, Long Hong said it had been too long since the two of them had sparred, so they'd been unable to stop once they started and it had gotten out of hand. The old madam also felt that Song Jiaoyue and Long Hong wouldn't possibly really get into a fight. They didn't really have a reason to. Therefore, she accepted his explanation at face value. The old madam also felt that it'd be bad if Bai Shangxiu grew lonely by herself in the temple. Her eldest grandson was there as well. So she happily let the male lead go to the temple. Long Hong rushed to the Eternal Peace Monastery after taking care of Lin Xianzi's matter. He was also depressed when he heard the name of the temple. Any other temple other than this one would have been fine. He remembered a particularly irritating old monk there who had their sights set on Bai Shangxiu. What if she decided to join the monastery in the throes of her emotional anguish? What would he do then? However, he was utterly stunned when he reached the temple, because Bai Shangxiu had gone missing. Xiaoshi, Xiaowan and Yimama were all there, and said that Bai Shangxiu had stayed quietly within the fasting room since her arrival and hadn't left. But when they came over the next day, their mistress was gone. They were looking everywhere for her, but couldn't find her no matter how hard they looked. A chill gripped Long Heng's heart as he immediately suspected Song Jiaoyue. He had his men join the search as well as he looked through the woods on horseback. However, when he saw no sign of her after a day, he hastily paid a visit to the Song family back in the capital. Just as all this was going on, Bai Shangxiu had actually already been kidnapped from the temple. She was groggily lying in a carriage, quite dejected. Who'd kidnapped her this time? The plot had run so far from its normal course that she had no idea what was going on. Just as she was struggling and wanting to run away, someone had come in from the outside. She quickly feigned unconsciousness as the other carried her into a room, placing her on a bed without much in the way of covers at all. "Stop pretending that you're still out, or I'll do some things to you that you won't like." The rascally tone obviously belonged to Luo Yunzheng. Bai Shangxiu's mouth twitched as she suddenly sat up with a frown, looking at Luo Yunzheng. The rugged man just stood there, looking at her with crossed arms. "Why have you brought me here?" Bai Shangxiu felt that this man was simply too bold. But more importantly, why was he after her and not Miss Lin? But he's going to wed Lin Xianzi after the new year, do you know that? I do. He traded her for you once, which means he can do it twice. Otherwise I really don't know what I might do. Bai Shangxiu felt that this man was a bit perverted, or rather hate had drowned out love for him. His gaze wasn't sweet when he mentioned Miss Lin. Just what had happened? Had this man gone a bit mad? I have nothing to say. Such was the charm of the female lead, and it was always the female supporting character who ended up hurt. You're also a cute woman. You should leave him while it's early, there might be a way out for you still. Luo Yunzheng smiled slightly and suddenly flicked a glance outside. The look in his eyes turned cold. Who's there? Boss Luo, did you know that the imperial court has been suppressing those in the Wulin lately because of your foolish actions? The voice was gentle, but the anger within was apparent. Bai Shangxiu had never heard such a lovely male voice and was curious as to who owned it. Her mind also flew furiously through the novel's plot at the same time, trying to identify which supporting character this was. However, her efforts were quickly dispelled with Luo Yunzheng's next words. He laughed coldly. Does Alliance Head Yu wish to stick his nose in matters of the Cloud Lake faction? Naturally. I look into any power that threatens the Wulin. Boss Luo, please stop your actions, or, a pale, white figure floated in from outside as the words tapered off. Bai Shangxiu had already guessed who it was when she heard the title Alliance Head Yu. This was a passerby that had been mentioned only briefly in the novel. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 167, Accidental Injury, The Meticulous Alliance Head. Chapter 167, Accidental Injury, The Meticulous Alliance Head. He was the man who'd prevented the supporting male Luo Yunzheng from hurting the Wulin one for the sake of personal relationships. In the end, he had been dragged into everything as well. After all, the Alliance Head couldn't just stand by and see those in the Wulin suffer. The novel had mentioned that he had an extremely beautiful appearance and excelled in martial arts. For example, his entrance just then had caused Luo Yunzheng to subconsciously back up a step. Is Alliance Head Yu threatening me? Boss Luo, please let go. You cannot take actions that will harm the Wulin for the sake of personal relationships. You'll find it a bit difficult if you want to stop me. However, I'll take your words into consideration. Luo Yunzheng didn't want to suffer any losses, so he extended a hand to Bai Shangxiu. We're leaving. Bai Shangxiu glared at him. The Alliance Head Yu standing before them didn't want any conflicts between the Imperial Court and the Wulin, so he wouldn't do anything to her. With such a savior present, why would she throw herself into the arms of her enemy, Luo Yunzheng? Save me, Alliance Head Yu. This little woman is a daughter of a good family who was kidnapped by him. He even wants to assault me. Speaking quickly, she began to cry. Luo Yunzheng started. He'd assumed that she would pick the familiar face in this situation, but she'd actually pleaded for Yu Kuang to help. Yu Kuang furrowed his brows, his chile, celestial visage turning even more beautiful at the action. With a wave of his sleeves, he actually sprang towards Luo Yunzheng. The Cloud Lake faction had enormous influence within the Jianghu, but they were a free and unfettered group from the perspective of the Wulin Alliance head. It was only because one of their members had gone and provoked the Imperial Court this time, which had then caused fellow Wulin members to be injured, that Yu Kuang had actually come to restrain Luo Yunzheng's behavior. He'd never expected the latter to actually kidnap a young woman to fool around with here. Luo Yunzheng was truly bold in his debauchery. Yu Kuang hated that type of people most of all, so he showed no mercy. Because Luo Yunzheng had been injured at the prince's estate a few days back, he was no match for the man. In his haste, he grabbed Bai Shangxiu from the bed and threw her at Yu Kuang while she was still wondering how to escape. His original intention was to have her block a blow for him. It wouldn't matter even if she died. Yu Kuang hastily tried to withdraw his strike when he saw her body come flying at him. The backlash of internal energy ended up injuring himself, but he couldn't fully stop his attack, remnants of which actually striking Bai Shangxiu's sternum. She felt the air burst free from her lungs before losing her breath to collapse on the floor. As she fainted, she could only think of cursing that Luo Yunzheng. He'd actually used her as a human shield. Sooner or later, she'd definitely get back at him, but right now it was impossible for her to even move. Yu Kuang looked at the woman he'd struck with furrowed eyebrows, but picked her up in the end to bring her back to White Cloud Mountain. White Cloud Mountain was the Jianghu's #1 faction, and its members placed emphasis on self-improvement through arduous cultivation. Yu Kuang was the leader of the faction as well as the Wulin Alliance head, a busy man with a high position. Thus, his living quarters were slightly more comfortable than everyone else's. Currently, a severely injured Bai Shangxiu was lying on his bed. Even though she had woken up, she didn't dare to move because her sternum had been broken. A certain martial uncle of White Cloud Mountain had already examined her and said she'd be good to walk in a few days. But right now she didn't even dare to move a muscle. That Yu Kuang was a strange one as well. He was clearly an Alliance head and very busy, but he didn't even have a study. Most of his business was handled in his own rooms. Despite being Alliance head, he seemed not to enjoy a single privilege of one. But he definitely had the airs of an Alliance head as he babbled on about courtesy and ceremony while looking like an ascetic. Hey, Alliance head Yu, may I ask, aren't there any female disciples here? She couldn't help but ask the busy man as he worked in the outer rooms. What is it? Yu Kuang didn't enter, instead speaking in a distant tone. Alliance head Yu, though I'm thankful that you've saved me, could you consider sending me back to the capital? At least then she wouldn't feel so sullen. Certainly, but it's not convenient for you to be moved right now. Yu Kuang's voice was truly, extraordinarily light. It left her with no choice but to say, is it possible to have a girl come in? I need to use the facilities. It was so embarrassing mentioning this to her idol, alright? She felt like ramming her head into tofu. Point 2, but the person outside simply walked away in a calm, measured way. Before long, a sturdy-looking female disciple entered the room. Without another word, she picked up Bai Shangxiu and went to a side room, before setting her down on a chamber pot. I'll support you, so hurry up. There's a lot going on outside. Bai Xiangxu was nervous and tried to look for a conversation topic. How odd. Why doesn't Alliance Head you arrange for me to mend my injuries in another room? At least one with female disciples. You'd need an available room in the first place. White Cloud Mountain is the #1 faction in Jianghu. The number of disciples who want to join us is long enough to form a queue that stretches to the bottom of the peak. So aside from the faction heads' rooms, everyone else is squeezed in together. There's no extra space for you to treat your injury. After the female disciple finished her proud words, she helped Bai Shangxiu finish up her lavatory duties and carried her away again. But Bai Shangxiu only felt enough pain to writhe on the bed. Why were all martial arts practitioners so strong? She'd been left in tons of pain, alright? After 2 days on the bed, she could finally walk again. By then, she figured it was high time that she returned to the capital. Since she knew Yu Kuang was right in the little room outside, she wanted to find him to ask about going back. He had no time during the day, and it was difficult enough to find him at night. She lightly knocked on the door before hearing movement from inside. But nobody came to open it. Strange. If Alliance Head Yu was inside, why wasn't he opening the door? She knocked again, and heard a muffled noise, but the door remained shut. Has something happened? Bai Shangxiu stood listening outside the door, hearing muffled noises from within. It sounded like somebody had been gagged. Had Alliance Head Yu been kidnapped? How was that possible? But she couldn't just let the sound be after she heard it. Maybe he'd eaten the wrong food or something. Bai Shangxiu pushed on the door twice without effect before using her foot to kick it. She thought it wouldn't budge, but maybe the door was too old. It slowly swung open, but the inside was completely dark. Bai Shangxiu swallowed and stepped inside, only to see a strange sight by the light of the moon. Alliance Head Yu Kuang was lying on the bed with something stuffed into his mouth. There was a rope that looped around his neck to tie his hands behind his back, and a gag in his mouth. She hurried over to light the oil lamp by the bed first, then proceeded to remove the gag. Brows furrowed, she asked, what happened? As soon as the gag disappeared, the fairy-like face of Yu Kuang said weakly, Big sis, save me. What can I do now that they've tied me up? Just what was going on here? Could anyone tell her? She's still waiting desperately online for answers. Big sis, my hand hurts. It hurts a lot. Can you help untie sure? Wah! Bai Shangxiu didn't think it was too good for this childlike man who resembled Yu Kuang to remain tied up. But really, things were too strange. She was a little hesitant as she undid his bonds. Her movements weren't rough, but the other party seemed to feel greatly wronged and began to cry. 1. Wulin, a term used in wuxia fiction and media related to Chinese martial arts to describe the community of martial artists. It is part of the broader term Jianghu. 2. Ramming her head into tofu, a saying that basically means to feel like hitting one's head against the wall, whether it be from frustration, a willingness to seek death, or etc. without true intentions to suicide. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 168, Humoring a Child Earlier Than Expected. Chapter 168, Humoring a Child Earlier Than Expected. Bai Shangxiu was at a complete loss for words. He was perfectly fine, so why was he crying? What was she supposed to do? If it had been anyone else, she would have left right then and there. But he was the Wulin Alliance head, a very formidable figure. She didn't dare to torment him any further, and completely undid his bonds. She assumed that he'd thank her, but he actually pulled her into an embrace. No, he'd plastered himself into her chest to act like a spoiled child. Thank you, big sister. You're a really good person. Big sis, you smell really, really sweet, just like my mommy. Bai Shangxiu's identity in this world seemed to have upgraded to another level. She'd somehow turned from a household concubine into a mother. But still, she wasn't used to a full-grown man snuggling into her arms, so she tried to push that head of black hair away. However, the head refused to budge and instead burrowed further. An almost heartbreaking voice spoke, Big sis, don't push Sure away, I'm scared. Bai Xiangxu felt a trace of reluctance cross her heart and creased her brows. You're called Shuer, you Shu? Yes, Big Sis is amazing. You even know Shuer's name. Then what's your relation to Yu Kuang? Probably twins. She thought that to be a possibility. But it was strange. Why hadn't she seen any other man appear in the last few days? There were various questions in her head, but she could only take this step by step. Don't bring up that villain. He tied me up in this bed and maltreats me. Big Sis, you have to help me. Help me, won't you? Yushu started sobbing even more after he spoke, forcing Bai Xiangxiu to trust him immediately. Alright, but what can I help you with? I want to see the moon. I haven't seen the moon for such a long time. That was a small request. It was very normal to see the moon or whatnot. Bai Xiangxiu nodded and extended a hand. Let's go, I'll take you to see the moon. Bringing him to the window for a glimpse of the moon was no big deal. Yushu placed his large hand in Bai Xiangxiu's smaller one and followed her slowly off the bed. But he seemed very curious about the act of walking, laughing every time he took a few steps. He kicked his feet and shook his arms before smiling at Bai Xiangxiu. Big Sis, I haven't walked around for a long time. It feels really weird, said Bai Xiangxiu. This child might be slightly off in the head, but that didn't mean they had to keep him tied up in bed. Could it be that he'd always been tied up in this tiny room? The more she thought about it, the more she felt that the Wuling Alliance head was a bit abnormal. Actually, these situations existed in the modern world as well, with families grounding mentally deficient children at home. Sometimes they'd even tie them up to prevent them from causing other people trouble. But those children, much like this one, were probably just looking forward to seeing things they'd never seen before. This Alliance head had a high position, so perhaps he saw this brother as a sign of humiliation. Thus, he locked him up so nobody else could see him. By the time Bai Xiangxiu had puzzled this out, she'd already brought Yushu to the window and opened it. The season was all wrong at the moment, so it was a little chilly with an open window. Despite this, Yushu was very happy and smiled like an innocent child as he tugged on Bai Xiangxiu's hand. Big Sis, the moon is so pretty, so pretty. The moon is very pretty. But very few people notice its existence. Everyone in the modern world was always very busy. It was hard for them to even glimpse the moon between the skyscrapers. People in the ancient past were similarly busy, with the men competing for power and profit while the women competed for position and status. Even she had been too preoccupied with preserving her own life to ever look up and notice that beautiful moon. Truthfully, tonight should be her first time. The thought of that gave her a little thrill. I really want the moon. Big Sis, can you help me pluck it? Big Sis can't do everything. But I want it. Then I'll help you keep it for a while. Bai Xiangxiu couldn't help but humor this child. She ran over to fill a basin full of water and angled it so that the moon was reflected within. Wow, Big Sis is so amazing, so amazing. You even put the moon inside, it's so pretty. Just like that, the moon-loving Yushu perched on the side of the basin to stare at the moon, his face wreathed in a perpetual smile. Though it was the exact same face as Yu Kuang, his childish innocence really made him lovable and adorable. It touched the softest, most tender nerves of a woman. Bai Xiangxiu reached out a hand to stroke his hair and said with a smile, if you like it, then look at it for a while longer. Big Sis is really nice. Yushu still fought like a child, so he expressed himself in simple terms. In this case, he raised his head and kissed Bai Xiangxiu's face. Bai Xiangxiu froze in place. It'd be fine if he was a little kid, but he looked like a grown man. She couldn't help but become embarrassed by such a kiss. But then again, he lacked any mental maturity, so perhaps it was better if she didn't think too much about it. He seemed to grow sleepy after looking at the moon for a while and closed his eyes with a yawn. Should we go sleep now? Even if she pitied him, she couldn't take him away, because she couldn't leave this house herself. Her injury had yet to fully heal. Because she was worried that Yu Kuang was embroiled in a conflict with the imperial court, and that her own identity would cause unnecessary complications, Bai Xiangxiu had yet to reveal her origins. She only said that she came from a large family in the capital and had been kidnapped by Luo Yunzheng. Yu Kuang had agreed to send her back as well, so she didn't bother to think any further than that. It was still best not to offend him right now. First, she had to get his brother back into that room, but he stubbornly refused to go in. It seemed like he feared the place very much. If Bai Xiangxiu tried to get strict with him, he'd start to cry. In order to avoid alarming anyone outside, she could only agree to his request to sleep on the same bed. In any case, he was just a child. He wouldn't do anything to her. When Yushu heard he could sleep with Bai Xiangxiu, he was happy again. In fact, he started jumping around in excitement. He accidentally knocked into her, and her finger scraped against the bed, but she was fine soon afterwards. It was just a little cut. Unfortunately, some of the blood dripped onto the bed, but she ignored it. This little kid had thoroughly tired her out. Sleep. If you don't sleep now, Big Sis will get mad. He really was too energetic, what with him jumping back and forth. It wasn't like he was a flea. To her surprise, Yushu actually stopped at her words. Add that to the fact that he realized her injury was his fault, and he docilely lay down by her side after burrowing his head into her chest. Big Sis, sure will be good and sleep. Good sure. Bai Xiangxiu rubbed his head. Although everything that had happened tonight was fantastically queer, she was too exhausted to ponder over it too deeply. She didn't even dream that night, much less feel the pain from her cut. Still, she woke up plenty early and was fully alert by the time the rooster crowed. She felt a sudden weight on her chest before recalling that there was a man sleeping by her side. Who knew that the first thing she would see upon opening her eyes would be a pair of pupils? They should have been calm and serene, but the sight of her caused a ripple within those unfathomable depths. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 169. What kind of joke is this marriage proposal? Chapter 169. What kind of joke is this marriage proposal? Ha! Strange, too strange. The one who hugged her to sleep last night was clearly sure. The face and clothes hadn't changed, but why did he seem to be a completely different person upon waking up? The look in his eyes and expression on his face clearly belonged to the Alliance head Yu Kuang who had rescued her. What's going on? Had the two brothers switched in the middle of the night? Then hadn't she? She quickly covered her chest with the covers and probed him with some panic. Sure? Yu Kuang was already standing on the floor when he turned back and saw the small stain on blood on the bed. His expression finally changed, taking on a bit of a fluster. He adjusted his collar with his back facing her and asked, Name? Bai Xiangxiu. Yu Kuang. Tell me where you live, I'll send someone over with a marriage proposal. Wait a minute, what do you mean? No, that's not right, why are you Yu Kuang? Where did Shu'er go? Bai Xiangxiu had gotten off the bed and taken a few steps in pursuit before her brain caught up to her words. After all sorts of bizarre and motley things existed in the present day, including dual personalities like his. It was a common trope in TV shows as well as novels. Still, the novel had never brought up such a thing. Even the character of Yu Kuang had only mentioned in passing at most, so why would it even talk about his other personality? And now, she'd fallen into the trap and even gotten herself a marriage proposal. Of course she couldn't accept him, so she caught up to him and said, Wait, Yu Kuang, I can't marry you. Why was he proposing marriage as soon as he woke up? What had urged him on? He clearly looked like an ascetic, so why was he asking to marry her after sleeping overnight? That kind of proposal didn't match his calm expression at all right? Yu Kuang was currently washing and wiping his face. When he finished, he turned to look at Bai Xiangxiu with furrowed eyebrows. I, Yu Kuang, am not someone who doesn't take responsibility. Since we've already. Tomorrow, I'll send over betrothal gifts. We'll marry before the end of the year. There are some things I need to do next year. Well dang, isn't he straightforward? I say, have you ever asked for my opinion? Bai Xiangxiu placed her hands on her hips, angry enough to crease her brows and narrow her almond-shaped eyes. This was her first time playing the part of a shrew. Unfortunately, this didn't have any effect on Yu Kuang, who replied, Things have already come to this point. As for you Shu, if I hear you spreading a single word. His hand slowly dropped to the iron wash basin and twisted. The iron wash basin flowed like putty beneath his hands as it was molded into a distorted mess. The hell? This was a clear threat. How frightening. Bai Xiangxiu definitely cherished her life. She still wanted to make it home alive. She made the smart choice to shut up and watch Yu Kuang leave the room. There was a strong sense of helplessness pervading her being as she sat down wordlessly on one side. How am I supposed to wash my face now? Despite this, her heart was still thinking of whether Long Hong was worried for her sake. Would he come look for her? Right now, she dearly wished to go back to the manor and winter garden, to be by his side. At the very least, she wouldn't lose her temper anymore, but seriously ask him what he was thinking. If he really wanted to marry the eldest Miss Lin and simply treat Bai Xiangxiu as a plaything, then she'd think of ways to go back to her world in modern times. But the problem right now was how to return to the capital. When she walked to the bed, she saw the few drops of blood on the sheets. A man and a woman had shared a bed and pillow before leaving a few drops of blood on its surface. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed like something had happened between them. What a tragedy. She pursed her lips. No wonder that Yu Kuang had misunderstood. It was because he'd seen the blood that had come from the cut on her finger. It looked like his two personalities didn't share the same memories. Was that why he'd tied and gagged himself up on the bed? But how did he know when Yushu would appear? Since the two of them didn't share memories, he shouldn't have any idea. Aside from by Xiangxiu's conflicts, Yu Kuang had his own share of gloomy thoughts as well. He never thought that the simple-minded Yushu would do such things to another woman. Even if the woman had tried to seduce him on purpose, he still needed the intelligence to know what was going on. But somehow, he and she had ended up doing that together. Since that was the case, he had to acknowledge the deed. There was no choice but to wed this woman. Beyond affairs of martial arts and the Jianghu, he was indifferent to matters between a man and a woman. He had never purposely chased after anyone either. When he first started out in the Jianghu, there were a few lady heroes who'd been interested in him, but he was too absorbed in practicing martial arts to pay them any mind. By the time he thought of getting married, he discovered that there was no one left. Thus, he'd given up the idea. In any case, he was always busy from morning until night. How could he have the time to bother with anyone else? Yet it was during this time that he saved this mysterious woman. Then Yushu had slept with her in the span of 2 to 3 days. He could even tell that the woman was unwilling, which meant he must have done something wrong. No matter what kind of mistakes he made, he'd only find out in a few nights. The events of one night typically took multiple dreams to piece together before he got the entire picture. Still, since he'd taken advantage of her, then he had to marry her. He was an orphan who'd grown up in White Cloud Mountain since his youth. Under his master's tutelage, he dedicated his heart to the Wulin. He had no family, nor did he know what it felt like to have a home. Still, he was a responsible man. Since the deed was already done, he should ask for her hand in marriage from her family. Thus, he went to explain things to the people of White Cloud Mountain before returning to find a despondent by Xiangxiu. She creased her brows and spoke as soon as he entered. Can you release me so that I can go back to the capital? We'll set out tomorrow. Yu Kuang simply told her his motive for coming in before turning to leave. Bai Xiangxiu was secretly happy in her heart. Even though he had used Wei instead of her, she'd be glad as long as they could go to the capital. At least it'd be easy to explain everything once she found Long Hong and returned to the princely manor. They really did set out on their journey the next day. She thought that Yushu would show up again when night fell. Strangely enough, even after Yu Kuang went to sleep in the middle of night in that little room, there was no additional movement from the room. Why did she know? Because she'd been sneakily standing outside the door to listen. Before long, a voice from inside said, "Rude, go back." A crestfallen Bai Xiangxiu went back to sleep. She felt that Yushu wasn't someone who showed up nightly, so she had a good sleep while Yu Kuang tossed and turned in his dreams. First, he dreamed that the woman had treated Yushu very well. She'd stroked his head and even taken him to see the moon. Even though he disliked Yushu and wanted to deny his existence, he was him, and he was him. That was impossible to ignore. Moreover, there was the fact that they felt the same way in their hearts towards people who left a good impression on them. For example, even though this was a dream, it counted as a flashback as well. He even experienced a never-before-felt thread of warmth flow through his heart. So there, he had a different feeling in his heart when he saw Bai Xiangxiu again the next day. Still, he forced himself to suppress the joyful delight in his heart and had her get in the carriage. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 170, Traveling Together, A Perilous Journey. Chapter 170, Traveling Together, A Perilous Journey. Bai Xiangxiu never thought that Yu Kuang would personally escort her to the capital, but when she saw the gifts inside the carriage and Yu Kuang dressed as an ordinary merchant, she was reminded of his intentions to propose marriage. Her heart started to fill with gloom. As they began their journey, she tried to explain to the person outside, Alliance Head Yu. Be careful what you call me. Yu Kuang had a skinny build and looked completely different from men like Long Hong. More importantly, Bai Xiangxiu didn't fear him at all, so she didn't take his words to heart. Oh, sir, you then. Actually, there's something you didn't let me clarify. See, you've misunderstood. We didn't do anything on that day, so you don't need to take any responsibility. Oh? That blood came from an injury on my finger, see? Bai Xiangxiu stuck out her injured hand. Yu Kuang really did take a look and saw the cut there. So they hadn't done anything? All they did was sleep side by side? That did seem like something Yushu would do. He exhaled before his eyebrows furrowed again. Since you and I have already touched skin, this isn't something that can be changed. I say, sir, I'm actually a concubine of another household. Who are you going to ask for my hand in marriage? What? Yu Kuang suddenly hauled back on the reins, bringing the curtain to a halt. He lifted the carriage curtain to look at Bai Xiangxiu. This was probably his first time looking at her properly, and it made her inexplicably nervous. Yu Kuang possessed a chilly and desolate aura to his beauty, but his iciness differed from Long Heng. Long Heng's coldness carried a sense of dignity and hints of killing intent, giving off a violent, tyrannical air that made it hard for people to meet his eyes. In contrast, Yu Kuang's coldness came from a lofty aloofness that made him feel indifferent. It seemed like nobody was worthy of his gaze, or that he was the type to disdain deep friendships and so kept people at a distance. It was an awful feeling to be stared at by someone who feels like he pushes you far away. However, this was Bai Xiangxiu's first time observing such a handsome man in close proximity. Even though he was a member of the Jianghu, he didn't carry any hints of the ruffian air that surrounded Luo Yunzheng. He had beautiful eyes akin to those oft-described limpid pupils. Seriously, what was a woman to do when a man possesses such eyes? Bai Xiangxiu found herself unable to take the onslaught after a few seconds of staring. She was about to look away when she found that he beat her to it. In a flash, she realized that this Yu Kuang might even be the easily embarrassed type. Why did it feel like he'd averted his gaze in a hurry? I'll have that man cast you out and wed you as a proper wife. Bai Xiangxiu gave a start. Indeed, this man was a member of the Wulin. He didn't care much about the opinions of the world. After all, the usual case for any concubine who left the house was to marry an old bachelor or go into prostitution. Either that, or live alone for the rest of their lives. It was rare for anyone to forego such things and willingly take one as a proper wife. She was momentarily touched, before speaking. Suppose that man and I are truly in love with each other, but... For some reason, she wanted to tease him when he was being so serious and earnest. Perhaps she'd held back too much since coming to this world, resulting in such thoughts now. But after a brief introspection, she realized the reason. If he was simply Yu Kuang, she wouldn't have dared to tease him. But since he also Yushu, the same childish man who'd acted spoiled in her arms, she was inclined to treat him differently despite her efforts to the contrary. Yu Kuang didn't reply, but snapped the reins and had their carriage continue. Their horses clip-clopped on the road as the silence lengthened. Bai Xiangxiu didn't know what he was thinking. Why was he still moving forward after she mentioned true love? And it looked like their destination was still the capital. Forget it, she'd take this one step at a time. But he suddenly stopped to say in a small voice, lie down, and don't casually reveal yourself. Eh? Bai Xiangxiu felt that this situation seemed somewhat familiar. It was something that always came up in TV dramas. She obediently lay down, but gave herself a way out by edging to one side as she retreated. This way, if things got serious, she could kick open the back of the carriage and escape with her life intact. Meanwhile, she kept her ears open to listen for sounds from the outside, but she didn't hear a thing. There was suddenly a loud crash overhead. When she looked up, it was to see a concealed weapon buried in the ceiling. A dangerous-looking ridge ran down its edge. Oh my god, it had missed her head by a hair. So dangerous. Bai Xiangxiu really was a little scared as she trembled and thought of ways to escape. It was at this time that a hand pulled her collar, dragging her into an embrace before a streak of white light appeared. She saw the flash of a blade right before they dove into the forests. Though Bai Xiangxiu hadn't seen anyone, she did see blood, and then promptly fallen faint at the sight. Even though she'd been well protected, she still came close to losing her life. She was dizzy and nauseous, but being spun this way and that had left her no chance to throw up. In the end, she could only choose to faint away. These Jianghu matters really were too dangerous for her. That was her last thought before losing consciousness. By the time she woke up, she realized she was lying on a pile of grass, a little chilly from the cold weather. When she crawled to her feet, it was to see a man sitting before her. Bai Xiangxiu sat up straight, but her movements were too sudden. She swayed and fell back down, painfully banging her head. Ah! You, Herc, the person had spat out blood. Feeling sickened by the sight, Bai Xiangxiu covered her mouth and dry heaved a few times. Yu Kuang quickly tapped a few major acupoints before he said, I was injured, don't act rashly. Bai Xiangxiu made a noise of assent before closing her eyes to recover. By the time she opened them again, it was to see a very obvious handprint on the back of Yu Kuang's clothing. It was obvious that this hand had injured him from behind, but how could it be so easy to hurt a man with Yu Kuang's abilities? But things would have been different if he was carrying her in his arms. Could it be that she had caused him to be injured? She couldn't help her guilty conscience at the thought. Crawling to her feet, she looked around and discovered that they seemed to be at a neglected hunter's house. It wasn't even dark yet, but there were no people around. She exerted herself with a few light coughs, only to hear a thump. Yu Kuang had been circulating his qi when he suddenly toppled to the ground. Despite this, he didn't seem to have spit up any blood, just his face had turned ashen white. No way. She was only trying to summon more energy, not drag along a full-grown man to escape. But if she left him here, what if his enemy showed up? Wouldn't he be dead for sure then? Bai Shangxiu didn't know who the would-be killer was, but this man had taken a blow for her. If he hadn't brought her along, he wouldn't have been so severely injured. But how was she supposed to help him? She didn't know any martial arts, so she couldn't help him circulate his energy. All she could do was bring him along in her escape. In any case, they couldn't just stay here, because it really was too dangerous. Bai Shangxiu came to a decision and went to pull Yu Kuang up, but never thought his weight heavily belied his pretty looks. She'd used all her strength to move him, but only budged him a few inches at most. This wouldn't do. Bai Shangxiu sat resting on the ground for a long time, certain that she didn't have the power to move this man. Suddenly, she noticed a sleigh to the side. A light bulb went off in her head. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 171, Big Sis, Just Marry Me. Chapter 171, Big Sis, Just Marry Me. The roads were covered with snow, so it wouldn't take much effort to drag the sleigh downhill. This was a rather good idea, so Bai Shangxiu hauled the man onto the sleigh. Then, she took a rest before grabbing the rope and dragging him down the mountain. Because she was afraid of his enemy catching up to them, she purposely chose roads that she thought nobody else would take. You can leave me behind. Yu Kuang was truly in no condition to circulate his energy. The strike on his back had set his blood to boiling, but he'd forced himself to escape with the person in his arms for dozens of miles until his injury had overwhelmed him. He'd even failed to complete a circulation of his qi just now, making it impossible for him to move at present. Still, he never thought this woman would drag him along instead of abandoning him to escape. It wasn't easy to travel these mountain roads, but she nevertheless took on the arduous task of dragging him behind her. He mumbled this in a confused haze before he slowly fell asleep. No, it should be said that he saw some other things instead. There was a wash basin that seemed to hold a very pretty moon, while the woman on the other side was smiling at him beautifully while rubbing his head. Her eyes were exceptionally warm and gentle. How could there be such a pretty pair of eyes in this world? He marveled at the sight. The next time he opened his eyes, it was to see those same eyes again, and a cool sensation on his lips. It seemed she was feeding him water. Her eyes were filled with gentleness as well as worry. He reached out a hand to grab her own, but didn't know what to say. Are you all right? Even though it wasn't safe for him to be lying around on a sleigh like this, Bai Shangxiu wondered why he looked like he was about to laugh one second and cry the next. She assumed he'd gotten a high fever, so Bai Shangxiu had stopped in a hurry to take a look at him and offered some water. In the end, he'd actually woken up. Yu Kuang's blood and qi might not have been flowing smoothly, but it didn't mean he'd lost all his six senses. He could already feel the killing intent closing in on them from all sides, so he desperately wanted her to leave first. But Bai Shangxiu assumed that he wanted her to hurry up, so she took up the rope and pulled the heavy sleigh forward again. I want you to leave me here. This woman really had a one-track mind. When there was danger, she should escape first. She didn't know any martial arts, nor was she part of the Wulin. Whoosh whoosh a whoosh. A number of concealed weapons came flying their way. Oh my god, there really exists such frightening things in this world. She'd never experienced being hunted down before. She stubbornly pulled the sleigh along as she ran forward, half stumbling and half running. Meanwhile, Yu Kuang grabbed a nearby tree branch and deflected the incoming weapons. Otherwise, even if Bai Shangxiu ran fast enough, she wouldn't be able to evade them all. Even though she'd used all her strength, Bai Shangxiu had run too fast and too strenuously to see clearly in front of her anymore. As a result, after she straightened up after a burst of sprinting, her footing failed her and she toppled into a gully by the side of the road. It was so sudden that she didn't let go of the sleigh when she fell, bringing Yu Kuang tumbling down with her. As they rolled down the slope, they ended up holding onto each other. They bounced along the slope in a barely controlled tumble, colliding painfully into obstacle after obstacle. When they finally came to a stop, Bai Shangxiu didn't waste time crying out, but dragged the immobile Yu Kuang into a little crevice of the mountain. She'd spotted it by chance when they tumbled down the steep slope. After stashing him safely, she went back and straightened all the twigs and grasses that they'd crushed with their descent. Technically, she shouldn't understand how to do such things, but her love of novels and TV dramas had taught her otherwise. Yu Kuang took note of all this, unable to fathom how a mere concubine could do such things. He also couldn't imagine why a woman who didn't know martial arts hadn't abandoned him altogether. But still, the danger wasn't over yet. He circulated his energy, hoping to get past the blocked mass of blood inside him. Instead, his anxiety caused a surge of blood to rush into his head, causing him to black out. Fainting away like this wasn't serious, but it replaced him with someone completely different. Bai Xiangxiu was still feeling nervous when someone suddenly hugged her, nearly scaring her into biting off her own tongue. Fortunately, the other person was quick to identify himself. "Big sis, sure missed you so much." The heck, he changed again? Didn't he have to wait until it was nighttime? She lifted her head, only to see that night had come after all. She turned back to glance at him and said, "Can you walk now?" Yes, sure can carry big sis on my back." Bai Xiangxiu had originally wanted to tough it out on her own, but a single shift of her foot left her in acute pain. It looked like having him piggyback her was the only way to go. Yu Shu was very happy to hear of this arrangement, and sprang up from the ground to place her on his back and run forward. "Wait, no, you should head for the north. That's the direction of the capital." "Okay, big sis." Yu Shu actually turned around to head for the capital. His speed was enough to leave Bai Xiangxiu amazed. It looked like Yu Shu retained some of Yu Kuang's memories after all, but didn't understand the meaning behind them. As they ran, he happily asked, "Big sis, can I take you for my wife if I carry you to the capital?" "Sure, so happy, sure wants to have a wife." Bai Xiangxiu was a little pained by all the shaking, but still managed to pat his head and reply, "Do you know what a wife is?" "A wife is someone you can hold on to when you sleep," Yu Shu said after some thought. I guess that's not wrong." Looks like Yu Shu was simply naive, not a fool. She patted him before saying, "Keep going." She began to admire herself for managing to run so far in a bid for her life in the first place. But she must have been seriously injured, because her body hurt all over. Yu Shu followed her instructions to rest in the empty house of a peasant family. She checked her body and found no severe injuries, but her foot had been painfully twisted. There were numerous scrapes on her back as well, and neither of her arms had been left unhurt. They were purple and green with bruises all over. The same could be said for her legs, which were now hard to even move after a brief rest. "Sure, help big sis find some water. And also, do you have any medicine for treating wounds on you?" "Yes, sure has medicine on him." Perhaps Yu Kuang's body had been tempered by long years of martial arts, or perhaps she'd held onto him too well when rolling down the slopes. In any case, he wasn't much injured beyond a few scrapes. He went outside to find a well and fetch some water, before running back to give it to Bai Xiangxiu. Of course, he placed the medicine on a table as well. "Go out and stand guard, make sure no one else comes in." "You can't come in either." "Sure won't go out, it's really dark and scary outside." Yu Shu acted pitiful, making Bai Xiangxiu's mouth twitch. "You're a man and a Wulin alliance head at that, what are you afraid of?" But he seemed to be really fear. "You have to go out, but you don't need to go far. Just stand in front of the door." "Oh." Yu Shu was very docile and obedient, so albeit reluctantly, really did go stand in front of the door. When he saw the light of the moon and stars, he really wanted to call out to the big sis inside to join him, but when he remembered she said not to go inside the rooms, he felt more and more curious instead. "Why am I not allowed to see? Just one peek should be okay." One peek should definitely be fine." This room had been abandoned for a long time already, so the integrity of the paper covering on the windows wasn't strong at all. A single glance back was enough for him to see what was going on inside, but as soon as he did, he found himself unable to look away. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 172, Touchy-feely, Big Sis, You're So Soft. Chapter 172, Touchy-feely, Big Sis, You're So Soft. Yu Shu actually didn't see anything in particular beyond a bare shoulder and back. Bai Xiangxiu hadn't even taken off her undergarments, but was simply wiping herself with water before applying ointment. But this was already an alluring sight to a grown man. Although Yu Shu himself didn't understand the meaning of allure, he still couldn't peel his eyes away. Instead, he just felt like he wanted to look at her longer and hug her again. He gulped before seeing Big Sis turn around. At the same time, he whirled back to look at the moon. Even though he liked looking at the moon in the past, now he thought that Big Sis's body looked much prettier. What to do now? With difficulty, he waited until Bai Xiangxiu said, "All right, you can come in now." How would she know that he'd been peeping on her? She was even secretly praising this boy for being very good and obedient. But who knew that the very same child would come in and hug her as soon as he came in, sighing, "Big sis is so soft, so comfy. Comfy your head. Come and let me apply medicine to you, you're injured too." Because of her injured foot, she couldn't stand for long periods, so she slowly sat on the bed and pulled at his clothes before picking up the medicine. Yushu only stood there blankly as if he wasn't injured at all. "Take off your clothes," Bai Xiangxiu said somewhat helplessly. She really had no idea what this child was thinking, just staring at her like that. Yushu was delighted by these words. His lips drew up into a grin as he really started stripping. Even if he didn't understand everything, he felt that doing this was the right choice. In contrast, Bai Xiangxiu felt a bit dejected. Why was he so happy to strip when she just wanted him to take off his clothes for medicine? He'd taken off all his clothes on his upper body in the blink of an eye. This was pure, blatant seduction, alright? She thought he was a skinny type, but he was attractive in his own way. More importantly, there were scars engraved on his skin that emanated unusual sex appeal. What to do about that? She blushed faintly before she realized something was off, because the other was preparing to take off his pants. Bai Xiangxiu finally couldn't hold back and grabbed his hand. "No need to take off anymore, this is enough. Completely enough." If he kept stripping, she was going to fall apart, alright? "There's an injury." Yushu used his most innocent voice to reply, as if he really was injured down there. "Even if there's an injury, we can't put medicine there." This went too counter to basic principles. She was someone with a husband, after all. Yushu actually gave Bai Xiangxiu an extremely aggrieved look before she pulled him by the arm and spun him around. The next thing he knew, a gentle hand was applying what felt like fire to his back, each scalding touch causing him to tremble. This was a very strange feeling, but very comfortable as well. When Bai Xiangxiu finished and took a look at Yushu, his cheeks had turned red just like he'd been bullied. She gave a light cough before silently turning to the side. That kind of look, coupled with his appearance, made it impossible for anyone to abandon him. It was like a little puppy. How it made one's heart soften, how it made him that much more likable. But she still knew that this kind of like wasn't anything like love. Instead, he'd stirred up her maternal instincts, which was why she'd done everything to save him at the critical moment. "Put on your clothes, don't catch a chill." It was best not to travel at night, but they couldn't light a fire either. They could rest here until morning to continue their journey. Hopefully, Yu Kuang would return by then. By her observation, the wounds on his body were just about healed by now. He should be able to take her somewhere with civilization. However, it'd be hard enough passing through this night. Bai Xiangxiu told Yushu, "You go sleep on the bed first." She decided to keep watch in case someone caught up to them. "No way, I want to hold on to Big Sis and sleep. Big Sis is soft." Yushu wasn't Yu Kuang, so his killing move was to act cute. Bai Xiangxiu gave him a shove and said in a serious tone, "Don't move, go to sleep." Yushu ignored her and kept acting spoiled. In the end, Bai Xiangxiu had no choice but to lie next to him because he needed to rest from his injuries. With this, Yushu was happy. He could hug his big sis to sleep. But the next morning, Yu Kuang wasn't happy at all waking up hugging the woman again. Originally, he thought that he could let this woman and her husband be if they were living so happily together. But this morning, he discovered that not only were they lying together, their clothes were even a bit disheveled. Don't tell him that nothing had happened this time. As expected, the startled awake Bai Xiangxiu recognized him at first glance and said, "Nothing happened between us last night, either." If there was anyone to blame, it was that Yushu for being too mischievous and insisting that they sleep together. She rubbed her head. Last night she'd lasted until half the night before somehow falling asleep herself. Fortunately, no enemies had arrived, or else they would have been assassinated in their sleep. Yu Kuang noticed her body full of injuries and said, "Clean up a bit. We'll set off for the capital as quickly as possible." "All right." Bai Xiangxiu didn't know what she needed to clean up. They didn't have any food after all, only something to drink. She used the water to brush through her hair before feeling she should give it all to return to the capital. Wasn't it just traveling quickly, in the end? But as soon as she left the house, she gave a start. As far as she could see were snow-covered mountains. It really was very beautiful. Nowadays, it was impossible to see such white snow in the modern world, nor snowy landscapes like this one. She reached out a hand to catch the falling snowflakes and saw that they were indeed as gorgeous as the ones drawn in books. Mother Nature was so magical and mysterious, creating things like this as pretty as a picture. So beautiful. But she didn't know that she was the beauty in the instant, and a rarely seen beauty at that. Even if she looked a little wretched, the snowfall only made her that much more dazzling. What? Bai Xiangxiu heard someone answering her and turned back to reply. But the other didn't answer, instead choosing to look at the drifting snowflakes. Oh, so he thinks the snow is beautiful too. Can we go? We can. Pardon for the offense. She was about to ask how he was offending her when he took her into his arms. In her moment of shock, the other had already bounded out into the snow-covered landscape at a dizzyingly fast pace. Finally, Bai Xiangxiu realized what she should have prepared for. Those chilly winds cut painfully across her face and sent her ordered hair all into a mess. This really was a rather crude way of rushing on their journey. But she had to admit that they were indeed traveling very fast. Moreover, she noticed that there really existed people who could walk on snow without leaving any footprints behind. Each patch of ground they glided over showed no hints of their passage. Sometimes there was some snow blown aside, but they were like the smoke trails of an airplane, at most. It really was very pretty. If there was time, she'd like to have Long Hung run around like this with her in his arms for fun. But after further thought, she realized he'd never do something like this because he'd be too worried of scaring her instead. They were almost at the capital, and he was getting closer to marrying the female lead. Actually, she felt that this period of time had passed by rather well. At least she didn't have the time to think about his matters. But she'd have to face it once she returned. When Bai Xiangxiu reached that point in her thoughts, she suddenly felt an urge to flee instead. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 173, 2 Supporting Male Characters. Chapter 173, 2 Supporting Male Characters. But those were all considerations for the future. Right now, her current thoughts were entirely preoccupied by when she could set her feet on solid ground again. Being carried about here and there really left a person speechless. She wanted to throw up, but couldn't. She wanted to faint, but didn't. Even if she wanted him to stop and rest for a while, she couldn't open her mouth to speak the words. It really was a living torment. Bai Xiangxiu felt like incense smoke was constantly spinning around and around in her eyes until it left her dizzy. Suddenly, a streak of white shot by one side. All she felt was that the sight looked familiar, but she couldn't continue the thought because her head was on the verge of exploding. Meanwhile, the other figure suddenly stopped before turning back to chase after them. Put her down, thief. This voice seemed to belong to the supporting male, Song Jiaoyue. Her savior was here. Quick, stop him. However, Yu Kuang simply increased his speed at the sound of his voice. They couldn't run any further. At this rate, they'd bypass the capital entirely. Bai Xiangxiu couldn't be bothered with much else and reached out with her hand to pinch something. She didn't care whether it was an arm or a butt, but it was to remind him to stop. But as it turned out, she ended up pinching his waist. How could Yu Kuang be unaffected by a sudden attack there while he was running? He sucked in a breath lightly before stopping to look down at Bai Xiangxiu with furrowed brows, not understanding. That momentary pause was enough for Song Jiaoyue to catch up to them. He noticed that the man didn't seem too wicked or evil, but once his eyes met her clear and delicate ones, he instantly felt an urge to pull that woman into his own arms. So without further ado, he flung out a punch. Let her go. Who are you? Yu Kuang easily evaded the blow as he held onto Bai Xiangxiu's waist and started fighting with Song Jiaoyue. Bai Xiangxiu felt like flipping a table. Fight all you want, but why drag me along? Hold it, you two. She finally shouted, her voice piercing the eardrums of the two males. While they were staring, dumbstruck, at her, she struggled free of Yu Kuang's grip to kneel on one side with dry heaves. Song Jiaoyue only felt a heavy blow to his heart as he backed up a step in surprise. If it's like this, then are you having a... Have? What have? He made me so woozy, I almost threw up last night's dinner. Bai Xiangxiu shot a glance at Yu Kuang, only to see his face remain as cold and noble as always. Only then did Song Jiaoyue release his held breath and walk over to help her up. It's about time I found you. Just what kind of person took you out of the manor? It was that man called Luo Yunzheng. She was about to give her hand to Song Jiaoyue when it was batted away. Will this friend please conduct yourself with dignity? This woman is my future wife. Yu Kuang said without an ounce of politeness. He had a guess that this man was none other than Bai Xiangxiu's husband. He looked all right and had good martial arts to match, but the sight of them acting familiar with each other made him uncomfortable. You two, since when? Song Jiaoyue gave a start. He trusted that Bai Xiangxiu wasn't that kind of woman, but this man didn't seem like the type to speak heresy either. How should I know since when? Bai Xiangxiu glanced at Yu Kuang, not knowing why he'd spoken such words. But Yu Kuang simply placed her behind him before saying, since you know martial arts, we can have a match. If I win, she'll belong to me. How's that, Dot? What? What, I'll belong to, you? But before she could finish, he struck her acupoint and rendered her mute. Song Jiaoyue clenched his fists and said coldly, "We don't have the right to decide for her sake, so I ask that you hand her over. I'll bring her to somewhere safe. But if you have any connection to Luo Yunzheng, don't blame me for being rude. I don't have the slightest connection to Luo Yunzheng. Don't you want her? Then you have to fight me for her." In the Jianghu, people resolved conflicts in such a simple manner like this. Moreover, Yu Kuang deeply abhorred the look in the other man's eyes. Song Jiaoyue saw Bai Xiangxiu staring at him from behind the other man as she waved her hands back and forth. She was obviously trying to tell him not to agree to this man's terms. He couldn't help but smile slightly. "Don't worry, I'll make sure you're safe." Bai Xiangxiu rolled her eyes. Yu Kuang wasn't Luo Yunzheng, so there was nothing dangerous about staying by his side, alright? But men were always impulsive like this. The two of them actually started fighting. She was cut off from any more communication as their fight blasted into action, the flurry of blows passing too quickly for her to see. She couldn't even make out the figures amidst the furious back and forth. She didn't dare rush out to stop them, because she was sure she'd be sent flying by a punch if she tried. Meanwhile, the two men were both astonished by each other. One couldn't fight at full speed and strength because of his obstructed blood circulation, while the other was no match for him originally. As a result, because of various reasons, they ended up with a tie. In the end, fighting became meaningless, so they halted at the same time. Bai Xiangxiu looked at them both before picking up a branch to write, "Song Jiaoyue isn't my husband, don't seek trouble for yourself." Then she wrote on, "He's my lifesaver, so don't hurt him, Sir Song." Finally she'd explained herself. She blinked at Yu Kuang, hinting that he could unseal her acupoint now. Yu Kuang tapped her acupoint, and she could finally speak again. "Sir Song, this Sir Yu saved me from Luo Yunzheng's clutches. He's currently taking me back to the capital." Song Jiaoyue looked at Sir Yu and only smiled coldly. "Oh? How could we have alliance had you personally send you back? Why not have this one take over from here so you can go back to your busy affairs?" Yu Kuang only said mildly, "Since you're not her husband, what kind of person are you to her?" "I'm looking for her husband." "What are you looking for her husband for?" Song Jiaoyue didn't think this man was really planning to hand Bai Xiangxiu over to her husband. As expected, Yu Kuang's next words were, to ask for her hand in marriage. "I want to take her as my wife." Song Jiaoyue's tone turned severe. "Shut your mouth." This was something even he could only dream of, but this man had spoken those same words so easily. How could he keep his temper in the face of something like this? Bai Xiangxiu had never seen Song Jiaoyue so incensed and was frightened to the point of shaking. Indeed, men were still men in the end. No matter how good their tempers were, it was still scary when they lost it. Still, she couldn't blame him when Yu Kuang's words were this infuriating. "Sir Yu, I've said it before. I have a husband and we're doing very well together. He won't agree to me marrying you. So, many thanks for bringing me to this point, you should go back to take care of your own matters." She raised a hand to move him aside, but caught Yu Kuang staring at her. It felt like an abandoned puppy was looking out from his eyes, making her rub her head instead of chasing him away. Song Jiaoyue, however, had already seized the chance to pull her to his side, before letting go of her hand as if he'd been burned. "This one is the friend of this woman's husband. I came out this time to search for her. Many thanks to Alliance Head you for this life-saving debt. However, I believe that a proper and upright Woolian Alliance Head won't force a woman to repay such kindness with herself, correct?" Though Song Jiaoyue's words were respectful, they also served as a warning for Yu Kuang to be mindful of his status. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 174, Heartless, or Not? Chapter 174, Heartless, or Not? Bai Xiangxiu too felt that she'd have no idea what would happen if she kept entangling herself with Yu Kuang. Most importantly, he wasn't even a supporting male character, so she didn't know anything about him and was constantly constrained by what she could do. Thus, she spoke up to help Song Jiaoyue and persuade Yu Kuang at the same time. "Furthermore, aren't you being chased by assassins right now? It's not easy to take care of them if you bring me along. Why not take care of your own matters first?" Yu Kuang's gaze seemed to relax somewhat. Truly, his personal enemies weren't easy to deal with. Moreover, all of them were killers who were willing to cast away their own lives. After some hesitation, he said, "Then tell me the address, I'll find you later." The Song family near the northern gates of the capital city. Song Jiaoyue offered his own address without the slightest hesitation, but Yu Kuang obviously didn't believe him. He kept his stare leveled at Bai Xiangxiu. Bai Xiangxiu was afraid of him going to the prince's estate as well, so she repeated, the Song family near the northern gates of the capital city. Then she glanced at Song Jiaoyue with a guilty conscience. Please don't blame me if anything happens. Yu Kuang naturally knew what kind of people the Song family were. There was always one official in charge of Wulin affairs in the capital, and that person usually hailed from the Song family. It looked like this Luo Yunzheng was making enemies for the Wulin left and right. He couldn't be allowed to connive others any longer. Yu Kuang was different from Yu Shu. His feelings for Bai Xiangxiu weren't as deep, or rather, he'd only persisted in seeking her hand in marriage because he and his alter ego shared the same body. But when there was business to take care of, that took precedence. Thus, he bid farewell to Bai Xiangxiu and turned away. However, he came to regret his decision very soon. Only a few nights had passed before he assimilated all of his other memories. When that was done, he realized that she was likely the only person in the world who could look at Yushu without a hint of disdain. Moreover, he'd never be able to pay her back for all the things she'd done for him. Of course, these are all stories to be told in future. Now that Song Jiaoyue realized he was with the object of his longtime affections, he became a little nervous. He saw that her foot was injured and her clothes in tatters and asked, "There's a small town up ahead. Can you hold out until we walk there?" This man wasn't Yu Kuang. Because Bai Xiangxiu suddenly recalled the issue of the pastries with heart filling in them, she was flustered as well. Immediately, she nodded to say she'd be all right. But after taking a single step, she discovered her foot was too numb and pained to go any further. Her tears nearly overflowed. She was sure that her foot was crippled. Only then did Song Jiaoyue's heart felt a bit more at ease, because he was wondering why Yu Kuang had been carrying her all that time. Now that he thought about it, if her foot wasn't suited for travel, then it was only right that she should be carried. Still, he was still a little timid, and walked over to ask, "How about I support you as you walk?" Bai Xiangxiu had no choice. She couldn't just stand here unmoving forever. Furthermore, she couldn't stand still for long either, because the injuries on her back were still hurting. Thus, she nodded her head and forced out a smile. Song Jiaoyue didn't notice any of this in his excitement. He slowly walked over to support her little hand. Although she was a little dirty, it did nothing to hide her beauty, especially her soft and supple body as it leaned against his. He felt a strong urge to protect her. Song Jiaoyue had held women before, but none of them had been as soft and lithe as Bai Xiangxiu. Her slender waist and refined posture really sent every man's heart into palpitations. His heart never stopped thumping along their entire journey. He couldn't help but feel that a single move from her would drive him into doing something irrevocable. And yet she did a very such thing when she lost her footing and tumbled to the ground. He quickly picked up her and carried her into his arms. "Are you all right?" Thank you. But you can put me down now." Why is it no problem for Yu Kuang to carry her, but a big problem for him? Song Jiaoyue didn't put her down, but stared straight ahead and purposely pressed her head to his chest. Then he asked with an extremely calm voice, "Why weren't there any hearts in your pastries?" She knew he'd asked her sooner or later, but they were under such questionable circumstances currently. She didn't even have anywhere to hide, so what was she to do? She grew flustered before she blurted out, "Weren't yours heartless in the beginning as well?" Song Jiaoyue was quick to reply, "That was because of your status, so that's why I." Who knew that she'd grow more and more enticing to his eyes from then on? He'd been regretting it ever since. That's still my status now. Moreover, the prince and I now. We've already done that. She couldn't say those words, so she simply said, "He treats me very well." If he treats you well, why would he be marrying that Miss Lin so soon? Song Jiaoyue suddenly felt a burst of anger. If it wasn't for this, he wouldn't have come looking for Bai Xiangxiu on his own without even Long Heng's prompting. When he recalled the day that Long Heng had found him to tell how Bai Xiangxiu had disappeared, he remembered his heart had been burning with impatience. He'd never felt so worried before. Thus, he simply grabbed a horse and went to look for her. He never expected to run into her just like that. But he was very clear of the reasons behind the search. Because Long Heng had to get married, he was probably worried that Miss Lin would feel uncomfortable if he went searching on his own. Thus, he had this so-called favored concubine sent away. Bai Xiangxiu was speechless for a second, because she really had grown angry over the news. There was no helping it, though. She actually harbored feelings for that man? But he ended up treating her well on one side while busying himself with marrying another woman on the other. Although he might not truly love Miss Lin, Bai Xiangxiu still found this hard to accept because she was a modern woman. That's why she wanted to escape. That's why she wanted to go back to the prince's manor, to her winter garden, to the present. Song Jiaoyue felt her hands tighten their grip on his clothes and couldn't help but blame himself for bringing up the topic. Alright, don't overthink things. Let's find a place to rest first. She's covered in injuries. We should find a place and have a doctor look her over. Just like Song Jiaoyue said, there really was a small town up ahead. They settled down in the two biggest rooms of the local inn before summoning a doctor and female nurse to give Bai Shangxiu a thorough examination. They said that there were no major problems. As long as she rested quietly in bed, she'd recover quickly. All the other injuries were superficial wounds at most, so they'd heal within a few days. Only then did Song Jiaoyue set his worries at rest. He really felt that Bai Shangxiu was prone to injuries. Right at this moment, he heard the nurse say, "Sir, the scars on your wife's back are really quite frightening. How did a woman come by such injuries?" She was only curious. No matter how she saw it, this Bai Shangxiu was a woman of the boudoir. What kind of person could have left such heavy injuries on her back? Song Jiaoyue felt his heart spasm with pain before he gave a bitter smile. That was because of my negligence. The female doctor didn't probe after seeing him thus. She left him some medicine, accepted her consultation fee, and departed. Song Jiaoyue then returned to the rooms to take a look at Bai Shangxiu. If it was possible, he'd take this woman and disappear into the capital city entirely. But he couldn't. He still had the Song family, which was his responsibility. Still, this didn't mean he would lose her, because she was only a concubine. If Long Hong really disliked her, he should agree to hand her over as long as he spoke up, right? A title like favored concubine would be forgotten and faded after a couple of years. No one would object if he brought her into his manor then. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 175, An Arousing Kiss, the Male Supporting Character's Instigation. Chapter 175, An Arousing Kiss, the Male Supporting Character's Instigation. Bai Shangxiu was in deep slumber tonight due to her recent exertions. She didn't even appear to notice that Song Jiaoyue was sitting at her bedside. Her hand was gently propping her chin up, and her breathing was very shallow. Her hair was messy as it unraveled down her face, giving off a slightly innocent but also tempting air. Song Jiaoyue gently reached over with his hand to lightly brush her hair to the back. However, the pale flesh on her neck blinded his eyes. She was truly beautiful. Her beauty was even more stunning after she had washed her face. He subconsciously reached over and stroked her smooth, exquisite neck. It felt so satisfying that he couldn't shift his hand away. Ultimately, he ended up lowering his head to kiss her slightly gaping lips. They were soft and had a whiff of herbs. He'd only wanted a small sample. But the moment his lips came in contact with hers, he was no longer able to control his wild, beating heart. He went from sampling to devouring as he began to suck on those moist, soft lips. His mind turned blank, and he couldn't think of anything else. He gently shifted his body and pressed down on top of her. Song Jiaoyue kissed Bai Shangxiu in an almost mesmerized fashion, with even his two hands were becoming unruly. Bai Shangxiu was still asleep, but she felt a very uncomfortable weight pressing down on her. It was so heavy that she was having difficulties breathing. She exerted all her strength to push the huge boulder off her chest. Unexpectedly, she touched a man's body instead. She abruptly awakened and felt her lips being ravaged. Her body was being sexually assaulted. Bai Shangxiu ferociously bit down with force. Then, she raised her leg in attempt to protect her chastity. Her series of actions caused Song Jiaoyue to violently snap back to reality. He painfully sat up from the bed and realized the degree of his actions. Bai Shangxiu's garment was half undone as she lay there, and her lips were slightly swollen. Her graceful shoulders were already exposed. I am sorry, I was wrong. Song Jiaoyue felt that he'd been a brutish beast. He stood up and walked out. When he returned back to his room, he ordered a servant to bring him cold water to take a bath and light the fires. Yet, he was still unable to calm down. He'd never done a thing like this before. Why was he unable to control himself to such an extent? She was also a woman, but why was she different in so many ways? How could he be attracted to her on such an unfathomable level? The more he thought about it, the less he was able to comprehend. She even appeared in his dreams. In his dreams, she was so extremely gentle that he abandoned all sense of logic and began to do satisfying things with her. As expected, doing the deed with her was the most pleasurable. But sooner or later, all dreams come to an end. After waking up, he felt powerless and depressed. I must have her. In any case, Long Hong probably doesn't treat her as a person. Song Jiayue sat up from the bed after thinking things through. He wasn't going to hand her over for the time being. But he needed Bai Xiangshou's permission to do so as well. Right, she's interested in me. She just wasn't at liberty to display it presently. So he had to try his best to make her fall for him again. Thinking of this, he freshened up and personally headed downstairs to carry breakfast upstairs. Bai Xiangshou was still quite disturbed by what had happened last night. So when she saw Song Jiayue, her entire body stiffened. Song Jiayue acted like nothing had happened as he carried the breakfast inside. Would you like to eat together? All right. So nerve-wracking. The corner of Bai Xiangshou's mouth twitched as she watched him arrange the breakfast items. What did this striking example of a man want to do? He was already clearly very gentle towards her, but add all this together, it was the tempo of chasing a girl. Right, he was undoubtedly chasing her. Bai Xiangshou silently sat down. Then she commented, actually, you have some kanji. A steamy bowl of clear kanji was placed in front of her. There was nothing she could do. So, Bai Xiangshou ate her kanji without speaking. With great difficulty, they finished their breakfast. Song Jiayue had already made preparations to set off when she broached the subject of heading back to the capital. However, there were many sets of clothes delivered to her room before they did so. They were all extraordinarily opulent and suitable for her. Bai Xiangshou quite liked them, but why did she feel like she was doing something bad behind Long Heng's back? Men wouldn't casually give gifts like this. Although her current outfit was truly a sorry sight, he only needed to give her one set. Regardless of how she looked at it, there was something wrong with giving her so many sets. Even if she overlooked the clothes, the jewelry he gave her were rare and precious. In addition, he'd included a dragon phoenix hairpin. There must be a subliminal message in that, right? I cannot accept this. However, if you give this to Sister Yusei, I am sure she will be delighted. Bai Xiangshou tactfully declined as she lightly pushed the hairpin away. Yusei is merely a house slave. How would she dare to accept these gifts? Song Jiayue forcefully placed the hairpin in her hand as he smiled. I kept what you gave me all along. I use it often. He was referring to the bookmark. He really did carry it on him at all times. As he spoke, he had already taken it out and spun it around in his hand. If I knew he was going to treat you like this, I should have taken you in at the Song Manor instead. Bai Xiangshou looked earnestly at Song Jiayue. This male supporting character was a good one, all right. He was honestly a good man. But even if he took her in, she would only be a concubine, wouldn't she? In the ancient times, there was a possibility that she could become someone's wife if she'd yet to marry. But now that she had already been established as someone's concubine, she would never be able to gain the title of a wife. Neglecting the main wife for a concubine was an enormous crime. The man would be beaten with a plank and imprisoned. Ha! What position would Sir Song give me at his residence? A concubine? Bai Xiangshou admitted that she had never been so bitter before. You can't blame her. She had already fought with Long Hong because she didn't want to be a concubine. Now, suddenly another man also wanted her as a concubine? Wasn't that a grave insult to her? No, of course not. I truly have feelings for you. After I take you in, I would marry you as my wife. Then, we'll be together forever and never be apart. Is that all right? Song Jiayue grabbed her hand with agitation to show his sincerity. This line sounded familiar. Bai Xiangshou recalled that Song Jiayue had said the exact same words to the female lead when they were eloping. Life was honestly filled with surprises. How was she the recipient of this line instead? You would take me as your wife? It was most likely because of this line that Bai Xiangshou had chosen him as her savior when she'd arrived here. He respected women and never saw them as objects to play with. The female lead then had been Long Heng's wife, and her reputation would have been ruined had she been served a letter of divorce. But Song Jiayue was still willing to marry such a woman and give her the title of a wife. This type of thinking was very precious. The Song family will never approve. No one in the world would approve of something like this. So, if failure is already certain, why do you try? Bai Xiangshou solemnly stood in front of Song Jiayue as she lifted her head and made direct eye contact with him, proving that she was currently very rational. Song Jiayue never thought a woman could be so cool-headed. Under normal circumstances, women wouldn't look at him so calmly if he was professing his love like this. You don't have to worry about any of this. I will take care of it all. A concubine didn't require a letter of divorce. Song Jiayue could go and propose marriage as soon as Long Hong swept her out the door. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 176, Detained. The Beginnings of a Torturous Love? Chapter 176, Detained. The Beginnings of a Torturous Love? Bai Xiangxiu was absolutely right. He had too many obstacles to overcome before it would be feasible to propose marriage. One good example of said obstacle was his family itself. Even though they weren't as prestigious as the prince's family, the Song family was still considered to be one of the most influential families. Even though they were just one of the branches of the family, his family would never accept a girl with no family background. Worse still, she had already been another's concubine. There would surely be an enormous fight and resistance then. Even Song Jiaoyue himself wasn't entirely sure that he could convince them. She's right. I really do have to put in a lot of planning before I can take her into my family. It's too difficult for us both. Since we know that it's impossible, why bother? It's better for us to forget about it. Sir Song, we both need time to calm down. Once she was done speaking, she turned her head to the side and continued, we should return to the capital, but there will surely be trouble if I stay here any longer. Since he has harassed me once, I have no doubt that there will be a second or a third time. I'm worried that I really will put a green hat on Long Heng's head if I continue to stay here. Unfortunately, Song Jiaoyue grabbed her hand instead and replied, no. He will only hurt you if you return to his side. So stay. Song Jiaoyue. A voice filled with violence suddenly thundered through the room, as if it had exploded right next to their ears. Bai Xiangxiu quickly pulled her hand away and took a few steps backwards. Immediately after that, a large hand reached out from behind her and pulled her into a man's embrace. Holding her tightly, the man showcased his dominance and possessiveness. Now that's an appropriate reaction from a male lead. But why is he acting that way towards me instead of the female lead? Even though she felt a little happy, she couldn't help but feel a little distressed as well. The plotline has now derailed entirely from the novel. What should she do? No matter what, she was certain about one thing. She definitely had to return to the prince's manor. Song Jiaoyue was surprisingly quick on his feet. He quickly reached out towards Long Heng in an attempt to grab the woman in his arms. However, Long Heng was no slouch either. He lunged at Song Jiaoyue with a short sword in hand. He showed no mercy. Song Jiaoyue narrowly avoided the attack by the skin of his neck. Unfortunately for him, the sword had sliced into his clothes, and a bookmark fell out from his waist. Long Heng quickly dived forwards to grab the bookmark, as so did Song Jiaoyue. However, Long Heng was unexpectedly so well versed in the internal arts that he was able to draw the bookmark into his hands. The bookmark couldn't have been more familiar to him. He had one as well. I see. So the two of them have already been seeing each other since a long time ago. I always thought that it was just Song Jiaoyue who was secretly in love with her. But I didn't expect that she would have such feelings towards him as well. No wonder. No wonder she went personally to seek Song Jiaoyue's help for that autumn garden incident, and even spent most of the day outside with him. I understand why now. Long Heng fixed his cold eyes on Bai Xiangxiu. She was trembling hard from fright. She couldn't help but think that this was a precursor to some kind of torturous love often seen in the novel. Reality soon proved her intuition right, because he suddenly tightened his arms around her and was unusually rough with her. He was showing no mercy. The hug made Bai Xiangxiu yelp in pain. Even though she wasn't injured by his actions, she still felt threatened by him. When men become domineering, they are so insufferable. I don't get why so many women like these kinds of men. Look. He has caused his woman pain for no good reason at all. Bai Xiangxiu furrowed her brows and was considering if she should imitate the female lead and put up a struggle while shouting for him to let go. But because it was her man that was hugging her, she decided to endure for a little while longer instead. I didn't expect her to be so obedient after knowing that she has done something wrong. Is there some hidden reason behind all this? He stopped hugging her so tightly after such thoughts passed through his mind. However, he still maintained his unyielding attitude and immediately turned around to take her away. He'd already crushed the bookmark in his hand had already been crushed into pieces by his internal force. Song Jiaoyue clenched his fist and said, "You're being too unreasonable, Long Heng. She's not your property. She's only a woman. Do you know what a woman wants?" With his back turned against Song Jiaoyue, Long Heng replied, "I don't need to know, because she is my woman, but..." Song Jiaoyue only realized now that he was completely in the wrong. He didn't even have the power to take her away from him. He only moved to the window after they had disappeared from sight. He noticed that a group of men had surrounded the vicinity. Even though they were wearing civilian clothing, it was obvious that they were from the army. He actually dispatched his private army to look for her. Does he actually care about her? Or maybe, he only cares about his own reputation? Song Jiaoyue laughed coldly. If it was the latter, he would definitely take her away from him and elope without a care for the consequences. Long Hong was finally able to take her home to the princely manor this time. However, he didn't take her back to Apricot Garden nor did he take her to Winter Garden. Instead, she was locked up in a small cottage within his residence. She wasn't even allowed to leave her room. Your Highness. Why are you imprisoning me? I swear that there's really nothing between me and Song Jiaoyue. We're just... You are not allowed leave this place from henceforth. Otherwise, don't blame me for what happens. Such a cold demeanor. And yet, every time the female lead gets angry at him or goes out to see another man, he still turns around to put her through agony and then care for her. This man is so awkward and inexperienced when it comes to love. Bai Xiangxiu could only sigh with helplessness. She took a seat on the bed without saying anything, which signified that she no longer cared. But her actions enraged Long Hong even more instead. He walked in circles in front of her as he rambled. Fine. You don't truly care about this prince, do you? You just want to fool around with that Song Jiaoyue instead. I want to see how long you can keep your relationship with him a secret. You want me to. Suddenly, he felt a person's warmth on his lips. His ice-cold heart was thawed in an instant by the warm and sweet sensation. It was the first time she had taken the initiative to kiss Long Hong. And just like that, his loneliness from the past few days and jealousy in his heart was thrown to the back of his mind. He held her tight and tumbled into the sheets with her. Even though the bed was very small, there was still ample space for them to do whatever they needed to do. However, Prince Li still had to go through his fair share of hardship. Despite looking refreshed and satiated when he left in the morning, he obviously hadn't slept very well. After leaving the cottage, the door was still locked with an audible clink. Your mother. Isn't this a sign that there is more torture to come? Bai Xiangxiu was taking it surprisingly well. She had come to terms with the fact that she was destined to have many more days where she would not be able to get out of bed. It was probably best for her to lie down and rest instead. The old madam's condition had turned for the better recently. She was already feeling well enough to take charge of the household matters. As for Bai Xiangxiu's whereabouts, Long Hong had told his mother that he had brought his concubine back because life at the monastery was too tough. And because he was too worried, he decided to move her to his residence. The old madam also noticed that something was a little off as well. It isn't wrong to bring her back to care for her, but why make it so that I don't get to see her? Long Hong had already prepared an answer. He told the old madam that he'd noticed that his enemies were making their move lately, and because he was afraid that they target his children. Thus, he'd decided to keep her hidden. Despite being confined in a tiny house, Bai Xiangxiu was aware of everything that was going on outside because Long Hong was unable to keep any secrets from her. However, he was incredibly adamant with his decision to not let her leave and wouldn't allow Song Jiaoyue to step foot in his estate ever again. He had actually gotten a better understanding of what had conspired between the two. The story he'd received earlier was one of the surface. It had something to do with giving Song Jiaoyue the bookmark as gratitude, and getting to know each other better due to the return gifts, etc. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 177, Kidnapping Someone, Courting Death. Chapter 177, Kidnapping Someone, Courting Death. Long Hong didn't truly believe her story even though Bai Xiangxiu had already told him everything other than her feelings towards Song Jiaoyue at that time. There truly weren't any flaws in her story for him to pick out. Naturally, she couldn't tell him about the incident where she'd taken a knife for Song Jiaoyue. Believing only about half of her story, he said coldly, even if he pleads for your release, I will keep you in my manor for the rest of your life. Don't even think about leaving. I have no intention to leave either. All right? Bai Xiangxiu countered resignedly as she blinked her eyes. It was as if she was saying, what can you do about it? Long Heng's anger immediately evaporated. Why does my anger vanish into thin air every time she makes those faces? Even though he knew that her words weren't trustworthy. He couldn't stop trying to convince himself that she wasn't that sort of person and that he was overthinking things. One part of him wanted him to be skeptical, yet the other part wanted to believe her. He felt very conflicted indeed. Every time he confronted her in anger, her charm would mellow him out instead. Then he would enter a valley of tenderness and just couldn't bring himself to scold her anymore. Even when she wanted to go out for a stroll, she would just have to poke him whilst they were in the sheets and he would immediately give in. The imprisonment quickly turned into one only in name after a few days. Even though she was technically being imprisoned, she was allowed to go out for a stroll every day and would only return when she felt like it, all the while with Long Hang's accompaniment. But just when Long Han was about to unround her, something worrying happened. A mysterious man snuck his way into the prince's manor without being seen by the guards or even Long Hang's concealed bodyguards. He'd lingered in the manor for quite some time before finally arriving at Bai Xiangxiu's room. At that moment, Bai Xiangxiu and Long Hang were playing a game of chess while drinking tea. When she caught sight of the mystery person, she dropped her teacup in disbelief. Because Long Han was right in front of her, she tilted her head and took a closer look at the newcomer, afraid that her eyes were playing tricks on her. In the end, there was no doubt. This person was indeed Yu Kuang. Why has he come to the princely manor? How did he find this place? Most importantly, why is he looking at Long Han with so much hate in his eyes? Bai Xiangxiu couldn't react in time. Eyes wide open, she stared stupidly as Long Han stood up to ask coldly, "Who are you?" "Yu Kuang. I assume you're princely?" Yu Kuang closed the door politely and looked at Long Han straight in the eye, as if he wished to have a private chat with the prince. His aura was in no way less imposing than that of Long Hang's. "Yu Kuang? Alliance head you? To what do I owe the honor of your presence?" Long Han asked while calmly looking back at him. Even though he seemed completely at ease, he was actually highly guarded and had subtly blocked the path to Bai Xiangxiu. If this man made any suspicious movements, Long Han would find a way to have Bai Xiangxiu leave first. He was well aware that this man was here for the woman behind him. Just as he expected, Yu Kuang then pointed his finger to Bai Xiangxiu and said, "She is your concubine. Am I right?" "Yes." "Not your official wife?" "No." "But what does that have to with you?" Long Han was turning into a block of ice, flooding the room with frost. However, Yu Kuang wasn't the least bit affected by it as he continued, "Since she's not your wife, why don't you give her to me?" Swish! A hidden blade flew across the room. Yu Kuang tilted his head slightly to evade the attack. Unfazed, he continued, "You have more than one concubine. What does it matter to you to give one of them to me? To right my wrongs, I have to fulfill my promise and make her my wife." Wife? Long Han clenched his fist and retorted coldly, "Does a well-respected Wulin alliance head such as yourself have trouble finding a wife?" Bai Xiangxiu gulped nervously. "This is bad. A Wulin alliance head is here to add to the trouble before the Song Jiaoyue matter is resolved. And he has multiple personalities at that too. Thank God it's Yu Kuang that came. Yushu would probably have just taken me before anything else. Does the vaunted Prince Li have trouble finding more women? If you truly can't find any, I can locate some beauties and send them to you. That person alone is enough for me." Yu Kuang was absolutely serious. His celestial-like face was now voicing words that would cause many other women to swoon over him. I don't know whether I should sing his praises or scold him for speaking this nonsense. Bai Xiangxiu was a little touched. Not a lot of men were able to say such a thing in the olden times. Apart from being ascetic, he likely really wasn't much of a lecher. Unfortunately, Long Han had noticed the expression in her eyes. Unable to suppress his anger, he ordered, "Get out or don't blame me for being discourteous." Long Han had already made his move before his words came out, yet Yu Kuang met him straight in the middle. No weaker than each other, their battle was highly perilous. Bai Xiangxiu didn't expect these men to be so hot-blooded to start fighting at a moment's notice. However, it was obvious that they didn't want to alarm others. Even though they were fighting, they did so only inside the room and only made muffled and quiet noises. Yu Kuang obviously doesn't want people outside to be alarmed, but why is Long Han doing the same as well? After putting some thought into it, Bai Xiangxiu finally understood why. Is Long Han doing this to avoid tarnishing my reputation? The truth didn't really matter. She was touched by his gesture nonetheless. "Stop. Your Highness, Alliance Head Yu was actually my benefactor that saved my life when I was kidnapped by Luo Yongzheng. Do you remember the benefactor that I mentioned earlier? This is him." Long Han had no intention of stopping. Instead, Yu Kuang had something to add, "I'm not your benefactor. I promised that I would marry you. But I didn't agree to that. So? Alliance Head Yu. You're being a little." Bai Xiangxiu. Yu Kuang had raised his voice at her a little. He was likely worried that she might reveal the fact that he had multiple personalities. Long Han was extremely displeased when he heard Yu Kuang call out his concubine's name. He warned sternly, "She is this prince's woman. You have no right to order her around." Yu Kuang immediately retorted with, "She must become my wife." He remained thus insistent because he had finally recalled everything that had happened between Yushu and Bai Xiangxiu, including seeing her shoulder and her wounded back. But most importantly, he had seen her gentle and caring side. Yu Shu was so captivated by her that his feelings had spread to Yu Kuang as well. When he'd come looking for her after settling his business, Yu Kuang realized that she wasn't Song Jiaoyue's concubine after all. After listening in on the conversations between Song Jiaoyue and his maidservants, Yu Kuang realized Bai Xiangxiu's true identity was Prince Li's concubine. But it hadn't been easy to locate her. He'd had to hide within the manor and eavesdrop on the servants to finally piece the clues together. It turned out she had been imprisoned by Prince Li. People from the Jianghu didn't care much about the status and identity of women. They simply followed the whims of their heart. Moreover, he had actually come with the intention of negotiating in peace, but this Prince Li just wouldn't let her go. Finally remembering that he was actually here for peaceful negotiations, he quickly added, "We can talk terms if you hand her over me. I can give you anything as long as it's within my capabilities." Long Hung smiled coldly and replied, "Alliance head Yu. The only wish I have is for you to get the hell out of my manor." Yu Kuang was furrowed his brows. Could it be that she was speaking the truth when she said that they are truly in love with each other? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 178, The New Guard. Chapter 178, The New Guard. Yu Kuang was a bit inexperienced when it came to relationships, but that didn't mean he was a complete idiot. He could see with his own eyes that pushing any further would make the situation unfavorable for her. Hence, he drew back, stopping the fight, and declared, "Then I shall take my leave for now. I'll come back when you wed again and take her away then. No hurry. In any case, Prince Li will wed his consort in the coming year." When that happened, Yu Kuang could take her away, just like Song Jiaoyue was thinking. Long Hong felt exceptionally depressed after he heard those words. Why was his impending marriage still fraught with danger? The newly bride had yet to pass the threshold of his manor, but everyone was preoccupying themselves with how to steal the old. Song Jiaoyue had just made a solemn vow to Long Hong, and now this alliance head Yu had come around. Moreover, they were surprisingly both using the position of official wife to tempt his woman. Was this mocking him that he couldn't do the same? Fine, fine. You all can just look at my woman, none of you will be able to do anything. He turned his head fiercely to look at Bai Xiangxiu, who threw out a sentence while pulling on her collar, "I can explain everything." Oh? He advanced on her until he loomed over her. Bai Xiangxiu became extremely nervous as she continuously retreated backwards. "Your Highness, let's have a proper discussion." "Sure, I will hear your explanations in bed. We can sit down and discuss it. No need to go to bed. There really is absolutely no need to do so." Right now, Bai Xiangxiu had only one wish, one heartfelt plea to the author to stop writing scenes that implied that she'd be confined to her bed for the next 3 days. That's just too overbearing, alright? For someone in good health to be bedridden for 3 days after that, the process was simply torture. Faced with that kind of cruel and unusual punishment, she would readily answer truthfully to any questions, even the question about who her first crush was. Long Hung had finally discovered the moment when a woman was the most honest. When Bai Xiangxiu was the most honest. He only need to wear her down a few times and she would answer any of his questions. Don't tell anyone. Don't tell anyone that he's like that. Alliance head Yu, I'm so very sorry. She was absolutely defenseless against that method to extort confessions and had easily given in. I promise you. Now, don't get distracted and don't think about other men. You were the one who asked. As they continued to battle in bed, Bai Xiangxiu couldn't help but clutch at Long Heng's shoulders as she experienced deeply how frightening this man was. He didn't even allow her a moment of rest even during a battle like this. She would give anything for even a minute to recuperate, but he didn't stop long enough for that. Time passed by swiftly. Finally, there was only a few days left before the new year and Bai Xiangxiu could regain her freedom. At present, the festive atmosphere of the new year could be felt everywhere. But for Bai Xiangxiu, she felt like the national animal mascot as dark circles ringed her eyes. She didn't even need to apply eyeshadow to get that effect anymore. Her gait was lacking in strength and she couldn't take a single step without the sturdy hand of another as support. It had been quite a while since Xiaoshi last saw her mistress. The sudden sight of her mistress like thus made Xiaoshi frown. Didn't the prince take you to nurture your pregnant body? How come your condition is even worse now? Ha ha ha. What nurturing? He was obviously doing his best to make that fake pregnancy into a real one. The people outside were extremely busy, but since Xiaoshi and a group of mamas knew that their mistress was pregnant, they deliberately avoided places where people congregated. Nevertheless, Bai Xiangxiu noticed a familiar figure amongst the servants hanging the lanterns. She halted to take a better look. The other person also turned and gave her a faint smile. Then, he continued to hang the lanterns. The urge of wanting to throw up gripped her heart. Why is the esteemed Wooling Alliance head hanging lanterns and acting like a guard in the princely manner? Not only that, why did he look like he absolutely had to have her and no one else? Something was afoot here, something very big. But she had no energy to do anything about it, so she could only stare at him helplessly as he continued to hang the lanterns. That is, until Xiaoshi pulled at her and they continued on their way. What should she do? If Long Hung got wind of his presence here, the prince would certainly explode in anger. Unfortunately, she had no plans and could only watch as the manor's ranks was supplemented by a particularly strong guard. This guard was very strong indeed, he was the Wooling Alliance head. How does our manor select the guards? How was he able to infiltrate the manor? The mama beside her explained, our princely manor selects guards based on recommendations. They are hired only after they pass the selection test. They don't need to have a clean family background? How would he be able to make it in if a clean family background was required? We do not have a clear understanding on those affairs of the front of the house. The princely manor was a very strict place. The front house and rear court almost never interfered with each other. Therefore, it was understandable that the servants of the rear court had no knowledge about this process. Bai Xiangxiu went to see the old madam first, since she'd heard that her health had taken a better turn. When the old madam saw her, she hurriedly inquired about the condition of Bai Xiangxiu's body. She had summoned the doctor to examine her again and mentioned that she wanted the imperial physician to take a look sometime in the future. This scared the wits out of Bai Xiangxiu. It was not a problem to summon the doctor in the manor since he was in on their subterfuge, but it would quickly turn tragic if she was to encounter a doctor from outside the estate. Wasn't that asking them to spill the beans about her lie? That won't do. She must think of a way to let Long Hung lose the child. Otherwise, everything would be exposed if it continued. This year hadn't been a good year for Bai Xiangxiu. She'd yet to settle the situation about the new guard, and now there was a false pregnancy coming back from the past to handle. What should she do? And thus, when Long Hung returned, Bai Xiangxiu grabbed him, secretly pulling him away while whispering, Your Highness, I feel it's about time this child should go. Long Hung almost cracked a smile looking at her deadpan look, but he still kept a serious expression on his face. Mother's health is still not good. Wait a bit more. It will be exposed if we wait any longer. In contrast to her belly, her appearance was exceptionally lively. Long Hung caressed her face, then his hand subconsciously dropped lower to caress her abdomen as well and spoke with a smile. It won't be bad if we pretend a few more days. Perhaps, this area will quickly have something in it. Absolutely not. That absolutely won't happen. She didn't want anything to be there. If that happened, she wouldn't be able to go home and she would be a concubine her entire life. She didn't want to be someone else's mistress forever. That was absolutely a threatening tone aimed towards her. Her mouth twitched as she responded, you better be very quick then. That's more like it. Long Hung supported her, indulging her in front of everyone's eyes. On the new year, he wanted to accompany the old madam in welcoming in the new year, leaving Bai Xiangxiu alone in the room with Warrior. In that moment, she felt the room was quite peaceful. Then, a bout of homesickness hit her. Every year at this time, she would return home to her parents who would ask this and that, and to her relatives who would inquire if she had a boyfriend or not. She would eat dumplings and meat, deliciously fatty and greasy everyday food until she was fed up with it all. But at this moment, she felt that those habitual events were a type of happiness. It was unfortunate that she had no way to attend the celebrations at home this year. For this new year, besides eating lunch with the other two concubines, she didn't have any other activities. A concubine was just a concubine. She didn't have the privilege to keep the old madam company in a meal. Just as a faint melancholy rose within her, a silhouette projected itself on her window. Like an immortal elf in the night, it was slender, yet graceful. His clothes fluttered, causing one to be unable to look straight at his figure. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 179, The Arrival of the Younger Brother. Chapter 179, The Arrival of the Younger Brother. Bai Xiangxiu was visibly stunned by the beautiful sight in front of her. It took her a moment to recollect her senses. Is nobody keeping you company through the new year? I don't have anyone either. Yu Kuang settled on the windowsill outside, not entering her room. The two began to chat through the window. Porter joined in as well. It had a surprisingly good impression of Yu Kuang and liked his voice a lot. Thus, the trio engaged in a weird three-way conversation. What is a new year? Huar asked. It's only a festival. Bai Xiangxiu whispered back. Only a festival? Yu Kuang had very sensitive ears. He could hear her whispers very well. Yes. Does he have dog ears? Why are they so sensitive? But it's so noisy. The crackling sounds never end. Huar was complaining about the firecrackers. Every new year, countless residences and families would light up firecrackers. It caused great disturbances and would light up the night sky. She could see the lights even through the closed window. Yes. It's very loud indeed. But it's very pretty. White Cloud Mountain is a very serene place even during the new year. Even though there were a lot of people around, there wasn't much noise once night fell. It was Yu Kuang's first time experiencing the hustle and bustle of the new year. Do you like the view? I didn't expect that you would. Yu Shu will probably like it very much. Halfway through her sentence, she suddenly recalled that Yu Kuang wasn't very fond of Yu Shu. Yu Shu is my twin brother who passed away when he was only 5. After that, I began to notice his appearances after nightfall. From then on, he's done many things I dislike. Things that you dislike. Yes. For instance, secretly going out to play with his senior brother and sisters in White Cloud Mountain or committing embarrassing actions. Like him wanting to make off with Bai Xiangxiu. Playing with children, being very dependent and mischievous, this alternate personality of his was entirely different from Yu Kuang. Instead, it bore a lot of resemblance to Yu Shu. He's your younger brother. You shouldn't be like that. Actually, Bai Xiangxiu had already guessed as much. Yu Shu was obviously not a spirit but rather a second personality that Yu Kuang had created to cope with his brother's death. Except, Yu Kuang was treating Yu Shu rather ruthlessly. For some reason, Yu Kuang laughed gently. Do you actually think that ghosts exist in this world? No. As a matter of fact, I believe that the Yu Shu who only appears under the full moon is not really my brother. Yu Kuang couldn't quite find the words to describe multiple personality disorder. But he was absolutely sure that Yu Shu was another personality within him. He's very cute no matter who or what he is. You shouldn't treat him like a burden. This was the first time Bai Xiangxiu was able to have a proper chat with Yu Kuang. And thus, it was really unfortunate that he suddenly vanished into thin air just when she was about to settle in for a good long conversation. He didn't even say a word before disappearing. Where are you going? When Bai Xiangxiu opened the window, she came face to face with a frosty face instead. She laughed nervously and stammered, aren't you supposed to be spending the new year with the old madam? Why are you here instead? Long Hong completely ignored her. He pushed Bai Xiangxiu's head back into the room and furrowed his brows as he stared at the spot where a person had just vanished. If I'm not mistaken, a shadow vanished into the night sky from this spot just now. My eyes are not playing tricks on me. That was an expert. And the only expert I know that's trying to get closer to Bai Xiangxiu is the Wulin Alliance head, Yu Kuang. Truth be told, he only felt shock and anger when Song Jiaoyue revealed his feelings towards Bai Xiangxiu. But Alliance head Yu was a different matter, he felt threatened. White Cloud Mountain was an existence akin to Mount Tai and the North Star in the Jianghu. It was a righteous and noble faction with many followers. Most importantly, Yu Kuang was very well regarded in both the Wulin and society. In some ways, Yu Kuang was a serious rival for Long Hung. It would be incredibly troublesome if he were to become serious about having Bai Xiangxiu. Bai Xiangxiu was noticeably nervous as he shot another look at her. She even took a step back when he walked up to her. It was obvious that she was feeling guilty. However, he noticed that there was not even a hint of desire in her eyes. The servants had all gone home to celebrate the new year, so no one was in the courtyard. He arched an eyebrow as he asked, "Are you prepared to confess now or do you want to confess on the bed? We have to stay up the night since it's the New Year's. Why don't I just tell you everything right here and now?" Bai Xiangxiu gulped audibly and said, "He only came to pay a New Year visit." Ha ha. So my eyes really weren't playing tricks on me. Long Hung suddenly took an enormous step forward, and swept Bai Xiangxiu off her feet, proceeding to carry her to the bed. Wait. We have to stay up tonight. Don't worry. This prince will not let you fall asleep. He is such a possessive man. Wasn't it just a conversation through a window? Why does he have to get so angry? But what could she do about it? She was tortured all through the night and was forced to stay up until dawn. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, the panda-faced Bai Xiangxiu received all sorts of New Year visitations from the servants and then went over to the old madam's residence to tender her New Year greetings. How could the old madam not know that her son had spent the night with Bai Xiangxiu? Remembering that she would soon have to acknowledge the arrival of the official wife, the old madam allowed it so as to give some consolation to Bai Xiangxiu. But she nearly spat out her tea upon seeing Bai Xiangxiu arrive. The dark circles beneath her eyes and her shaky and unstable stride were obvious signs that she had overdone it the previous night. My son is too much. How can he treat her like that when she's expecting? It seems I will have to give him a stern talking to later tonight. Nothing much else occurred during the New Year. There was nothing much to do other than pay New Year visits and receive red packets. The only thing that stood out was the visitation from Bai Xiangxiu's younger brother. Bai Xiangxiu was nervous. She didn't really know this brother of hers. But luckily Xiaoshi was by her side and seemed to recognize her brother. Apparently, it was this same younger brother that had escorted Bai Xiangxiu to the princely manor back in the day. Her younger brother was 1 year younger than her and was a very talented scholar apprentice. He'd been studying in the capital and could only pay her a visit after the New Year. Xiaoshi asked curiously, Madam Xiu, why do you look so troubled? Aren't you happy to see your younger brother? I am. Tell them to send him in. Since she'd have to see him sooner or later anyways, better do it while Longhang wasn't around or he might get jealous again. That man was acting a little strange lately. He'd become all nervous and finicky even if she was only meeting with the steward of the estate and would find all sorts of excuses to punish her. Of course, the steward wasn't let off lightly either. Even though it was her younger brother, she wasn't entirely sure whether Longhang would get angry over him or not. He was escorted all the way to Apricot Garden by the guards. He didn't seem to think that his sister was putting on airs. In fact, he thought that it was only right for his sister to show her authority as the host. Xiaoshi quickly had someone summon Scholar Apprentice Bai into the hall. Bai Xiangxiu immediately felt her heart soften the instant she laid eyes on him. My younger brother is such a good-looking man. He looked so clean and tidy in his scholarly garb. His complexion was as white as jade while his eyes were as deep as the night sky. He looked so cute as he stood by the side. I didn't expect to have such a handsome brother. Bai Xiangxiu was staring at him in disbelief. It took her a while before she finally reacted with, you may rise. Oh God. When did he give me such a deep bow? I didn't even notice. But her cute little brother didn't blame her. Instead, tears began to form in his eyes. Older sister. How have you been? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 180, Entanglement from the Female Lead. Chapter 180, Entanglement from the Female Lead. Very well, very well. Xiaoshi, give the young master a seat. He's pretty and his voice is pleasing. We also share similarities in our faces. It looks like these traits really are characteristic of the Bai family. She was just about to get to know her brother a little bit more when she heard the maids outside announce, Greetings to your highness. The hell? Hadn't he gone into the palace to give his New Year greetings to the emperor? Why was the prince back? Bai Xiangxiu hastily stood up and took a look at her brother, noticing that he had tensed up as well. He seemed to be acting like he'd done something wrong. Although Bai Xiangxiu didn't understand, Bai Shuaru did. There were many rules and customs when it came to the residences of nobility and royalty. Women of the rear court weren't able to easily receive male guests. Even brothers couldn't be brought to their own courtyard. Although rumors abounded outside of how favored a concubine his sister was, she was still just a concubine at the end of the day. If others found fault with her, she might not even be able to pay a visit home ever again. Bai Shuaru's face was a bit pale as he looked worriedly at his sister. However, she flashed a comforting smile at him instead, seemingly telling him that all was fine. That's odd. His sister hadn't liked him before, particularly after she'd found out that she was going to marry a prince. She'd been extremely arrogant towards the rest of the family, so why was she suddenly being nice? As he pondered, a series of dull footsteps sounded from outside, as if thudding on one's heart. Next, a man whose looks would brighten whichever room he was in came into view. He was dressed richly and had a cold expression on his face. His eyes were unusually sharp and were immediately filled with hostility when he caught sight of Bai Shuaru. Goosebumps formed over his back, and his heart seemed to start trembling as well. As a young man from a scholarly family, he had difficulty maintaining his composure in front of such a bloodthirsty prince. He dropped to his knees with an audible thunk but found himself unable to say anything. Why was this scene so bizarre, almost as if she'd been caught cheating on the prince? Bai Xiangxiu's face flickered through an odd expression as she immediately made introductions. This is Bai Shuaru, my younger brother. He's brought some gifts from home to present to your highness in celebration of the new year. How would the younger brother of a concubine have the right to greet the prince in the new year? She was just mouthing empty platitudes. However, Long Hong displayed a rare show of controlling his temper. A composed expression settled on his face as he took a seat. You may rise. Your sentiments are appreciated. It's just a small town in the countryside and doesn't possess many treasures. As long as your highness finds no fault with things. Bai Shuaru heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the lofty princely had no intention of censuring him, but he still stammered as he spoke. However, Bai Shangxiu could sense that this one sitting beside her had drunk wine, and more than his fair share at that. Although he seemed to be behaving as per his usual, the look in his eyes was completely different from the usual. Mama, go stew a sobering soup for the prince. Someone grabbed her hand as she spoke. It was Long Hung. Playing with her hand in front of others. He was caressing her hand like he was lovingly stroking a precious treasure. Do you think I'm drunk? Silly one, I'm completely fine even if they are drunk. He's really very drunk. Bai Shangxiu blushed to her ears in her embarrassment. She pinched his hand lightly, silently telling him not to get out of line. However, Long Hung seemed to pay her no heed as he tugged her over to him, plopping his head on hers to take in her fragrance. Are you worried about me? The hell? What are you doing, Your Highness? And no. Mama, take Shuaru to go rest. Then, Shuaru will take his leave for now. He really couldn't stay here any longer. Bai Shuaru felt that his face got any more red, it would catch fire. He hadn't thought that the coldly aloof prince would have such a side to him. His sister really did seem to be favored, but he didn't know whether this was a good thing or not. Setting aside the fact that Bai Shuaru had been summarily dismissed, Bai Shangxiu was quite troubled at the moment. The usually aloof and distant princely was now a lecher who wouldn't give up. It seemed that men who'd had a drink really became unreasonable lifeforms, and there was no telling what they'd do next. Bai Shangxiu was afraid that he would actually harm her because his movements weren't gentle. In the end though, he didn't. Although he did become a little too wild, and pulled all sorts of tricks out of his repertoire. She really couldn't hold up by the time he came to a close. She'd already tried her best to hang on since it was the first of the new year, but after this bout, she really felt that she wouldn't be able to alight from the bed for 3 days. It was just as she'd thought, she was rendered incapable of leaving her bed for at least 3 days. She could only lie there helplessly and accuse Long Hung with her eyes. He too felt that he had done wrong, so he had servants send over nutritional supplements every now and then, but they seemed to have no effect. When Bai Shangxiu could finally get up, she had an unexpected visitor. At least, she found it quite strange. Why had the female lead come visiting? What did she want? Bai Shangxiu still decided to receive her and noticed that her counterpart wasn't any better. There were dark circles beneath her eyes and her steps were shaky. Bai Shangxiu was entirely too clear on what that meant. It was a sign of overindulgence in one's desires. What business might Miss Lin have with me? Bai Shangxiu coughed lightly as she asked. She didn't want the female lead to see that they had the same problems. Miss Lin glanced at her and lowered her head. The prince treats you very well, doesn't he? Well enough. She wasn't going to back down in front of the female lead this time. Lin Qianzi's expression was a bit dull. I know that the prince genuinely loves you, but I don't want to ask for anything other than being able to reside peacefully after entering the manor, and having a child with him. This is my parents' expectations. Can you allow that? She began crying as she spoke. Bai Shangxiu immediately rose from her chair, and took 2 slow laps around the room. At the end, she turned to transfix Lin Qianzi with a cold glare. Miss Lin, do you like anyone? 2 figures suddenly appeared in Lin Qianzi's mind. One of them was the rascally rogue Luo Yunzheng, the other the gentle and tender Duan Yunying. Both had great spots in her heart, but she had to forget them both. What do you want to say? Lin Qianzi asked Bai Shangxiu, perplexed. Bai Shangxiu laughed coldly. Would you give your beloved man to another woman so they can have a child together? That's not true love then. Lin Qianzi started to cry even more heartbrokenly. No, I don't want to take him away from you. It's just that my parents. What do your parents' expectations have anything to do with me? Shouldn't you be asking the prince for this? The prince hates me. Then how do you want me to help you? Drug the prince and have him sent to your bed? These words were very crude and hurtful. Lin Qianzi was instantly halted in her tracks. Even Long Hong listening outside was stunned, much less Lin Qianzi. What had she just said? Was he the man she loved? Was this why she wouldn't give him away to any other woman? Do women also have thoughts like these? But she really had been very direct, to the point of making others speechless. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 181, Possessive Streak. Chapter 181, Possessive Streak. For some reason, Long Hung was actually a bit happy, though he was supposed to be in a towering fury at the moment. So it turned out that he hadn't gone to all this effort for nothing. This woman did like him. He'd thought that she liked Song Jiayue, since her previous actions had expressed her good feelings towards his friend. But now she was clearly indicating that she liked him and didn't want to give him over to Miss Lin. And truth be told, he had absolutely no interest in Miss Lin now that he knew everything she'd done, particularly after making this kind of request. Did she take him for a fool? Miss Lin had planned on humbling herself to beg by Xiangxiu, because she knew that the latter was a favored concubine of the prince. Even if she had done things to Miss Lin that went against one's good conscience, Miss Lin still wanted to maintain good relations since she had to live in the manor in the future. But who would have thought that this concubine would deny her so much face? Neighbor, I only came to beg you because you're Prince Li's favored concubine. But you seem to think too much of yourself. You're just a concubine. Do you really think you'll be able to lock down the prince's favor forever with a child? Just like Mother had said, she could do whatever she wanted to this concubine once she entered the manor. But Lin Xianzi had felt that it was difficult enough being a woman and hadn't wanted to do anything to Bai Xiangxiu. But this concubine was truly too arrogant and cocky. She wasn't giving the official wife the proper amount of respect at all. And what business is it of yours? You may go now, Miss Lin. I have some words to speak to you before I go. Miss Lin paused before she spat. How long will a tongue waggler who likes to gossip and a woman who likes to sow discord hold someone's favor? Miss Lin, I don't think I've done anything to you? Bai Xiangxiu distinctly recalled that she'd actually helped Miss Lin a few times. Why was she now someone who waggled her tongue and liked to create drama? You were the one who told the prince when I ran away before and about Red Maple Mountain Manor, weren't you? You just didn't want me to marry into the manor. I trusted you so much before, but you're just the same as all other women. Lin Xianzi had indeed grown angry by the time she finished. She'd never spoken so loudly before. Bai Xiangxiu didn't back down either, glaring right back at Miss Lin. I've never raised your issue with anyone, but don't you treat others as fools either. Particularly Long Hung. He might be a man, but his mind is conscientious, and he's a general in charge of a large army. It's not easy to hide things from him. Is this Miss Lin treating others as idiots or thinking that they're all brainless fools? You're no fool, I was. I trusted you so much. Miss Lin, I don't recall ever begging you to believe me. You? Lin Xianzi had been too well protected since youth and had been the female lead of a type of novel that spoiled its female leads. As a result, she had no verbal sparring abilities at all. However, she was well skilled with looking pitiful, and would always cry when she lost an argument. She sobbed heartbrokenly and turned to run off. The hell? Wouldn't her reputation be ruined again if she ran off crying? Bai Xiangxiu was quite conflicted. Should she faint again? But she didn't have the time to fall down before she heard a voice come in from outside. Upon careful listening, it was Long Hung. Miss Lin, please stay peacefully in the Lin residence before you marry. Or are you in that much of a hurry to see this prince? That cold tone that didn't hide its disdain made Lin Xianzi cry even harder. She turned and ran off, while Long Hung shouted out from behind her, have two mamas send Miss Lin back. Understood. The servants were quick to send someone over. Bai Xiangxiu should have been less angry after hearing them speak, but for some reason she was still enraged. She swept her arm across the table and sent a cup crashing onto the floor next to Long Hang's foot. Feeling odd that her temper had become so large, Long Hung frowned. Why are you in such a temper? No reason. Bai Xiangxiu plopped down on a chair to sulk. She too was baffled why she was suddenly in such a mood. Long Hung didn't know how to comfort others either. He only knew to sit by her side. The two of them sat together silently, and he looked over after a while to see Bai Xiangxiu still staring off into space. I won't let her bully you in the future. After that only resulted in an awkward silence, he shuffled to his feet and left. Long Hung didn't easily make promises, but this was an exception. And so Bai Xiangxiu was unexpectedly not angry anymore. She rested a while and went to see her brother with Xiaoshi. Bai Xiangxiu prepared some food and daily necessities for him, then had someone send him back to the academy. The new year was a very busy time, and it was even busier this year as Long Hung was about to marry. The old madam was quite thoughtful in this regard. She had long shooting take care of every aspect of the wedding in order to spare Bai Xiangxiu the irritation that would surely come. Long Hong had to offer up New Year greetings at multiple places, so he was very busy during this time as well. So even though the two lived together, they had noticeably less time to talk. However, she was likely tired by recent events, because nowadays she spent more time asleep than awake. Long Hong didn't notice it in his preoccupation, so the day of the wedding arrived before they knew it. Bai Xiangxiu also felt quite depressed. How had she slept her way to the day her husband was to take another woman as his wife? What a tragic feeling. But she didn't feel very energetic at the moment and didn't want to pay attention to anything. The most baffling thing was, Long Hong still spent nights in her room, and she suspected that he would come again tonight. This was because it was the rhythm of torturing the female lead. This was how all the novels were written. The next thing that would happen would be that the female lead would become a transmigrator or be reborn, and then they would proceed down the path of destroying the concubine and reseducing the male lead. Alright, she understood that the prince's escaped consort had completely deviated from the plotline, but the real trouble wouldn't start until after the wedding. Just as she was mystified as to what she would do that day, Shuer came by to invite her to observe the ceremony in the front yard. I'm not feeling too well. Besides, a concubine isn't appropriate for such an occasion. Bai Xiangxiu didn't want to participate in her own husband's wedding, and so instantly turned Shuer down. Shuer, however, smiled. The prince has said that he'll be quite sad if you don't attend, and that he has a present for you. What is this Long Hong doing? Bai Xiangxiu knew that she would hear no end of things if she didn't go after he'd sent someone for her. She dressed herself up a bit and had Xiaoshi and her other servants accompany her to the front yard. A veritable ocean of guests greeted her as she walked in. Prince Li and the Lin family were both notable families. When those two great families met in marriage, how could there be no guests to celebrate? Bai Xiangxiu felt that she shouldn't push her way to the front. She was just a concubine. She didn't want to cause trouble for the princely manor, but she soon saw that Shuer had already arranged a seat for her. It was in the corner and none too conspicuous, but the entire ceremony hall was visible from that vantage point. She was baffled, and oddly, nervous. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 182, The Lively Wedding. Chapter 182, The Lively Wedding. Long Hong easily stood out from the crowd, dressed as he was in a red silk robe. However, he wasn't wearing a traditional red flower on top of his garb. I wonder if it's because he doesn't want to, or because there's no such tradition here. Long Hong would often glance at Bai Xiangxiu from time to time. There seemed to be hints of worry in his eyes. Oh. So you actually do know that I'd be sad if you marry another woman. Why else would you bother looking over here? Unfortunately, Bai Xiangxiu felt tiredness creep along her limbs, so she couldn't be bothered with him. And so, she slumped into her chair and asked Xiaoshi to massage her shoulders as she leaned her head against Xiaoshi, as if she was about to take a nap. Down in the thick of things, Long Hong was very depressed. He had gone to all this effort to prepare a spectacle for her, and yet she seemed disinterested enough to want to sleep instead. Just when he was about to get someone to check on her health, the wedding matron suddenly announced, "The bride has arrived. The groom may receive his bride by kicking down the carriage door." Without much of a choice, he could only step up to kick down the door. Some of the guests went outside to join in on the fun, but Bai Xiangxiu was feeling miserable. She couldn't bear to sit down anymore and wanted to rest in her room, but the second she stood up, she felt very lightheaded. She didn't particularly want to faint, so she decided to sit down for a little while more. Unfortunately, Long Hong took that moment to return with his new bride. The bowing rite should be coming next. Bai Xiangxiu was very woozy and wanted nothing more than to throw up. I don't want to see it. I feel so irritable. Everyone else looked nervously at the red-clad couple. They were waiting for them to perform their bowing rites. After that, they'd send them off to the bridal chambers. Madame Xiaoshi was filled with worry as she held tightly onto her mistress, seemingly afraid that her mistress would collapse as soon as the maid let go. The old madam noticed the condition Bai Xiangxiu was in. She couldn't help but worry. Who summoned her here? What if she miscarries from her sorrow? Just when she was about to order a mama to escort her back to her room, one of the guests suddenly charged out with a weapon in hand. The old madam screamed loudly from the fright. Even Bai Xiangxiu herself gasped a little at the sudden turn of events. Fortunately, Long Hong was able to avoid the attack just in time thanks to his experience as a military general. However, he wasn't able to completely avoid injury, blood spilling from a shallow cut. But his injury wasn't for naught as he was able to yank off the assassin's mask. Luo Yunzheng, Long Hong coldly uttered, even though he was actually feeling elated inside. He's finally revealed himself. It would have been hard to continue this charade without him. If I were to really proceed with the bowing rites and take that Lin woman into my manor, wouldn't it anger my little woman to death? The bride was visibly agitated when she heard Luo Yunjing's name. She immediately tore off her bridal veil, revealing Lin Qianzi's pitiful-looking face. After taking a look at Luo Yunzhang, she opened her mouth, as if on the verge of saying something. But she ultimately kept her words to herself. If she were to acknowledge Luo Yunzhang now, wouldn't she be admitting that she had a relationship with him? If that happened, she wouldn't just destroy her own reputation, but also the reputation of the entire Lin family. But there was something else she didn't understand. Why was he here when she'd already clearly severed her relationship with him? Just as she was about to put her veil back on, Luo Yunzhang laughed and said to her, "Even if it means death, I will take you with me today." He reached out for Lin Qianzi's hand with every intention of dragging her away. The guards from the princely manor immediately surrounded the two. He would have to fight to the death if he wanted to leave. "Do you really think that you can escape from my manor while taking another person with you? Also, Miss Lin, this prince is curious. Just what is your relationship with?" Long Hong didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning behind his words was obvious. He was insinuating ignorance of their true relationship. The other guests had already connected the dots. After all, there were already widespread rumors that the daughter of the Lin family was seeing a man from the Jianghu. Some even claimed that she was having an affair in her own residence. Everyone originally thought that those was just rumors, never imagining that any of it might actually be true. "Prince Li, will you give us your blessing?" "Oh. Since you already have so many beauties in your estate, what would it matter to you to give Miss Lin to me?" "Ha! Luo Yunzheng. Do you actually think that I would allow that to happen? Then I have no choice but to hack my way out of here." Roughly 10 or so highly skilled experts revealed themselves from the crowd moments after he uttered those words. They tore into the guards, keeping them engaged. Long Hong took a step back and ordered, "Protect the guests. Everyone else back away." However, Luo Yunzhang was well aware of Lang Heng's weakness. His men started to make their way towards Bai Shangxiu. How could Long Hong possibly allow him to do that? He had already assigned some of his concealed guards to protect her. But what he had failed to anticipate was the appearance of an even stronger expert, none other than Yu Kuang. Dressed as one of the members of the manor guards, he alone was worth an entire army. None of the Jianghu men were able to get past him. Even though Long Hong was a little annoyed at Yu Kuang's appearance, the latter's presence truly did decrease his worries. Despite the presence of numerous manor guards, they were actually losing the skirmish. Many of the guards had already been injured, with some of the guests implicated as well. Long Heng's fury was increasing by the minute. He pointed at Lin Qianzi, "Miss Lin. Why do you try to enter my house at all when all you truly want is to be with this man from the Jianghu?" Trembling in Luo Yunjing's arms, Lin Qianzi was now as pale as a ghost. When she heard his accusation, she immediately shook her head and murmured, "No. Not true. No. Long Hong continued, "I would have given my blessing to the both of you if I'd known. Why must you trample on my dignity thus? I have no relationship with him whatsoever." Lin Qianzi hardened her heart. For the Lin family, she must deny all accusations of her relationship with Luo Yunzhang. Luo Yunzhang snickered coldly, "It doesn't matter if you want to admit it or not, you will be coming with me today. I, Luo Yunzhang, am a respectable figure. I will not allow my woman to climb into another man's bed." In his agitation, Luo Yunzhang had begun to reveal his scoundrel side and completely ignored the scene he was helping create. Long Hong immediately latched onto what he'd said. He coldly asked, "Your woman?" "Yes. She is my woman." "Everyone, halt!" Long Hong suddenly yelled. Everyone immediately stopped fighting. He glanced at Bai Shangxiu as servants rushed to bandage his wound. She seemed fine, but she was still looking back at him with concern in her eyes. Feeling a flicker of warmth in his heart, he continued, "All right. I will not be willingly cuckolded if she really is your woman. But since Miss Lin denies everything, there is only one way for us to solve this issue." Luo Yunzhang wasn't too keen on fighting with the entire armada of guards in the prince's manor either. What this woman had done just now had caused him much pain. But there was no going back. He had to take her with him, or he would lose all credibility in the Jianghu. "What way?" Long Hong took another long look at them and said, "Have some mamas check her. If she still remains a virgin, that means you are lying. This prince will marry her and take good care of her for eternity. But if she is no longer a virgin, then..." "Prince Li, how can you accuse your future wife of such things?" Minister Lin had gotten word of the entire show and had immediately rushed to the manor with his men. Long Hung immediately retorted, "Then how do you suggest we solve this, Minister Lin? If Miss Lin is truly innocent, then there's no reason for her to fear the test. If her body is found to be clean and untainted, this prince is willing to kneel and beg for her forgiveness. If she isn't, Minister Lin, you can answer for this." Lin Xianzi was trembling from head to toe. She looked at Minister Lin and shook her head fiercely. Her virginity was long gone. There was no way to hide that if they were to check. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 183, A Responsible Man. Chapter 183, A Responsible Man. Lin Xianzi's mind was nearly paralyzed with panic. She had no real-world experience to rely on, so she was so frightened that her entire body was trembling. All of a sudden, she clutched her chest and began to vomit. Bai Xiangxiu was shocked. Can it be that she is expecting? Long Hong was quick to read the situation this time around, likely because of his previous experience when Bai Xiangxiu had pretended to be sick. He immediately began to insinuate something. It seems that it would be more appropriate to call for a doctor to feel her pulse. No. Don't call for a doctor. Lin Xianzi desperately regained enough control of her body to shout and wave her hands. It seemed like she was already well aware of the condition her body was in. Luo Yunzhang didn't say much else either. He lifted her up and said, "No need to go through all that trouble. It is true that we are already a married couple indeed." "Oh. If that is the case, Minister Lin, what do you think we should do?" Long Hong looked at Minister Lin coldly. The look of contempt on Long Heng's face caused Minister Lin to tremble. He was furious. His wife had neglected to tell him that his daughter had already lost her virginity, even though she'd clearly known about it. Now it was causing him to lose face in front of a crowd. How would he be able to find his footing in court anymore? He yelled furiously, "You cretin! How dare you do such a thing to my daughter? Men! Kill him!" Lin Xianzi was beginning to worry now that so many people were after Luo Yunzhang. She pushed him away and said, "Leave me. You need to run." Luo Yunzhang finally felt some warmth blossom in his heart. He hugged her tight and said, "That I can't do. Today, here, I will personally chop my way out of this place." Lin Xianzi was touched by his words. Even Bai Xiangxiu was impressed. He looked quite manly in this regard. No matter what, he wasn't a man that would refuse to take responsibility. It might actually be nice if those two were to become a couple after this. Lin Xianzi suddenly noticed a familiar face amongst the crowd. She didn't expect that person would come as well. That's right. He's an esteemed guest of the prince. Of course he'd be here. He must be feeling miserable right now. After all, we were still together last night. Duan Yunying was upset all right. He'd planted the lovesick parasite in her last night and thought that he'd be able to use it tonight on Long Hung. But he hadn't expected Luo Yunzhang to appear like this and steal the bride. Hadn't she calmed him down already? Did he hit his head? Or maybe, has he received word that she's pregnant? Impossible. I told her to keep it a secret after I discovered it. How did he find out? I should have known better than to trust this woman. Now even I don't know who she truly loves. It was the woman that he'd nearly ruined who'd locked an unfaltering gaze onto Long Hung from beginning to end. Despite having another man who was also looking at her with eyes full of concern in the crowd, her heart hadn't wavered one bit. This other man was none other than Song Jiaoyue. Judging by his expression, there was no doubt that he would be the first to rush in to save Bai Xiangxiu if she were to face any danger. But there was no need for that. She was being protected by a guard whose martial arts he couldn't possibly measure up to. I see. She knows how to attract men too. She seemed quite delicate and pitiable as her maid supported her fragile form. The most important thing was that the wound on her face had fully healed by now, and she was once more an unrivaled beauty. It seemed that Long Hung had the better eye in this matter. Lin Xianzi thought this to be quite odd. Why wasn't Duan Yunying looking at her during such a situation? Wasn't he worried about her at all? He'd even said that he wished for her to marry the prince for the sake of their child. And that he'd find a way to hide the truth from everybody so that she could use an early birth as an excuse to make her child Long Heng's successor. He said all that only just last night. Can he have changed already by today? Who is he looking at? Who can possibly demand the focus of his attention at such a time? His gaze seemed to be pointed at the woman who was forever kind and beautiful, whereas her soulful stare didn't shift from princely for an instant. No matter how Lin Qianzi looked at it, they seemed to be a match made in heaven. That woman would likely be in enormous pain if she married into the princely manor. Although that woman had used some tricks, it had all been done out of consideration for her love in the end. On the other hand, Lin Qianzi had been very disappointed in Long Heng's cold gaze. She was his betrothed. Why was he treating her like this? Forget it. Since I have no place in either of their hearts, why force the matter? Father, please give us your blessings. Lin Qianzi didn't want Luo Yunzheng to get hurt, so she knelt, asking for Minister Lin's acceptance. Minister Lin hadn't expected his daughter to be so shameless as to tear off every inch of skin from his face for the sake of that barbaric man. If only she'd pretended that she'd been wronged, he might have been able to pin everything onto him. He could then hand her over to him after the dust had settled down. Unfortunately, she had now admitted to her wrongdoings, cleanly cutting off that avenue. She was even acting like he was the bad person that wanted to separate them. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. In the end, he spat out a mouthful of bloody mist and fainted dead away. Ah! Father! Horrified, Lin Qianzi immediately ran to his side. Luo Yunzheng wanted to stop her, but she managed to break free from his grasp. Long Hong looked on coldly as this dramatic show played out in front of him. In the end, he spoke in a commanding voice, Luo Yunzheng. Take 3 moves from me. If you withstand them, I will let you go. Long Hong would never allow him to fail. More than anyone else, the prince was the one who wanted them gone. When that happened, all the fault would fall on the Lin family, while he would build a magnanimous reputation for letting the star-crossed lovers go. Ever since Bai Xiangxiu wished that he would maintain his good name, Long Hong had begun to keep an eye out for these kinds of opportunities. Since these things made her happy, Long Hong decided to do them, as if he was coaxing a child. But what he didn't know at that time was that his actions today would pave a new and bright path for him in the future. But of course, that was a story for another day. Take 3 strikes? But you're still injured. Bai Xiangxiu could no longer care about the place a concubine held. She quickly took a few steps forwards, but your highness, you're wound. It doesn't matter. Long Hong could feel the flowers bloom in his heart. This girl of his had been giving him the cold shoulder for these past few days, leaving him very troubled indeed. Moreover, he had been quite busy recently and didn't have much time to coax her. But now, he was able to gain back her concern with just a flesh wound. He could save himself the trouble of having to coax her now. To be fair, Long Hong didn't have much of a choice. After all, he wasn't very good at appeasing others, especially since her mood was genuinely bad these days. He really didn't dare to provoke her, and would immediately run away whenever she lost her temper at him. And thus, the two of them had gradually become distant. The fact that she was worried about him made him very happy. Those gloomy days were finally coming to an end. But how could Luo Yunjing possibly know what he was truly thinking at that time? For the sake of taking Lin Qianzi away, he nodded in agreement. Everyone else cleared the area, leaving only the two to face off with each other. Despite the lack of wind, Long Heng's garb had started to flutter. The atmosphere gradually changed, a weird kind of weight settling on all those present. Yu Kuang squinted in surprise. Oh? I didn't expect his internal force to be so strong despite his status as a military general. He's a very impressive man. No wonder she refuses to leave with me. Bai Xiangxiu's understanding of Long Hong mostly came from the novel. She had never seen him fight much in person, so it came as no surprise that she didn't know what was going on. Will he be alright? Bai Xiangxiu quietly asked. Yu Kuang calmly replied, in terms of martial art skills, Luo Yunzheng is weaker than him. Bai Xiangxiu felt relieved after hearing that. However, once her mind could start thinking of other things, she immediately noticed Song Jiaoyue amongst the crowd. His gaze was deep and passionate, so passionate that she had to turn her face away from him. Her heart began to race. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 184, Parting Gift. Chapter 184, Parting Gift. The 3 moves looked as dangerous as a tightrope over an abyss. Each of Long Heng's moves seemed to land the two in perilous waters, but in the end, Luo Yunzheng met with defeat. He coughed 3 mouthfuls of blood as his internal injuries roiled. No! Yunzheng! Yunzheng, Miss Lin immediately ran towards him. With a force that would normally run someone over, she crashed into Luo Yunzheng's arms, causing the poor injured man to stagger on his feet. But he didn't grow angry. Instead, he hugged her tight and looked at Long Hong. Are we allowed to leave now? You may. Long Hong hadn't actually sustained any heavy injuries. But in order to create that illusion, he held his hand over his chest and didn't move an inch. He was focusing on constricting his blood qi to turn his complexion pale. He was able to fool the masses, but not by Xiangxiu. She now understood that everything had been orchestrated by Long Hung in order to end his arrangement with Lin Qianzi in front of the public. But why hadn't he told me anything the entire time? I'd been giving him the cold shoulder all this time. Now that Long Hung was injured, she nearly tripped over herself running to his side in concern. Are you all right? Servants! Throw them out! The old madam got on her feet and gestured towards the intruders in a dignified manner. However, she was looking a little pale due to her anger. How dare a sullied woman try to marry into my household? She even tried to do so while carrying a child. Is she trying to make my son raise her bastard for her? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Even if she had to defy the emperor himself, she would never let that happen, but Luo Yunzhang had every intention of leaving. He wiped the blood from a corner of his mouth and stood up with a laugh. I will definitely take my leave. But before that, I have a gift to present to you. What gift could a person possibly present when he's being thrown out? Just as everyone was wondering what kind of gift he had, one of Luo Yunzhang's men suddenly leaped up out of nowhere and flung open his coat. Thousands upon thousands of needles shot out from his body. His target? By Xiangxiu. Long Hong was taken by surprise. He immediately folded Bai Xiangxiu into his arms and used his internal force to deflect the needles. However, there were too many of them and he couldn't block all of them. A couple of them slipped past his defense and caused him minor injuries. Another two figures also shot over to his side. One of them used a sword to deflect the many silver needles, while the other simply deflected them by brandishing his sleeves. Even though the three of them were deflecting the needles from her, a few of the needles still managed to strike Bai Xiangxiu. After feeling some tingling sensations on her body, Bai Xiangxiu fainted dead away in Long Heng's arms. Long Heng panicked and immediately shot towards the rear court with her in his arms. Servants! Call for the doctor! After that, he immediately brought Bai Xiangxiu to a private room in the rear court. He freed her from her outer garments and quickly noticed a needle in her left shoulder, right thigh, and her back. And because she had no internal force to protect herself, the needles had bored themselves deep into her body. There would be dire consequences if the needles weren't extracted in time. He immediately brought his internal force to bear in drawing out the needles from her body without another thought. But because he had consumed a considerable amount of internal force during his battle with Luo Yunzhang earlier, he suddenly felt his qi stagnate. Fortunately, a hand placed itself on the center of his back at exactly the right moment, allowing his qi to settle. It didn't take long for him to successfully extract all the needles. Afterwards, he carefully laid her down on the bed. After that, he looked over his shoulder for a moment and said, I thank Alliance Head you for your assistance. No one else would possibly be daring enough to barge into the rear court of the prince's manor. Song Jiaoyue was a man who observed the proprieties. He wouldn't do such a thing no matter how worried he was. But Long Hung decided to forgive Yu Kuang this time around, because if not for the Alliance Head's timely aid, he might not have been able to extract the needles in time, and they might have followed the blood flow to her heart and caused her death. You love her? Yu Kuang asked faintly, as though only asking if the prince had dinner yet. Long Hung was a reserved person. He hadn't even said those words to Bai Xiangxiu yet, let alone anyone else. And because of that, he furrowed his brows and replied, it's none of your business. If you don't truly care about her, I will take her from you sooner or later. Even if he didn't, Yushu might do so as well. Just when Long Hong was about to explode with anger, Xiaoshi arrived with the doctor. Yu Kuang was surprisingly sensitive to the surroundings and had already taken his leave through the window. It was as though he had never even set foot in the room. Long Hong automatically stepped aside to make way for the doctor and stared anxiously at Bai Xiangxiu. She had yet to awaken. Why is she so pale? It seems like I must learn how to make her happy. Otherwise the anger might cause harm to her body. The doctor that arrived was the manor's resident doctor. He sat down and took her pulse meticulously. He froze for a moment in surprise. He then nervously took another pulse to double-check. Even though not much time had passed since he started, Long Hong was already drenched in cold sweat. Judging from the doctor's expressions, Long Hong believed that something bad must have happened to Bai Xiangxiu. But he didn't dare speak up for fear of disrupting the diagnosis. On the other hand, Xiaoshi was sobbing her heart out as she tugged on the bed curtains. Why is my mistress plagued with so many misfortunes? And now she's injured by something and hasn't awoken for half a day. Roughly 15 minutes later, the doctor lifted his head up to say, Madame Xiu will be fine. She just needs time to recuperate because of the overcirculation of her blood and qi. But does that have anything to do with the hidden weapon that I extracted out of her? Long Hung had to gain a clear picture. It's possible. But it could also be caused by the bloodletting, which disturbed the fetus. She will need some miscarriage-preventing medicine. The doctor's diagnosis was straightforward and to the point, because he knew that the prince didn't like to speak to others very much. After hearing the diagnosis, Long Hung breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't think too much of it because Bai Shangxiu had already told him that this doctor was involved in her fake pregnancy act. And thus, he believed that those 2 sentences were nothing but an act. But it was odd, there were no outsiders around, so why had the doctor felt compelled to put on an act? While he was busy playing catch-up in his thoughts, the doctor had already begun writing down the prescription. Wait, why should she take any medicine when she's perfectly fine? And thus, Long Hung asked, what harm will the medicine cause to her body? In response to Your Highness, this is just an ordinary miscarriage-preventing medicine. Doctor. There is no one else in this room. You will only need to prescribe the right medicine for her symptoms. In response to Your Highness, this medicine is absolutely appropriate for her symptoms. Abruptly realizing that the prince might not be aware that Madame Xiao was already pregnant, the doctor quickly added, Madame Xiao is truly expecting. Doctor, I've already told you that there's nobody else around. Xiaoshi is Xiangxiu's personal handmaid. Moreover, she's so timid so there's no way she'd leak out the truth. The doctor had resignation written all over his face. Thus, he tried again with a serious expression. Your Highness. I am absolutely sure that Madame Xiao is pregnant. Long Hung was stunned. His mind went completely blank. For some reason, the first reaction that surfaced in his mind was sheer and uncontrolled fury. Tell me. Is she really expecting with my child? Clearly shaken, the doctor replied, Yes, Your Highness. Did the prince not want Madame Xiao to be pregnant with his child? Then should the doctor prescribe saffron in the medicine instead of one that prevented miscarriage? After hearing all this, Long Heng's face became ice cold. His tone was permafrost cold as he said, Write the prescription down now. Luo Yunzheng. Lin Qianzi. They'd almost caused the death of his unborn child. Sooner or later, he'd collect his due for that. The doctor was so frightened that he immediately began jotting down the prescription, and quickly ran off to concoct the medicine with his tail between his legs. In the end, he still didn't know whether the prince truly wanted the child or not. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 185, Pregnant Lady, Fragile Goods. Chapter 185, Pregnant Lady, Fragile Goods. Long Hong knew more than anyone else how much he wanted a child. He walked up to Bai Shangxiu's bed and lifted the canopy, taking a seat beside her to massage her hands. Xiaoshi was entirely befuddled after listening to their conversation, but somehow realized that this was her cue to leave the room. The prince had a very gentle look on his face, especially when he was looking at her mistress. She quietly took her leave so that they could have some time alone together. The moment she left the room, Yi Mama came up to her to ask about Bai Shangxiu's condition. The old madam had sent someone else over as well. Xiaoshi, how is Madame Xiao doing? Are there any problems? The senior mamas all knew that the old madam was worried sick. Even though she was still busy dealing with the aftermath, she was still sending people over regularly to check on her. Back in the hall, anxiety was written all over her face. It made sense. After all, her son's arranged wife had just been revealed to be a loose woman who was bearing another man's child. The only silver lining was that they had avoided going through the finality of the bowing rituals. But now that she no longer had a daughter-in-law, she was placing even more hope on Bai Shangxiu to give her a child. Since the wedding arrangements had gone south, who knew how much longer it would take for her to find another suitable wife for her son? Based on her son's temperament, he might even refuse to get married again after this debacle. The senior mamas had all been by the old madam's side for many years, and thus knew her mind very well. So, they all immediately inquired about Bai Shangxiu's well-being when they arrived. Xiaoshi did not beat around the bush. The doctor said that Madame Xiao's injuries might have disturbed the fetus. She will have to take some medicine to prevent a miscarriage. What? The mamas were all shocked. After making further inquiries, they all ran off to report to the old madam. The old madam was an entirely respectable figure herself. Otherwise, she could never have been able to create a new family branch with just herself and Long Hung. How could she possibly sit still when she heard that her grandchild had nearly been killed? She barely waited until the last guest had left before charging over to the Lin Manor. There wouldn't have been much of an effect if it had been just Long Hung who'd gone to Minister Lin's manor. But the old madam was a different story altogether. Since Madame Lin refused to see her, the old madam summoned her entire entourage and barged her way into Madame Lin's residence. She then proceeded to flip the entire manor over in her rage. Not a single thing of value was left intact after she was done. Madame Lin had been busy taking care of Minister Lin, who yet remained unconscious, before she was forced away to confront the old madam. The old madam ended up slapping her twice across the face in public. Even though the old madam was from a respectable family, her repertoire of curses was not in the least bit lacking. In fact, her insults were so cruel that Madame Lin fainted on the spot. The matter grew so out of hand that everyone and their mother heard of it. Still very much aggrieved, the old madam's next stop was the palace, to sob her protests to the empress. Since reason was on Princely's side, the empress had to put in considerable effort to console the old madam. She was only able to send the old madam off after she'd made it clear that she would help Princely find justice. Upon her return to the manor, the old madam immediately had servants look in on by Xiangxiu. Xiangxiu had already woken up, but she didn't have any appetite. Everything she ate unfortunately came straight back out. According to her, every single thing she ate had the stench of blood on it. This made the old madam extremely anxious. Long Hong was no better. In fact, the entire princely manor was anxious. Since the manor had only recently been built, it was only normal for everyone to be anxious now that there was finally a pregnant mistress in the house. And ever since the incident with Miss Lin, everyone knew that it would take some time before a new main wife would be able to marry into the family. Xiangxiu was likely going to be the prince and the old madam's favorite for a long time to come. And because of that, everyone was putting in their utmost effort to serve this mistress. But they couldn't possibly know was how depressed she was feeling right then. Why wouldn't she be? Another living being was now inside of her. How would she bear to return to the modern world when the Ghost Festival arrived in the 7th month? If she counted the days, her child would have just been born in the 7th month. It wouldn't even be a month old then. Was she going to abandon her child for the sake of returning to her world? She couldn't bear to part with her parents still in the modern times, yet she couldn't bear to part with the life here either. She felt extremely conflicted. And because of her inner conflict, she began to feel depressed. Once she was depressed, she began throwing up again. With her lack of appetite added in, it only took a mere 10 days before she was nothing more than skin and bones. Long Heng's face was locked in a frown all day. There was quite a dark, morose atmosphere with him everywhere he went. Everyone thought that he was like this because of Miss Lin and couldn't help but sympathize with him. If he were to do this on any other day while attending court, rumors would have spread about how unapproachable or unreasonable he was. But because he was obviously the victim in this situation, everyone was sympathizing with him instead. Even the emperor felt guilty towards Long Heng. After all, he was the one who'd insisted on their marriage in the first place, and then refused to break off the arrangement. Now that such things had happened, he couldn't blame Long Heng for doing what he had done. Since he was the one who'd arranged this ill-fated marriage, the emperor tried to make it up to him by proposing a few other maidens from eminent families for him to pick at his own preference. He even punished Minister Lin by confiscating a year's wages from him, citing that it was his own fault for not teaching his children properly. However, Long Heng declined the new marriage arrangements, citing that he couldn't entertain a new marriage while issues still remained within his manor. He managed to stop all the emperor's suggestions with this single rebuttal. Well, it is only normal for him to want some time alone to heal his wounds. Taking some time to consider things over is a good thing. However, no one expected that there really was a big issue in Long Heng's household. In fact, it was genuinely a giant problem. Song Jiaoyue was sure that Long Heng didn't actually have any feelings for that Miss Lin of the Lin Manor. He knew that everything that had conspired at the wedding was all a part of Long Heng's intricate plans. Long Heng was likely the one who had forced Luo Yungjing to steal the bride at the wedding. Only, why hadn't Song Jiaoyue received a single word of Bai Xianxiu's condition after her injuries? Could it be that Long Heng's current mood had something to do with her injury? And yet, he couldn't directly ask the man himself because Long Heng released a furious killing intent whenever they crossed paths. But something strange. Even though he's been furious in the past, there was no killing intent. His attitude has clearly changed in these past few days. How could Long Heng's attitude towards him not change? The situation was entirely different now that Long Heng knew that his friend had almost kidnapped his woman along with his child, instead of just his woman. Song Jiaoyue was almost beside himself with worry. He dispatched one of his servants who had good relations with the servants of the princely manor to gather some news. When he heard the findings, he slumped back in his chair, in a daze. He could neither hear Yusei nor anyone else. It was almost like his soul had left his body. Yusei and the other maidservants were worried sick, but Song Jiaoyue just wouldn't come back to reality no matter what they tried. He remained motionless all the way until nighttime, when he suddenly stood up. She's pregnant with Long Heng's child. But, if she doesn't love Long Heng, does that mean that he'd raped her? If she was raped, then the fault is all mine for being heartless on that day. He could no longer sit still. So, he changed into his nightgarb and left the Song Manor. Yu Sei and the rest didn't ask too many questions and kept their worries to themselves. After all, a woman shouldn't intrude on a man's matters. However, Song Jiaoyue wasn't the sort who would do brash things in the heat of the moment. He was deep in his thoughts as he stood outside the prince's manor. If Long Heng was to see me when I break in, then wouldn't her reputation be sullied? How will I face her after that? He stood outside the manor until the sun rose the next morning, but ultimately didn't sneak into the prince's manor. He turned around and walked back to his own manor, sending someone to secretly keep an eye on by Xiangxiu. However, the news he received was far from optimistic. According to his man, Madame Xiu wasn't feeling very well and spent most of her days lying down and doing nothing. Not only that, it was said that she'd often shed tears when she was alone. Song Jiaoyue's mood took an obvious turn for the worse when that news was brought to him. He was no longer as calm and collected when he faced Long Heng. He even found himself at a loss for words when they sat down together for a chat. Long Heng was also very busy in recent days as well. He didn't even have the time to hunt down Lin Qianzi and Luo Yunzheng. As a result, his plans for revenge were on indefinite hold. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 186, Duan Yunying Strikes. Chapter 186, Duan Yunying Strikes. His little woman was sticking to him like glue at the moment, and he would go keep her company whenever court was dismissed. Her expression would take a turn for the worse if he was even a bit late to return, and she would give him the most aggrieved look in the world, looking all the more pitiful. Long Heng felt that his heart would melt in a puddle every time he looked at her like this, and was both anxious and helpless as he kept her company. But he was also so incredibly happy at the same time, because his child was slowly growing inside of her. His child. It might grow into someone like him in the future, or a beautiful girl like her. Whatever they would turn out to be, this was his first child, so nothing bad happening would be tolerated. He brought over kanji to feed her. What would you like to eat later? I'm not even done with this kanji yet. Let's talk about what we're eating later. The more Long Heng treated her thus, the more soft-hearted Bai Xiangxiu became. But how could she so easily toss away her life in the modern times? Thus, she became more and more conflicted. Everything was bad when one was in a poor mood, and it didn't help that her body wasn't very healthy to begin with, so it was a bit difficult to nurture her body as well as the new life in her. Where did you say Miss Lin and the others went to? She would gossip when there was nothing else to do. There was nothing for it, it was a woman's innate nature. Long Heng was also in a good mood now that he'd shaken off the marriage. He smiled. She's pregnant all right, but leaving with Luo Yunjing this time might have been a mistake on her part. Why? Bai Xiangxiu was like a curious cat as she lay on the bed, propping herself up with her arms. She somehow felt another layer of meaning just under Long Heng's words. Long Heng didn't want to talk about these things with her, but had to talk about Lin Qianzi's gossip in order to distract her. Inside, he reflected deeply that no matter how reserved and shy a woman might be, she would always be particularly passionate about something like this. Her eyes betrayed her shock after he was done. She was silent for a long while before she looked up at him in disbelief. She did that with Duan Yunying? I believe so, and then that man somehow made his way into the Lin Manor. I believe that only Luo Yunjing was in the dark about it all, so I only told him that there may be someone else who loves Miss Lin like he does. Long Heng smiled very innocently, but Bai Xiangxiu wasn't fooled. This man could be quite evil. He'd obviously taken Luo Yunjing for a fool. If he'd known all this beforehand, he wouldn't have come fight for Lin Qianzi at all, and so hard at that. Therefore, did you tell Luo Yunjing that Miss Lin is pregnant? My gosh, at this point, it's an unknown who the actual father is. Yes, my men saw Duan Yunying buying medicine for preventing miscarriages. Then, who's the father? Long Heng flicked her forehead lightly. How would I know? Who do I go ask? True enough. Long Heng hadn't the slightest relationship with them, so how would he know who the father was? On the contrary, he was absolutely the father of the one in her stomach. As a modern woman, she'd heard of women having children out of wedlock, as well as couples having children only a year or two after the wedding. But she'd rarely heard of couples having a child less than half a year after the ceremony. His ability would put many to shame. She recalled from the novel that the female lead hadn't gotten pregnant that quickly either. Why had things changed when it came to her? Pregnant women were easily tired, so it didn't take much more talking before she became sleepy. Long Hong placed the covers over her and got into bed as well after changing his clothes. Ever since knowing that Bai Shangxiu really was pregnant, and because she was worried about the impact on the unborn child, the old madam had wanted Long Hong to spend his nights elsewhere. But how could he bear to put through Bai Shangxiu through so much trouble with his coming and going? He'd immediately volunteered to stay behind to take care of her. Apart from keeping a blade by his side, the two were as if an ordinary couple. They ate and slept together every day, inciting all sorts of jealousy from others. How would Bai Shangxiu care what they thought? She'd grown lazy since having a child, supremely lazy. She wouldn't move unless she absolutely had to. Setting aside the fact that it was the very picture of harmony in the princely manner, Duan Yunying was feeling all sorts of put out. His lovesick parasite had been utterly wasted. He wanted to use Lin Qianzi to kill Long Hong, not Luo Yunzheng. What was he to do now that she had run off with Luo Yunzheng? It would be a waste of energy if he managed to kill someone he didn't want to kill. And yet, he couldn't randomly kill anyone in the princely residence. It would be disastrous if it sparked Long Heng's desire for revenge instead of killing him. What if the prince decided to mobilize his troops? Duan Yunying's country would be in too much trouble then. This was why he'd deployed such a roundabout method before, but who would have thought that they'd fail time and time again? Had he known about this all beforehand, he would have planted the parasite in her body? It was just that he hadn't dreamed that Long Hong would still like her even after she'd grown ugly. It looked like he truly loved her. Or, do I still try to do something with that woman? That woman listened to orders quite obediently and stayed within the manor. She wouldn't leave easily. He wouldn't be able to enter the residence if she didn't leave, because the manor was still on guard against him. But perhaps he couldn't, but what about someone else? Duan Yunying laughed coldly. The easiest time to gain a woman's heart was when she was sad. Alright, he'd have to use her again. This was how a beautiful maid suddenly appeared in the princely manor. Her methods were so sophisticated that it didn't take long for her to be promoted to a role in the prince's residence. But she was very mindful of her place, and didn't do anything for a few days. Some matters couldn't be rushed. Her goal could only be reached when a certain person appeared. She waited roughly 5 days before that person made his appearance, and when that maid saw her target, she turned with a cold snort and walked into the study. The prince was handling some official affairs, and there was no one else around. She placed a teacup down in front of him and asked with a smile, "Do you remember me, Your Highness?" Princely lifted his head because he felt the voice a bit familiar, only to be greeted with a female flinging herself into his embrace with a waft of her fragrance. He was about to push her away when she asked him softly, "Do you want to know Duan Yunying's true identity?" Long Hong had indeed found out that Duan Yunying had had something to do with the enemy team, but hadn't been able to identify his true identity. He hesitated for a moment, but it was right then that someone entered through the door and saw the scene as soon as she set foot inside. The hell is going on here? Her husband was holding another woman, and moreover, was sitting in an extremely compromising position. Bai Shangxiu was stunned, then felt that she was entirely justified in flying into a rage, right? She'd actually recognized that woman as the female supporting character Yaya. Long Hong didn't seem to like her. No wait, not liking her doesn't mean the same as not wanting her. He was a man after all, and hadn't touched Bai Shangxiu in almost a month. He would likely feel something for any woman he saw. Bai Shangxiu grew angry as the thought crossed her mind and turned to leave. Long Hong frowned and casually threw Yaya off to a heap on the side. "Men, tie her up so I can interrogate her later." "Princely, you should know that I entered the manor because of you." Yaya had thought that he would be interested in Duan Yunying's identity and so would be inclined to treat her well. Then, she'd be able to take advantage of that to leave that person for good. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 187, The Female Lead's Invitation. Chapter 187, The Female Lead's Invitation. Unfortunately, the man in front of Yaya wasn't very cooperative. In fact, he genuinely seemed a bit nervous. Even with 2 lives worth of memories, Yaya had never once seen Long Hong with such a panicked look on his face. That panic was real. He chased after Bai Shangxiu without a second's hesitation. While Yada was being taken away, all she heard was, "Sure, don't run. Be mindful of your body." How? How can I not run when you're doing that with her? Bai Shangxiu transfixed him with a hard glare. She wasn't actually angry, but was simply going through the motions. Long Hong gathered her into his arms, but didn't dare use much of his strength. "Doing what? Do you really think that I would touch a woman like her?" "Doing what?" Bai Shangxiu suddenly imitated his tone of speech, still glaring at him. Yet, for all that energy, her glare didn't contain even an ounce of lethality. In fact, it was surprisingly cute. Long Hong was completely in the palm of her hand. He gave her cheeks a gentle pinch and said, "You, mischievous girl. You're up to no good again." Bai Xiangxiu's glare turned real as she retorted, "Who's mischievous? Who's up to no good? All right. You're not mischievous. Our child is the one who's mischievous." The saying that women and children are difficult is true after all. Especially women that are expecting. Bai Xiangxiu had really gotten much thinner in recent days, and had now reached the point where it looked like a gust of wind would blow her over. However, her assets hadn't shrunk one bit, which made her look even voluptuous than before. Long Hong was only able to hug her night after night, but wasn't able to proceed any further than that. To him, it was a feeling worse than not being able to fight the enemy in front of him during a battle. He instinctively placed his hands on her stomach, but Bai Xiangxiu was having none of it. "Don't touch me with the hand that touched that woman. There's a stench." She immediately dry-heaved after she spoke. At least that part wasn't an act. The fragrance from the powder on Yaya was genuinely too strong. Without a choice, Long Hong could only respond with, "Men, escort Madame Xiu back to her residence." "What about you? Are you going to go back for her?" Bai Xiangxiu arched her brows, as if she was on the verge of throwing a tantrum. "No. I am going to take a bath." Feeling speechless, Long Hong patted her head. A pregnant lady's temper is like the weather in June. They both change on a whim. Looking at his speechless face, Bai Xiangxiu's mood immediately took another turn as she burst out in laughter. Long Hong smiled ruefully. Her mood really did change like the winds, and he hadn't the slightest clue why. But Long Hong still tried to humor her to the best of his efforts. He began questioning Yaya after his bath. Surprisingly, she revealed everything she knew about Duan Yunying, including his secrets and background, without holding back. Long Hong received quite a shock. He didn't think that Duan Yunying would actually be a prince from an enemy state. Even though Duan Yunying wasn't a favored prince or anything, he might be able to rise above his brothers to become the next emperor if he managed to kill Long Hong. Long Hong understood why Duan Yunying had gone to such roundabout lengths to try and kill him. Since Long Hong was immune to most poisons, and Duan Yunying was no match for Long Hong in terms of martial arts, he'd wanted to take control of the people around Long Hong so that he could murder him by proxy. You must be wary of that, Bai Xiangxiu. She is your most doted upon concubine, but she is also that man's target. When she was done, Yaya began to trace circles on his shoulder and playfully said, "I am now your woman, so you can do whatever you want to me. You might even find that I'm better than that Bai Xiangxiu woman in bed." Slap. Before she could react, Yaya was sent flying with a slap to her face. She looked at Long Hong, bewildered. She didn't know where she'd spoken wrong. "You are not fit to be compared with her. Since you have not done anything against me, I will allow you to leave. Do not set foot anywhere near my manor again." "Oh. It seems that your highness has something he is afraid of." "Are you afraid that Bai Xiangxiu will get mad at you?" She really was bold to have such thoughts in that situation. After all, why would a prince be afraid of his own concubine? But her instincts told her that this was the same case as her previous life. Back then, Long Hong had loved Lin Shanzi so single-mindedly, he hadn't even dared to keep any other woman by his side, let alone spend the night with them. The fact that Long Hong was such a good man was also why she had targeted him after her reincarnation in the first place. Unfortunately, another woman from the rear court had already gotten to him before her. "Shut your mouth. This prince is more than willing to assist you if you wish for an early death." Long Hong no longer wanted to keep this woman around once he'd extracted the information he was after. But on second thought, she might serve too as a useful pawn for him in the future. So he said, "This prince can arrange a place for you at the concealed guard camp. If you don't like my arrangements, feel free to take your leave." Since Yaya had already revealed all of her master's secrets, Duan Yunying would surely put her to death using the same methods she'd experienced in her previous life. It was why she had wanted to take advantage of her opportunity to defect to Long Heng's side. There was no reason for her to decline his offered arrangements. Thus she stopped her clingy act and docilely followed his men to the concealed guard camp. Unfortunately, Ya never would have thought that she would succumb to the same exact fate that she had been met with in her previous life. She thought she could escape from Duan Yunying's wrath by making such a decision, but she sadly didn't share the same immunity to poison as Long Hong. On the contrary, she was very susceptible to it. Roughly 10 days after her escape, she began to feel itchy from head to toe. Over the course of a day, the itch gradually grew worse in intensity. When the men from the camp finally noticed that there was something amiss with her, she had already scratched herself into a tragic, bloody pulp. They wanted to take her to the doctor, but they all died upon touching her. Noticing the activation of his bloodlust parasite, Duan Yunying only laughed coldly. Even if that naive woman wants to escape, she should at least know her capability. She must be in utter misery right now, and begging for death. He then forgot all about her as he turned his focus back to his research on another kind of lovesick parasite. This type was a mutated variety that could enter the body without the need for intercourse. However, spiking a meal with the parasite was a challenge in and of itself. The prince's manor was too closely guarded. He needed to find a chance to plant the parasite into Bai Xiangxiu's body. It took him a long time to calibrate the new mutated lovesick parasite. He immediately ingested one of them. He could only control the other if he was infected by its twin parasite. This was the reason why intercourse was the best way to implant the parasite. It would receive the most nutrients when its hosts were in the height of passion. Its effect would become a little weaker through ingestion. But he was left without a choice. It was impossible for him to enter the prince's manor now, and that other woman had already betrayed him. After waiting for a long time, he finally saw a chance to strike. He'd previously noticed that Song Jiaoyue was looking at Bai Xiangxiu a little strangely at Long Hang's wedding ceremony. After some careful investigation, he finally understood why. Falling in love with a brother's woman. Such insolence. Even though he hid his feelings quite well, it's simply too easy for a man like me to see through his true intentions. Song Jiaoyue's personal maidservant had formed a habit of delivering pastries to Bai Xiangxiu and seemed genuinely disappointed by the return gifts every time. Song Jiaoyue seemed to share the same sentiments as his maidservant as well. Although Duan Yunying didn't understand the meaning behind the pastries, it was definitely an opportunity that he could make use of. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 188, Poisoned, Power in Bloodlines. Chapter 188, Poisoned, Power in Bloodlines. Bai Xiangxiu was very depressed. Why hasn't Song Jiaoyue given up yet? I've already given him so many heartless pastries, but he still delivers pastries with a heart to me every few days or so. Fortunately, Long Hong didn't know the true meaning behind the pastries. Bai Xiangxiu had only told him that Yusei was trying to brush up on her pastry-making skills to please Song Jiaoyue. Since Long Hong wanted a woman to cling onto Song Jiaoyue more than anything, he didn't interfere at all. She'd already received copious amounts of pastries. She hadn't really consumed any of the pastries yet because of her pregnancy, but for some reason, her appetite was suddenly good today. So, she picked one up and took a few bites. The taste is a little weird. I wonder what's inside. Truth be told, Yusei actually put a lot of effort into the pastries. Each batch of pastries were different. Long Hong didn't suspect that there was a hidden meaning behind the pastries because they genuinely seemed to be the product of a culinary exchange, which was why he didn't stop them. Being a fussy eater that she was, Bai Xiangxiu put the pastry aside and said to Xiaoshi, "Make the usual pastries as a return gift." As per usual, her pastries had no hearts inside. Did Song Jiaoyue hit his head or something? Why has he become so stubborn all of a sudden? He used to be the type of person who just went with the flow. Is his sudden change my fault? Perhaps it was because of her mood or some other reason, but she was beginning to grow a little irritated. On the other hand, Duan Yunying was absolutely delighted. He was beginning to feel a little warm, which meant that his plan had worked. The lovesick parasite had a very inconvenient side effect. Once ingested, the parasite would connect the mind of the parent with the mind of the host, but it also had the properties of an aphrodisiac. Thus, their bodies would heat up at almost the same time. It would make them feel very uncomfortable and also extremely empty inside. But, by channeling his qi, Duan Yunying could slowly take over Bai Xiangxiu's mind and even eventually take control of her body. The infected person wouldn't realize a thing. It would only be like a dream to them. Bai Xiangxiu was now feeling all hot and bothered, as if she was in a waking dream. She had experienced this particular feeling before and knew that she was beginning to want it. But why now? Maybe spring has arrived for me? Her condition didn't get any better after taking a bath. Since she didn't want to make a fool out of herself in front of the maidservants, she could only pretend to sleep and pray that the feeling would eventually subside. However, the maidservants and the mama soon noticed that something was amiss, so they carefully asked her if she was feeling unwell. Bai Xiangxiu shook her head weakly and asked almost instinctively, "Where is His Highness?" Xiaoshi took the hint. Her mistress wasn't feeling well and wanted the prince to keep her company. "My mistress has been having so many random thoughts lately. This is proof that she wants to be doted on." Thus, she sent someone out to find Long Hong. Long Hong arrived almost instantly after receiving her summons. He had been taking care of matters from home lately, and rarely went out other than to attend morning court or visit the army camp. He was far too worried about Bai Xiangxiu to stray too far from her, especially as she hadn't been in the best of health lately. When he heard that she was feeling unwell, he immediately put his work aside and ran to Apricot Garden. Fortunately, it was only a few steps away. He didn't notice anything wrong with her when he saw her in person. Her cheeks were just a little redder than usual, and her eyes a bit hazy. "What is it? Aren't you going to take an afternoon nap? I wanted your highness to accompany me in my sleep. Why am I saying such things? It's so shameful." She immediately covered her face with her hands. She felt extremely conflicted. Her words ended up pleasing Long Hong quite a bit as he teased her, "As you wish." He removed his outer garments and lay beside her on the bed. He didn't actually intend to do anything to her. After all, she was pregnant. He didn't want to risk harming her body. Unexpectedly, it was her who didn't behave instead. She started to squirm around in bed, hugging his waist in one moment and touching his chest at the next. Was a man's waist and chest places where anyone could simply touch? His body instinctively reacted to her touch. However, her face was clearly saying that she hadn't done it on purpose. Her innocent gaze made him a little angry. Is she trying to say that she won't be taking responsibility for leading me on? However, she didn't stop there. She burrowed her head into his chest next, with her mouth misbehaving as well. Long Hong could feel an explosion go off in his mind. He'd never seen Bai Xiangxiu take the initiative before. Moreover, her conflicted expressions while she seduced him were extremely charming and alluring to him. Long Hong didn't resist her advances too much and allowed her to do as she pleased. For one, he was afraid that he'd harm her in the heat of the moment, and also because he wanted to see what she was going to do next. Bai Xiangxiu had no clue why she wanted to do these things. By the time she'd regained her senses, she'd already gobbled Long Hong up. Looking at his face from her vantage point high up above, Bai Xiangxiu could feel her blood rush into her head like it was about to explode. Unfortunately, Long Hong seemed to really enjoying himself. His breathing had quickened and his eyes were almost closed. "Sure, don't stop. Go on, continue. Continue my ass. This is super embarrassing, alright?" However, her body seemed to have a mind of its own. It didn't take long before she brought Long Hong to the peak of ecstasy. "Wait. I have something even more interesting for you." Bai Xiangxiu gave Long Hong a kiss and climbed out of bed. His passion immediately flared up again after hearing what she had said. Something more interesting? What could it possibly be? He lay back in wait with his eyes closed. He was feeling extremely satisfied right now. Bai Xiangxiu soon returned with a very solid piece of rope. It was even drenched in water. She climbed on top of him, tying his hands to the headboard and his legs together. Long Hong gulped audibly. Why was his blood boiling when this was obviously such a dangerous thing to do? He even hurried her up by saying, "Faster. Show her. Faster." Bai Xiangxiu was feeling depressed as she tied him up. What am I doing? This is outrageous. This better not injure Long Hong or my heart would hurt just as much. However, she had already been defeated before she could even manage to harm a hair on his body. How can he possibly be this enchanting? She was depressed when she saw Long Heng's pleasure-filled expressions. He used to be so inexperienced. When did he become so naughty? Long Heng's face was a bit flushed. His eyes fluttered shut as he let himself bask in the sensations. Even though his hands were tied up, he still clenched them into a fist while indulging in his pleasure. This is my chance. What chance? Bai Xiangxiu was frightened by the voice that suddenly appeared in her brain. It felt like something was slowly taking over her brain. Her right hand then proceeded to grab a long pair of scissors that had been hidden inside the pile of ropes that she had brought. No. Don't do this. Even though she was scared, even though she wanted to put up a fight, she just couldn't take back control of her body. Suddenly, she heard a voice shout, "Mistress! Mistress! Why, are your thoughts so chaotic? Even your mind is filled with killing intent. Huar! Help me! Someone is controlling me!" Bai Xiangxiu screamed mentally. Huar quickly replied, "Mistress! Try using your left hand." The mastermind had basically focused all of his concentration to control her right hand in order to stab Long Hong with the scissors. But apparently, he hadn't expected that the left hand would suddenly grab onto the right hand just when he was about to strike. It was like there were two people inside of her, one that wanted to kill while the other wanted to protect. The struggle between the two was clear even on her face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 189, Panic. Prince Li takes revenge. Chapter 189, Panic. Prince Li takes revenge. It was at this precise moment that Long Hung sobered up. He was somewhat surprised at first, but quickly understood what was going on. He was aware that the enemy state was highly versed in the use of parasites. He had personally seen a subordinate of his murder his comrades after his eyes turned red. It was clear that Bai Xiangxiu was under the influence of a parasite. Only, it was a little odd that she'd been able to retain some of her consciousness. Fortunately, she had somehow managed to stop herself. Otherwise, she would have stabbed Long Hong with the scissors earlier, which might have actually killed him. But he wasn't too concerned for his own safety right now. His mind was wholly concerned with Bai Xiangxiu. It wasn't easy to cure parasitic toxins. He ripped the rope apart with his bare hands, stripping the skin from his wrists. However, Long Hong didn't bother even checking on it as he reached for her. While Bai Xiangxiu's hands tussled with each other, Long Hong wrapped his hands around hers and wrested the weapon out of her right hand. Run! Bai Xiangxiu used all of her remaining strength in her body to force herself to utter one word. Suddenly, with a strength she didn't know existed, she broke free from Long Hang's grasp and landed lightly on the ground. She then whirled on one foot, the other leg rising into the air to land a textbook kung fu roundhouse kick on Long Hang's head. The hell? When did I learn martial arts? Bai Xiangxiu was extremely depressed. Long Hong had noticed something amiss as well. This was a different kind of parasite. Not only did it allow another person to take control of the host's mind, it seemed to bring out their untapped strength as well. However, it would also use up the vital energy of the host, and might even be lethal. I cannot allow her to be harmed. There are 2 lives on the line here. Long Hong swayed backwards to dodge her kick. In one smooth motion, he tore apart the bindings on his legs with his hands. The two began to fight without even an inch of clothing on their bodies. If anyone were to witness this scene, their jaws would surely drop to the ground. Fortunately, Bai Xiangxiu was only being controlled and wasn't actually a martial arts expert. Long Hong was able to take her back and clasp her tightly to him. He was careful not to use too much of his strength, since he was afraid that he might injure her. Since she was pregnant, how could her fragile body possibly withstand his full strength? However, Bai Xiangxiu continued to put up a struggle while in his arms. In the heat of the moment, he struck the back of her neck. Bai Xiangxiu immediately went limp. Long Hong quickly laid her down on the bed and stuck his still bleeding wrist in her mouth. Long Heng's blood was capable of warding off parasites. Once ingested, the blood would then rid her body of the parasites. However, when the parasite toxin was cured by anyone else other than the originator of the parasite itself, the originator would then have to suffer from the horrible side effects. For example, the toxins in their body might increase in potency by 100 times. Duan Yunying was currently facing this exact side effect. The aphrodisiac levels in his body had been increased by several multitudes, making him very restless indeed. With no outlet, he could only run off to the nearby brothel to spend 2 straight days and nights with the prostitutes there. By the time he was sated, he had exhausted almost every single ounce of vital energy in his body. How did that woman retain her consciousness? Impossible. Even if there was a flaw in my parasite, there's no way she could still retain her consciousness after ingesting it. This is inconceivable. She single-handedly foiled my plans. After too many rounds to count, he could no longer muster the energy to rise out of bed. He could only rest in a place he hated the most, with the kind of women he most disdained. What Duan Yunying didn't know was that Bai Xiangxiu's pregnancy was actually the root of all his troubles. The child she was carrying was Long Heng's flesh and blood, and had inherited his bloodline. The child was able to restrain the parasite even through the confines of a womb. The child's blood had also warded off the parasite and cleansed some of the toxins in Bai Xiangxiu's body, which had allowed her to retain her consciousness. Of course, Huar had helped too. By frantically calling its mistress, it helped bring Bai Xiangxiu's mind back to reality just as she had begun to float away. All sorts of coincidences had allowed Bai Xiangxiu to save Long Heng's life, as well as her own. But the dangers had yet to pass. While Long Hong was helping Bai Xiangxiu cleanse the toxins from within her body, he suddenly noticed a speck of blood on her white underpants. He could feel his heart tremble. He quickly pulled her pants off to take a closer look and immediately felt his heart freeze. He yelled out, "Summon the doctor." Immediately. No one dared to go near their residence when those two were taking their afternoon nap. But since Long Hong had channeled his internal force while shouting, it was loud enough for the faraway servants to hear. They immediately summoned the doctor. Xiaoshi and the others were shocked when they arrived in the room. Amama helped Bai Shangxiu change into a sanitary pad, but they didn't dare to move her too vigorously. The doctor diagnosed that there was a risk of miscarriage as soon as he arrived, which meant that Bai Shangxiu would have to take some miscarriage-preventing medicine. Moreover, she wasn't to be moved around as it would be extremely dangerous. Long Hong was furious. Duan Yuning's true identity no longer mattered to him. Since he had harmed his loved one and his unborn child, Long Hong was not going to let him off unscathed. At the same time, Long Hong also realized why Bai Shangxiu had able to retain her consciousness. When the doctor had left to concoct the medicine, he rubbed Bai Shangxiu's belly. "You are a strong and resilient child. Father is very proud of you. You must live. Father will avenge you by killing the man that hurt you." Long Hong stayed by Bai Shangxiu's side to watch over her until she woke up. Gradually coming back into consciousness, Bai Shangxiu blinked her eyes repeatedly. Her entire body felt extremely heavy. Her hands wandered down to her stomach. It was a little uncomfortable around there. "How do you feel? Does it hurt a lot?" Long Hong was holding her hands with anxiety written all over his face. There was even sweat coming from his palms. "It doesn't hurt too much. I just feel a little bloated. Is he all right?" Bai Shangxiu was feeling a little scared as well. Even though she might feel that the child in her stomach was troublesome, she knew she'd be devastated if the child was gone. Long Hong immediately consoled her. "Don't worry. He's doing fine." Bai Shangxiu breathed a sigh of relief after hearing his comforting words. She then looked at Long Hong and held his hand. "What about you? Are you all right? I seem to remember that. I almost stabbed you." "Not almost. I really did stab him. That wasn't me. It was someone else. It should be. I know. Don't worry. You were being controlled by a parasite, but you're cured now, but." "Is that so? How was I cured? With your blood?" She noticed the bandage on Long Hang's wrist after looking over him carefully. She immediately furrowed her brows and became quite visibly agitated. She wanted to struggle up to a sitting position, but Long Hong held her down and said, "No need to panic. I am totally fine. It's just an injury I got when I ripped the rope apart." Recalling what they've previously done, the tip of Long Hang's ears began to turn red. Bai Shangxiu seemed to share the same sentiment because her cheeks flushed hotly as well. The couple remained silent for a long while until Long Hong finally broke the silence. "You should now focus on recuperating and not too much about other things. All will be well as long as you and the child are safe. Where are you going?" Bai Shangxiu was feeling a little nervous. She had a feeling that he was about to do something particularly momentous. "Don't worry. I'm just going to get some revenge for the both of you. MMN. You be careful. Give him a few extra punches for me and our child's sake." Bai Shangxiu responded ruthlessly. Once she was done speaking, she slowly closed her eyes, falling back asleep. She was tired and needed rest. Long Hong patted her head. He originally thought that his kind-hearted wife would try to stop him, but hadn't expected that she'd tell him to punch the man a few more times instead. And yet, how was this something that could be settled with just a couple of punches? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 190, Psychic Dreams? Ah, it's a superpower. Chapter 190, Psychic Dreams? Ah, it's a superpower. Upon leaving Apricot Garden, Long Hong reverted to his usual frosty demeanor. This time, his icy rage was palpable, radiating off his body in chilly waves. Everyone who went near him would involuntarily tremble inside. He summoned the concealed guards and ordered them to locate Duan Yuning as soon as humanly possible. Long Hong had originally allowed him freedom in order to investigate the enemy nation's movements. But of course, Long Hong had also wanted to use him to stir up trouble for Luo Yunzhen and Lin Xianzi. But he'd never expected the enemy to go as far as to harm Bai Shangxiu. No matter what stood in his way, he would have his revenge. Bai Shangxiu was extremely worried about Long Hong even though she was at home. After all, he was about to do something dangerous. This time, Horror entered into her dreams directly to ask, "Mistress, Huayr has stronger powers of perception now. Maybe you'd like to watch that thing you're curious about?" "Yes. Huayr really did have something to do with my previous dreams after all." Bai Shangxiu had always felt that those dreams had been a little weird. But this time, she was able to voluntarily enter the dream. Thus, she began to witness Long Hang's revenge. But if she had known that it'd be such a gory scene, she'd never have agreed to watch in the first place. Long Hong seemed to have entered a room filled with the scent of perfume and powder. She saw a man abruptly leap out of bed. The man wasn't properly dressed, which allowed Bai Xiangxiu to see his fair and alluring body. I didn't think that this male supporting character would be so excellent as well. At least, in terms of his figure. Why have you come? Duan Yuning looked like he was scrambling for his clothes, but was likely looking for a way out at the same time. The parasite had the properties of an aphrodisiac. Since I used my blood to cure her of the parasite, you must have been hit by a backlash of toxins. I knew that I'd find you weak and drained of energy in a place like this. The aura of a formidable military general exuded from every inch of Long Heng's being. At that moment, he was a god of slaughter, and the incarnation of the devil himself. Bai Xiangxiu's heart was racing when she saw Long Hong like this. She was completely and utterly enchanted by his dominance. This was the kind of man that should only exist in the movies. Yet she was lucky enough to get her hands on such a man. Why does this feel so exhilarating? Bai Xiangxiu was falling so hard for him that she almost felt compelled to yell, "This is my boyfriend." No. This is my husband, you know? Unfortunately, this husband of mine also kills. Long Hong. What do you want from me? Duan Yuning's legs were soft and wobbly after 2 days of endless rounds. He knew that escape would not be easy. Your life. The hell? Must you use your words so sparingly? Husband, can't you at least tell him why you're killing him? Unfortunately, an extended monologue wasn't in the cards. Long Hong immediately sprang towards Duan Yuning with a weapon in hand. Long Hong was much stronger than Duan Yuning, so it didn't take long before Duan Yuning's left arm sported a gash. Duan Yuning furrowed his brows and yelled, "Long Hong! You must know the consequences of killing me. Do you really want to start a war again when we've only just made peace? Will your master still trust a dog like you?" Ah! Duan Yuning screamed as another gash appeared on his left arm. Duan Yuning gritted his teeth. Long Hong! Are you insane? They are my everything. I will not allow you to live after harming them. Your country will meet the same fate as you. Long Hong was so domineering that every word he spoke seemed to echo repeatedly in the area around him. Duan Yuning immediately felt like something was off. He came to the dismal realization that the fool in this matter had been none other than him. If Long Hong was to bear enmity against his country, wouldn't he then become the sinner for instigating all this? To understand this, one must understand how terrifyingly skilled Long Hong was at warfare. In the previous war, Long Hong had, leading just his army, slaughtered a path almost all the way to their capital's doors. If it wasn't for the peace talks coming to a swift conclusion, their nation might have been wiped off from the map already. Duan Yuning was terrified. Long Hong truly was the biggest enemy of his life. He gritted his teeth and retrieved the concealed weapon that he had previously hid beside the bed, throwing it at Long Hong with all his strength. Watch out! Watch out, Your Highness! Bai Xiangxiu yelled while still dreaming. Her palms were sweating due to anxiety. Xiaoshi jumped straight into the air, startled by the sudden yelling, and quickly ran up to check up on her mistress. Besides being a little sweaty, Bai Xiangxiu seemed to be doing fine. Xiaoshi quickly took out a handkerchief to wipe off Bai Xiangxiu's sweat and stayed by her mistress' side all night. Bai Xiangxiu was still stuck in the dream that was now turning into a nightmare. She witnessed with her own eyes how Long Hong butchered the male supporting character. Yes, Duan Yuning's murder could only be best described as a butchery. When Long Hong was done, he dumped the corpse on the streets for dogs to tear apart. It was so gruesome that many in the crowd had nightmares the next day. Bai Xiangxiu was covered in cold sweat when she woke up. But for some reason, she didn't feel any disdain towards Long Hong for doing what he'd done. On the contrary, she actually felt somewhat happy that Long Hong had avenged her so passionately. Isn't that a little perverse? Such thoughts would totally ruin my gentle, kind-hearted and considerate image. Actually, her thoughts wouldn't really affect others' opinions on her. On the surface, she was still the concubine who was greatly liked by the old madam and the servants. Keeping her from harm was their number one priority now that she was pregnant. The old madam was already treating Bai Xiangxiu like an actual daughter-in-law. She even brought Bai Xiangxiu along with her to a spring banquet because Bai Xiangxiu was growing too depressed staying at home. Her son was simply too much as well. He'd nearly caused a miscarriage just by spending an afternoon with her. Now that there was some free time, she wanted her son to spend his time with other women instead so that he would stay away from Bai Xiangxiu and her eldest grandchild. The spring banquet was held at Prince Rome's manor this year. Even Madame Lin, who had long since avoided the public eye, was making a public reappearance. However, she was still shunned by everyone. In fact, not many were willing to talk to her at all. Bai Xiangxiu, on the other hand, was unexpectedly well received by others. Upon her arrival, Madame Song immediately pulled her aside to ask all sorts of questions. When the others saw how familiar the two were with each other, they instantly figured out that Bai Xiangxiu was the one who had gifted them the uplifting plants back then. A few other madams then came up to Bai Xiangxiu to request more, and they were all met with a resounding yes. Because she was pregnant, Bai Xiangxiu seemed so frail that even a light breeze seemed enough to topple her. Everyone was sweating nervously for her the minute they saw her. Many were finding it difficult to ask for something from a person that seemed so fragile. However, they didn't think that she would agree to each and every request made. She was surprisingly straightforward. Her fragile exterior combined with her forthright personality made her very popular with the crowd. Madame Song absolutely adored her as well. In her case, she'd recently noticed her son's feelings for Bai Xiangxiu. It was simply futile to hide such things from her. Too bad she's already married to Prince Li. I've even heard that she's now pregnant as well. There's no way our family would accept her anymore even if I tried to bring her into the family. Well, it's not like my son will have troubles finding an excellent wife anyways. However, it truly isn't easy to find an obedient wife who is also a good cook. I want her to be my daughter-in-law so badly. The old madam was depressed. Madame Song was staring at her daughter-in-law so passionately that her eyes were practically glued to Bai Xiangxiu. She was well aware that Madame Song had taken a fancy to her son's concubine. Even though Bai Xiangxiu was only a concubine, she was still her son's woman after all. The old madam couldn't help but feel a little disgruntled when someone was thinking about Bai Xiangxiu in that way. Moreover, they all were treating her like air. Even though Song Jiaoyue had walked past her many times, his gaze had been locked onto Bai Xiangxiu and no one else. Fortunately, Bai seemed to know her place well. She kept her eyes to herself for the most part and didn't make any improper eye contact with others. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 191, Death of the Prince, the female lead returns. Chapter 191, Death of the Prince, the female lead returns. The old madam was very satisfied with Bai Xiangxiu's behavior. Just as she was about to relax, her son burst through the doors. He obviously wasn't here for a casual stroll or to look at the flowers. He was clearly only here out of concern for Bai. Why is he so concerned about her? How can there be danger when she's with me? But when she saw the way Madame Song was holding Bai Xiangxiu's hand, the old madam immediately knew that her son must know something that she didn't. That was why he was being so cautious. However, she couldn't help but be rendered speechless when she saw how Madame Song was looking at Bai Xiangxiu. It was almost like she was staring at a rare and excellent delicacy. Realizing that the banquet was about to start, the old madam notified Bai Xiangxiu. A mama will serve some food to you later. There are some dishes here that you cannot eat right now. I understand, old madam. Why go through all that trouble? I already know what I can or cannot eat. What is it? Do you have some food you can't eat? Madame Song asked while smiling. Of course. She has a large list of prohibitions at the moment. Any food that might invigorate blood flow or food that are too lean in nature are all off limits. The old madam covered her mouth with her handkerchief and smiled joyfully. Her smile was so wide that even the wrinkles on her forehead seemed to have gotten deeper. Even though publicly announcing a 3-month pregnancy was said to bring bad luck, every lady at that table clearly understood the old madam's implication. They all immediately congratulated Bai Xiangxiu, embarrassing her greatly. The banquet thus began in a joyous mood. However, nobody noticed the killing intent hidden deep in Madame Lin's eyes. Surprisingly, she was quite good at keeping her calm. Her priority right now was to redeem her family's name, so she could suffer a little for now. Even though Bai Xiangxiu's morning sickness was no longer as big of a hindrance as it was before, she was still sensitive to all sorts of odors. She started feeling unwell after just a few bites of food. After sending someone to notify the old madam, Consort Rong then had her servants escort Bai Xiangxiu from the banquet to rest. She had barely rested for more than 5 minutes at a nearby pavilion before a maidservant came up to her with a letter. Bai Xiangxiu was puzzled. Why would somebody send me a letter in Prince Rong's manner? Could it be Song Jiaoyue? Impossible. That man would always observe proper decorum. There's no way he'd do something strange like this. She opened the letter to take a look. Madam Xiao. See you in Prince Rong's rear garden. I have something to ask. The letter was actually sent by Lin Xianzi. It's the female lead. Why did she return all of a sudden? Hasn't she already eloped with Luo Yunzheng? I mustn't meet with her. The last time I did, she'd nearly caused a miscarriage. Only an idiot would want to meet with her after the last time. Thus, she handed the letter over to Xiaoshi and acted like she hadn't seen it. The messenger was unhappy when she saw what Bai Xiangxiu had done. After some careful thought, she spoke up, "That lady is very pitiful. Won't you meet with her?" So it seemed that Lin Xianzi's White Lotus Act wasn't exclusively used on the male lead and the supporting male characters. She was clearly using it on the other members of the supporting cast as well. How she is none of my concern. Bai Xiangxiu's temper had been really bad lately. Why the hell would she be afraid of these lowly servants when she dared talk back to Prince Li himself? The servants from the Prince Rong manor quietly backed away, not daring to press the matter. They took their leave, and went to inform the pitiable lady that Bai Xiangxiu wasn't going to meet with her. However, they didn't foresee that the pitiable lady would grow enraged after she heard the response. She began to weep. "Good, very good. She dares treat me like this? Good. They killed him. I must have revenge, revenge." Lin Xianzi had gone insane. She stormed into Bai Xiangxiu's rest area to personally meet the concubine. Bai Xiangxiu had just finished vomiting at that moment and was just about to make her way back to the manor. However, Lin Xianzi suddenly appeared and charged towards her. Unbridled fury colored her voice as Lin Xianzi shouted, "Bai Xiangxiu! Why are you afraid to see me? You slut! It was all your fault. He came to find you, but the both of you murdered him when he came to see you." Murdered? Who? Duan Yuning's murder immediately came to mind. As a matter of fact, she'd seen his gruesome murder with her own eyes. When that scene began to rise in her memories, she couldn't help but feel the urge to vomit rise yet again. She held her hands over her mouth and began to retch. Lin Xianzi followed up, "There's no need for you to put on a piteous act. Summon that murderer named Long Hung. Was loving you such a sin that it justified murder?" What? Blard, Bai Xiangxiu truly vomited this time. This one though, she believed, came from her disgust for Lin Xianzi. Your mother. Is her brain wired differently or something? When did that man ever say that he loved me? And why does she think that Long Hang would murder him for that reason alone? Is there a hole in your brain? How do you manage to come up with such absurd things? The old madam and the other ladies had already finished their meals and were on their way to the pavilion. They were chatting as they walked, and came onto the scene as Lin Xianzi screamed at Bai Xiangxiu. Across from the former, Bai Xiangxiu was clutching her chest with her hands, her complexion ashen. Bai Xiangxiu and Lin Xianzi were currently worlds apart in terms of their outer appearances. Bai Xiangxiu looked delicate and pitiable, dressed in simple but luxurious clothes. As for the eldest daughter of the Lin family, she now looked like she had gone insane. Her hair was messy, and her complexion as pale as a ghost. Even her silky smooth, fair face now looked a bit little rough around the edges. Madame Lin was devastated when she caught sight of her daughter's current state. She immediately ran up to her and hugged her tightly. "My daughter! What have you been through to end up looking like this? It hurts mother so to see you this way." Sadly, Lin Xianzi pushed her mother aside and said, "Don't get in my way. I want to avenge him. Is that man dead? He deserves to be killed." Madame Lin vented. That man had dared kidnap her daughter. The heavens were indeed just. No. It's not him. It's Duan Yuning. Long Hong murdered Duan Yuning. He. Shut your mouth. Madame Lin quickly interrupted her daughter. Since Duan Yuning was her daughter's teacher, she naturally knew who he was. She also knew that they had had ambiguous relations, but why would her daughter bring it up in front of so many people? Was her reputation no longer important to her? Moreover, why would that man be murdered all of a sudden? What was going on? The old madam scrunched up her forehead as her voice turned grave. "Watch your words, Miss Lin. Was she trying to smear the good name of the princely manor?" Her words served as a reminder for Bai Xiangxiu as well. Why had she suddenly gained another admirer all of a sudden? If word was to spread, wouldn't she end up in exactly the same spot as the female lead? She didn't want to be known as the men's lady, so she immediately hid her face behind her hands and started crying. This concubine has only seen Sir Duan once when I'd accompanied His Highness to the Red Maple Mountain Villa. "Miss Lin, what would you gain from slandering me like this?" She had no choice but to redirect attention back to Lin Xianzi to avoid suspicion. Being slandered for doing something she hadn't done truly felt awful. If he doesn't like you, then why would he ignore me? Lin Xianzi somehow managed to swallow her words before they landed her in trouble. Undeterred, she followed up with, "Then why would he stare at you during my wedding?" Bai Xiangxiu could feel her brain shrink. She then carefully replied, "Then who should he have stared at?" Lin Xianzi was at a loss for words after she heard that impartial sentence. Lin Xianzi could only glare at Bai Xiangxiu with eyes that were red throughout, as if she had suffered a great insult. Even though the novel mentioned time and again how you love everything and everyone, isn't your heart a little too wide for your own good? Why would you come back to ask about Duan Yuning when you've already eloped with Luo Yunzheng? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 192, The Lin Family Daughter Gets Married. Chapter 192, The Lin Family Daughter Gets Married. Lin Xianzi balled her hands into a fist. She turned a blind eye to her mother off on the side, who was trying her best to clean up after Lin Xianzi. She then yelled agitatedly, "You might not care about him, but someone else might. Long Hong is a murdering maniac." "Oh? I didn't know that killing an enemy spy made me a murderous maniac. Could it be that Miss Lin has some kind of special relationship with him?" No one knew exactly when Long Hong had arrived. As he walked forward, he revealed Duan Yuning's true identity in a voice that could have frozen magma. Minister Lin, who'd come running after he heard about the commotion, was shocked by all the revelations as well. If that Duan person really was a spy from the enemy nation, then Lin Xianzi had practically almost single-handedly destroyed the entire Lin family. He immediately walked up to Lin Xianzi without second thought and gave her a hard slap. She spun around once from the force of the slap. "Men, take the young miss home to await her wedding." But Minister Lin had decided to let Lin Xianzi off the hook last time, but he'd never expected that she'd return so soon with the intention of taking revenge for an enemy of the nation. Minister Lin was in so much pain that his heart felt like it was bleeding. Lin Xianzi wasn't a fool. She immediately understood the seriousness of the situation and allowed herself to be taken away. Bai Xiangxiu was smart enough to know to keep her mouth shut as well. Now was a time to hide herself well, or someone might put a bounty on her head for this. Long Hong then turned to Minister Lin and asked, "Minister Lin, I wonder what relationship does the Lin Manor have with Duan Yuning?" "None. None at all." "Then that is for the best, because this prince will be reporting this incident to the emperor. A spy from the enemy nation has infiltrated our nation to assassinate important officials. For all we know, Minister Lin might even be one of his targets. When His Majesty asks about it, I hope that you will reveal everything as is. How can Your Highness be so sure that Duan Yuning is a spy?" "I naturally have the required evidence at hand." Minister Lin was drenched in cold sweat. When he returned back home, he immediately gave Madame Lin 2 hard slaps to her face. His wife and his daughter were truly adept at making trouble for him. They have nearly brought ruin and disgrace upon him. He couldn't allow them to tarnish his name any further. Thus, he sent someone to inquire Ji Zhangshu's opinion of his daughter and to ask whether he would like to marry her. Ji Zhangshu was more than willing. After all, he had been in love with his younger cousin since a long time ago. Even though there were a lot of bad rumors about her floating around, he strongly believed that they were just rumors. His cousin could never possibly be such a loose woman. He was more than happy to accept her hand in marriage. It didn't matter how strongly his family disapproved of his decision. Ji Zhangshu was ready with the preparations for marriage with Lin Xianzi in half a month's time. Lin Xianzi had wanted to put up a fight, but she simply had no say in this matter. She could only marry him, albeit unwillingly. Surprisingly, the ceremony went smoothly. Nobody came to cause any disturbances at her wedding. Instead, a certain drunk person came to disturb Bai Xiangxiu instead. The man sat on a chair after he'd caused Xiaoshi to faint after tapping her acupoints. He continued to drink as he wept. How many men can a woman love at one time? I've done so much for her, yet she only thinks about other men. She even told me that the father of her child was another man. Luo Yunzheng, why did you come to me to cry about your troubles? He even chose an opportune timing to come to my bedroom when Long Hong wasn't around. I just thought that since you're close to her, you might know her thoughts. Bai Xiangxiu could sense that he had no killing intent. So, she set her mind at ease and walked closer to him. While caressing her tummy, she sat down and retorted. I'm not close to her at all. Isn't it just a breakup? Do you have to be so devastated by it that you have to come over to my place to cry about it? Break up? Yeah. Unless, the two of you haven't broken up yet? Ha ha. I guess that's true. What else could a person do after a breakup other than drink? Luo Yunzheng was thoroughly drunk by now and began to talk about his past journeys with Miss Lin. Bai Shangxiu already knew about it all since she had read the novel, and now she was listening to the same story again in person. Her patience was almost at its breaking point. Just outside the room, Long Hong was being so nervous that cold sweat was pouring out from his palms. He was afraid that his sudden presence might trigger Luo Yunjing to do something that might harm Bai Shangxiu. She had already gotten to the stage where there was a small bulge on her stomach. His child was slowly growing inside of her. Luo Yunjing must be a lunatic. Why would he come all the way here to cry about his drunken sorrows? Halfway through his story, Luo Yunjing suddenly hiccuped drunkenly and fell onto the floor with a loud thud. Long Hong quickly rushed into the room and saw Bai Shangxiu staring at Luo Yunjing. "Are you all right?" Bai Shangxiu nodded her head. Long Hong then yelled, "Men! Lock him up in the dungeons." "Understood." A concealed guard then came in and carried Luo Yunjing away. Bai Shangxiu stood up and asked, "Have you been outside the whole time?" "I was only worried about you." I immediately noticed when he came in. "Sure, something is about to happen soon. I will assign some concealed bodyguards to protect you. You need to be cautious at all times." "Understood? What do you mean by that?" Bai Shangxiu could tell that something big was about to happen. She looked at Long Hong curiously. No wonder he has been so secretive lately. Could it be that? Is it enemy nation trying to blame you for killing Duan Yunying? A woman's intuition was often very accurate in these sort of things. It's not an issue since they are no match for me. It's just that I have to return to the battlefield. Return to the battlefield? That plot point had certainly been brought forward for quite a bit. He has to kill me first before he returns to battle, right? Why is he returning to the battlefield so soon? Don't worry. It won't happen so soon. At least, not until you give birth to our child. Are you kidding me? I have to return to the modern era after the child is born. If you go into battle, who's going to take care of the child? All sorts of complications began to fill Bai Shangxiu's mind. As she busily contemplated about her problems, someone suddenly hugged her. Don't overthink it. You need some rest now, Dot. But, you don't need to hug me, right? You should be, alright if we. Why yes, Bai Shangxiu had wanted to reject his advances at first, but she decided to be a little more understanding since Long Hong was soon going to return to the battlefield. However, that moment of understanding led to her downfall. Long Hong had only predicted his return to the battlefield. He hadn't meant that he was going into battle tomorrow. On the bright side, he was much less rough on her now, but they still did it at least once a day. As for Luo Yunjing, he was tortured through and through in the underground cell, but ultimately released in the end. Long Hong didn't want to butt heads with the Wulin before the war. Otherwise, he'd be faced with troubles and worries within and without. Currently, the emperor's showing a lot more towards the princely manner. After all, it was only right for him to care for his general so that he could go to battle with a peace of mind. Even though Long Hong was technically the one who had killed their prince, the only person who could properly deal with the enemy nation's armies was him as well. And, how dare the enemy nation plant a spy in their country? Such insolence! Fortunately, the spy hadn't set their sights on the palace, as the royal didn't have the same immunity to poisons like Long Hong did. Due to fear of such a development, the emperor then tasked Long Hong with a mission to ferret out all enemy spies, especially within the palace. Everyone was riddled with anxiety. It was a war without the overt signs of one. The emperor had no choice but to admit that he didn't know who else he could trust other than Long Hong. Thus, Long Hong began the cleansing within the court and the palace. Months went gone by with the blink of an eye. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 193, Birth of the Young Prince. Chapter 193, Birth of the Young Prince. The bulge on Bai Shangxiu's stomach had grown to the point where it had begun to hinder her regular movements. The old madam was so happy that her eyebrows disappeared into her hairline every day from all her smiling. Every so often, she'd visit Bai Shangxiu to see her unborn grandchild. She would come so often that it was making Bai Shangxiu anxious. One must understand that during this kind of time period, it wasn't very appropriate for the old madam of a household to visit a concubine so often. However, the old madam was only here to see her grandchild, so Bai Shangxiu couldn't possibly decline her visit. Furthermore, the old madam was already getting on in her years, and there wasn't much more left that she desired. Well, she can visit all she wants. I have nothing to hide anyways. After sending the old madam off, Bai Shangxiu began to gently caress her stomach. He's so restless these days. Every so often, I can feel him kicking and nudging inside. Long Hong said that he's an innate general. He even said that he'll teach him some martial arts after he's born. He's already made plans to torture my son before he's even born. Bai Xiangxiu let out a soft sigh. How was she supposed to leave this all behind when all she could do was worry about a new issue every day? She was worried about her child. Even though the gender was still a mystery, she couldn't help but feel pity for him. Her child was going to be motherless immediately after birth. Will he be bullied? What if his stepmother is a calculative bitch? What if she feeds him poison from a young age and turn him into a cripple? Or even kills him when he grows up? So many things might go wrong. What are you thinking of? Promise me you won't wed another woman. All right? Bai Xiangxiu said agitatedly as she turned around and tugged on Long Heng's collar. Long Heng noticed that she seemed to be extremely disturbed by something. He held her hands tightly and did his best to reassure her. Of course. I will not marry another woman. Don't be so agitated. You promised me so easily. You must be lying. You're going to marry again, and that evil woman will treat my son harshly because he's concubine-born, and thus will always be a step lower than her own children. This problem had been eating away at Bai Xiangxiu lately. However, she'd suppressed it because they'd never been treating her child as if it was concubine-born. However, she was still a little uneasy about it, which was why she spoke up. Long Heng caressed her anxious little face and said, "That won't happen. I will kick them all out if they dare try. Don't worry, nobody is going to harm our childlet." Bai Xiangxiu was visibly calmer after hearing his words. However, she was still stricken with guilt for wanting to return home and leaving Long Heng by himself. She hesitated for a moment and continued, "Long Heng, I will allow you to marry another woman, but can you search for someone who is kind and gentle? Someone who would never harm our child. Pay attention to what is happening at home after that too. Don't immerse yourself with work and let our child be brought up by others." Sure, what's wrong? Why does it sound so much like her last words? Long Heng had an extremely bad feeling about things. He suddenly gave Bai Xiangxiu a hug and caressed her head. Stop having such foolish thoughts. Bai Xiangxiu nodded her head. How can I not entertain such thoughts? She soon felt some discomfort in her stomach again. She caressed her stomach. He's being naughty again. Long Heng caressed her stomach tenderly as well, but Bai Xiangxiu responded by wincing in pain. She bent her back a little and began to groan from the pain. Sure. It hurts. Noticing that something was wrong, Long Heng immediately cradled her in his arms and broke into a sprint. Summon the midwife. Hurry. Stop standing around. It didn't matter if she really was in labor or not, summoning the midwife was definitely not the wrong decision. Surprisingly, Long Heng's instincts were on point. The midwife immediately recognized the signs that Bai Xiangxiu was going into labor. The entire manor fell into chaos in the blink of an eye. The old madam and Long Heng were sweating buckets as they waited anxiously outside. Hunger, don't be so anxious. Every woman has to go through such an ordeal. Ah. It hurts. Every woman? That was actually a scream of horror, right? People made the same sounds when they were being murdered. Why, yes. The old madam comforted Long Heng and asked him to take a seat. However, she could clearly see the veins pop out on Long Heng's forehead. It was obvious how nervous he was feeling. Bai Xiangxiu stopped screaming after a while. After all, labor pains normally came in pulsating waves. It wasn't unbearable all the time. But Long Heng didn't know that. In the heat of the moment he said, "Why did she stop screaming? Send someone in to take a look. Do you think she'd be in constant pain? Wouldn't all women die from pain if that was the case? Sit down. Don't be so nervous." Is that so? Yes. Long Heng had only sat down for a moment before he jolted to his feet again from the renewed screaming. Suddenly, one of the midwives exited the room. He immediately inquired, "How are things?" "Madame Xiao is exhausted. I'm on my way to retrieve a few slices of ginseng." "What slices of ginseng?" "Just take the whole thing." Yes. How is the mistress supposed to chew on a whole ginseng? And yet, she had no choice but to follow the prince's orders. Bai Xiangxiu was soon wordlessly biting down on a whole piece of ginseng like a dog. Wow. Isn't he being such a great help? However, biting on the whole ginseng was surprisingly effective as well. It's okay. At least I can slurp up some of the ginseng juices. It feels surprisingly good, all things considered. The only thing she'd complain about was the taste of the ginseng. Since she had been suffering from the woes of birth since early noon, Bai Xiangxiu had expanded all of her energy by nightfall. When she was about to begin thinking of her dying words, the child that had caused her so much suffering was finally born. She could feel her entire body grow lighter. Her soul seemed to have returned to the modern world. It seemed like she was being lifted onto an ambulance. Her co-workers from the horticulture club was right beside her trying to explain to the paramedic what had happened. What? I didn't faint because I was staring at my phone. I'm a very professional employee, all right? I don't even normally look at my phone when I'm working. The paramedic even added, young people these days. Their phones are more important than their own lives. I didn't faint because I was staring at my phone. All right? Bai Xiangxiu yelled out of nowhere. Everyone was greatly startled by her sudden yell. The paramedic then said, the patient has regained consciousness. Inform the hospital for emergency treatment. All of a sudden, her consciousness was pulled away by the sound of a baby crying. Bai Xiangxiu exhaled deeply and slowly opened her eyes. Why was everyone surrounding her? Why was Long Hung here as well? Sure, wake up. Please wake up. Long Hung could feel his entire body turn ice cold. The bad premonition he had felt earlier had come true. Bai Xiangxiu had immediately stopped breathing after her child had been born. The midwives were shocked to death when they noticed. Disregarding the saying that men shouldn't enter the delivery room, he charged right in and arrived at Bai Xiangxiu's side in one strong leap. Is this going to be the last time I'll get to see her? When he laid eyes on Bai Xiangxiu, whose complexion was now as pale as a sheet and whose blood had drenched the bed, his mind came to a halting, blank stop. He was on his knees while holding Bai Xiangxiu's hand, hoping that it was all only a dream. The doctor was administering acupuncture with wildly trembling hands. He knew that everything he was doing was going to be for naught. Her breath had already left her body. All of a sudden, the child began to wail loudly, despite not making a sound even when he was born. His wailing dragged everyone's mind and soul back to reality, including his mother. The movement of Bai Xiangxiu's hand snapped Long Hung from his daze. He immediately held her hand tightly and frantically said, Sure. Sure. Are you awake? Ouch. Who's stabbing me with a needle? Why does it feel like I've been stabbed by a needle on my face and on my arm? Doctor. Quickly pull out your silver needles. Understood. The doctor was trembling from head to toe when he removed the needles. How could she possibly return to life when she'd stopped breathing? He'd never seen such a thing in his life. Sure, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Doctor. Check her body to see if there's any medicines you need to prescribe immediately. Long Hong was weeping for joy. He was so moved that his hands were trembling as well. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 194, War is imminent. Chapter 194, War is imminent. Bai Xiangxiu was thoroughly exhausted. She didn't even know if she had stopped breathing or not. She could only hold on to a single thought. My child. I want to see it. Is it a boy or a girl? It's a boy. Long Hong waved impatiently to summon the midwife over. Bai Xiangxiu only needed a glance to notice something important. The child's face was simply too fair and pure looking. He shared so many features with his mother. It was almost to the point where it looked like he was a copy of his mother. Since she was already so attractive with her face, if a man were to have the same face as her, Bai Xiangxiu could only quietly mourn for the future young ladies of the capital. We look so alike, she fell back asleep after uttering just the one sentence. Sure. Sure. Long Hong was horrified. He thought that she was in danger again. He immediately had the doctor take her pulse. The doctor examined her pulse carefully. Madame Xiao is only exhausted and has fallen asleep. She will be fine. Then quickly prescribe some medicine to nourish her body. Your Highness, perhaps you might want to leave the room? We still have some cleaning up to do. This. Fine. He left the room hesitantly because it seemed that they really couldn't finish the cleaning process with his presence. It took Bai Xiangxiu about 3 days to fully awaken. Her food was all specially prepared for her. Long Han would also accompany her whenever he had some free time. Even though he didn't say much, Bai Xiangxiu could tell that he was worried about something. Are you leaving for battle? Despite not having even taken one step out of her room, she knew that the enemy nation was making their move. It seemed that their armies had begun their march. She could tell this much just by looking at the old madame's expressions. She then looked at Huire. The designated day was almost here. Was she going to leave before even attending her son's full moon celebration? What was she supposed to do? Long Hong and the old madam didn't tell her much because they didn't want her to worry. It wouldn't be right for her to flout their good intentions, so she didn't sob or wail either. She didn't want them to worry. Her courage to stay strong didn't go unnoticed. Long Hong caressed her head and said, "You don't have to worry. I will be all right." Why would you have problems when you're the male lead? No, she was worried about the father and son's future without her. I've already chased the other 2 concubines out of the manor. From now onwards, you will not have any other things to worry about. Just be good and wait for me to come home. I'll be back within a few months at the very least. At the very most, a year. You? Honey, do you think you're the god of war? This is a war, not a game of football. How could a war possibly end so quickly? Wouldn't it take 2 to 3 years at the very least? If my wife will miss me greatly, I will put in even more effort as your husband. No need. It's quick enough for me. Even the great and mighty Long Hong was now someone with a great deal of attachments. He was beginning to feel a little unwilling to leave his son and his wife behind. So this is what it feels like to be a hero. No wonder the subordinates with wives and children would always have an idiotic smile on their faces when they stared at their belongings on the battlefield. It must be things that reminded them of the beautiful memories they shared with their families. Long Hong was incredibly busy in the next couple of days, but the sadness in his heart just wouldn't subside. Bai Xiangxiu wanted to bid her farewells to him, but they simply didn't have enough time. Their conversations seemed to be without end whenever they met, causing Bai Xiangxiu to forget for a moment that she was soon about to leave. Long Hong departed 10 days before her son's full moon celebration. The firecrackers exploded in concordant symphony outside, but Bai Xiangxiu could only bear to silently sob in her room while holding her son Long Shuang in her arms. She couldn't even bear to send Long Hong off. The bitterness in her heart was unbearable. It felt like someone was trying to dig out her intestines. It was finally the day of her son's full moon celebration. Guests were quickly crowding the manor. Even though she was the mother, her status was still that of a concubine. Thus, it was deemed inappropriate for her to welcome the guests. She stayed in her room, staring at Huayr. She reached her hands out towards Huayr but didn't dare to touch it. There's only a few days left. Should I go or should I stay? Suddenly, Xiaoshi barged into the room with happiness written all over her face. Madame Xiao. Great news, wonderful news. The Emperor has issued a decree to appoint our young master as the heir apparent to His Highness. It said that His Highness had personally requested this from His Majesty before he left. He must really love the young prince very much. A concubine's son was appointed as the heir apparent? Wouldn't he then become the prince in the future? Wasn't this proof that Shuang'er would be raised as if he were the son of the official wife? Even though she should feel at ease, she was even more unwilling to leave now. Madame Xiao, aren't you happy? Of course I am. But the happiness was precisely the reason why she was feeling so distressed. Xiaoshi found it a little strange. Why the long face if she was actually happy? She couldn't understand her mistress' problems, but she genuinely believed that the young master was blessed. Even though he was concubine-born, he was now of a status that even an official wife couldn't belittle. The 14th of July was almost here. Bai Xiangxiu seemed to be spending most of her days in an absent-minded fashion. The old madam and the servants believed that she was simply missing the prince. After all, he hadn't sent any word back home since the day he'd left for war. But there was nothing they could do about it. There was no instant messaging technology here like in the modern times. Bai Xiangxiu didn't blame him either. She was just extremely conflicted on whether she should leave or stay. Time continued to tick forwards despite her discordant feelings. In what seemed like a blink of an eye, the Ghost Festival arrived. She brought Huayr with her to say goodbye to her son, dressed herself in a beautiful dress and made her way to Winter Garden. This was the place where she'd arrived and was also the place where she'd leave. How could Bai Xiangxiu possibly be in a good mood when faced with the realization that she'd never see Long Hong and Shuang'er again if she went back home? And yet, she greatly missed her family in the modern world. After placing Huayr onto the table, she leaned on the table and stared at it. Is it possible for us to look into the future, for you to let me see what would happen here after I return to the modern world? Huayr replied, Mistress, I can give it a try. Huayr had already grown into a relatively large cactus. There were 4 leaf buds on top, making Huayr look surprisingly cute. Bai Xiangxiu then closed her eyes to quietly fall asleep. She was hoping that she and Huayr really had an ability to let her catch a glimpse of the future. Surprisingly, she really began to dream about it. She dreamed how her body was eventually found by Xiaoshi, and saw how the entire manor was thrown into chaos. Xiao Shuang was crying the hardest. Nobody knew whether it was because he knew that his mother was gone or if it was because of the unsettling atmosphere, but his weeping never seemed to stop. The old madam hired countless doctors to take a look, but none of them could cure her. The saying that mother and child are connected by the heart was true after all. Despite the chaos in the manor, the old madam decided to keep it a secret from Long Hung. However, Long Hung began to suspect something when Bai Shangxiu didn't write him a letter in a long time. He sent word to the old madam and asked her to have Bai Shangxiu write him a letter. He didn't receive anything then either. So, he dispatched one of his men back to the capital to investigate, who brought back news of Bai Shangxiu's death. Her death affected him significantly. He lost focus during a battle with the enemy and was stabbed through the chest with a sword. He continued to mutter Bai Shangxiu's name as he fell to his knees. With eyes filled with unimaginable grief and without the desire to live, he was ultimately slain by his enemy without even putting up a fight. No! Why is this happening? I don't want this. Bai Shangxiu could no longer bear to watch. The dream felt so realistic to her. The consequences of her death seemed to be even more dire than she had originally thought. Just as her dream had suggested, the father and son duo would likely be harmed greatly. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 195, The Path of the Female Lead is not an easy road. Chapter 195, The Path of the Female Lead is not an easy road. No. I absolutely don't want that to happen. Bai Shangxiu woke up abruptly, no hesitation on her mind. Because she had decided to not return to the modern world, she lay on the table and began to weep. She seemed extremely heartbroken. By the time Xiaoshi and the rest found her, both her eyes were swollen red from crying. She looked like she was about to faint from sadness. Everyone felt their hearts break when they saw her. Madame Xiu must be thinking about His Highness. Otherwise, why would she come to a place with no one around to cry alone? It must be because she doesn't want others to see her crying. Bai Shangxiu had realized by now that her identity was no longer something as simple as a female supporting character. After all, she should have been killed long before Long Hang's departure for war. She decided that it was time to think of the future. Since she was no longer sure how the plot would move forward from here on out, she could only try to refer to some of the plot points that she remembered from skimming through the novel. One of the plot points had mentioned how Long Hong had met with a strong enemy on the battlefield. He had remained trapped for a very long time and had only managed to escape with the female lead's help. As for how she had managed to help him, it wasn't mentioned in the plot. But since the plot line had deviated to such an extent, there was also a possibility that nothing would happen to him. After comforting Bai Shangxiu to the best of their ability, the servants then escorted her back to Apricot Garden, carrying horror along them. Even though this matter was quietly settled, the old madam gained an even higher opinion of Bai Shangxiu. After all, wouldn't others run their mouths if they were to see Bai Shangxiu cry openly just because she missed her husband? But she decided to weep in secret instead. If it wasn't for others finding her missing late in the night, nobody would have known that she was secretly crying from her sorrow. The entire situation made the old madam reminisce about her husband. Back then, she could only weep in secret because she still had to bear the weight of the family on her shoulders. Her situation at that time was not unlike that of Bai Shangxiu's now. Bai Shangxiu may look weak, but there was some similarities between the two of them. Even though word eventually spread outside, everyone commended Bai Shangxiu for being such a demure and well-behaved concubine. She was someone who missed her husband, but would only miss him in secret. At least, that was what passed through Song Jiayue's mind. Now that Long Hong had a fair and lovely son, Song Jiayue's family had begun to arrange some marriages for him as well. However, Song Jiayue rejected all of them without a second thought. He was still carrying a sense of guilt and regret towards Bai Shangxiu. His decision way back then had led her to this sort of life. Even though she might seem blessed, Song Jiayue was feeling a sense of loss that nobody would ever understand. All of a sudden, news came that Long Hong and Imperial officer Prince Rong were trapped in Tranquil City. The enemy had used some kind of weird tactic that they couldn't break through, so they could only hide in the city and try and come up with a plan. Song Jiayue wasn't just worried about his friend, he was worried about Bai Shangxiu as well. If anything were to happen to Long Hong, Bai Shangxiu, with her weak and delicate physique, would not be able to handle the pain. The princely manor received the news as well. The old madam was clearly shaken by the news and nearly fainted. Bai Shangxiu was shocked as well. She'd known that something would happen, but she'd never expected it to be so serious. Trapped in a city. Anyone who had watched any television show would know how serious it was. If they were trapped for any more than half a month, they'd be in peril from the lack of food and water. Even Bai Shangxiu was feeling woozy after hearing the news, let alone the old madam. The entire princely manor was overcast with worry. Bai Xiangxiu was riddled with anxiety, but she had her hands full comforting Lin Er. How did the female lead manage to help Long Hong? Why didn't I finish the novel in the first place? It would have saved me so much worry. Although everyone was worried, no further information came. Fortunately, Song Jiaoyue picked an opportune moment to visit. He had finally plucked up the courage to visit her in secret. He knew enough not to come through the main door though. If he had done that, he never would have been given the chance to see her. Poor Xiushir's acupoints were once again taken advantage of, but this time she wasn't alone. A wet nurse also joined her in this streak of bad luck this time. They both lay collapsed on the floor. On the other hand, Bai Xiangxiu was getting used to this familiar sight, and greeted him noncommittally, "Sir Song. Why have you come? Has something happened to Long Hong?" Her beautiful eyes had already begun to betray their crimson hue. "No. I'm just here to see you." Song Jiaoyue panicked for a moment before he quickly explained himself. "You don't really have to worry too much. It's just that the enemy has come up with such a weird strategy that he's unable to break out just yet. We've never seen something like chained horses before, so we're all trying to come up with ways to handle this." "Wait. You said something about a horse? Chained horses. What's the situation?" "Apparently there's a cavalry troop with horses that are linked by a metal chain. Blades and pikes could not penetrate through it, and the formation remains unbeaten. Why does it sound so familiar? Where have I heard of it before?" Bai Xiangxiu had heard of this before, all right. As a matter of fact, she seemed to even know how to break it. "You know how to break formations as well?" These words were not spoken by Song Jiaoyue, but rather another man. His was a very familiar voice. Bai Xiangxiu raised her head and saw a man sitting opposite her, not knowing when he had come. He was wearing a white robe with a silver headdress, which made him look very handsome indeed. He looked almost like a moon deity, making it difficult to look at him directly. "Yu Quan? Why have you come?" Noticing that Song Jiaoyue was about to attack, Bai Xiangxiu quickly tried to engage Yu Quan in a conversation to show that they knew each other and that he wasn't an enemy. "I heard that your husband is about to die. I wanted to ask if you'd like to leave with me. I'll help you raise your child." Yu Quan was as straightforward as ever. He was likely the only person in the world who would say such a thing with such a deadpan tone. "You shameless cretin. Get out of here." How could Song Jiaoyue bear to see Bai Xiangxiu be so insulted by him? Just as he was about to make his move and attack, Yu Quan suddenly retorted, "Dare you say that you're not thinking of the same thing as well?" Song Jiaoyue's face turned beet red. The idea had once passed through his mind, but it had remained at the back of his mind. He hadn't dared further explore the possibilities. "Stop quarreling, you two. Don't wake up my son." Bai Xiangxiu laid her son down into a cradle and continued. "Long Hong will be fine. I will save him from his predicament." "What? You're going to save him?" Song Jiaoyue was extremely surprised by her words. Bai Xiangxiu nodded her head. "I believe I know the way to defeat the chained horses formation, but I need to see the formation with my own eyes to know for sure. It can't be helped if I can't defeat it, but on the off chance that I can, I'd be saving both Prince Rong and Long Hong at the same time. I cannot let you do this. It's too dangerous. Why don't you tell me the method and I'll help you?" Song Jiaoyue let his sentence peter out when he realized that he wasn't martially skilled enough to sneak past the army that was surrounding Tranquil City. The place was too closely guarded and the city walls were too high. Being a female lead wasn't as easy as it seemed. Bai Xiangxiu was finding it very difficult right now. Even sneaking out from the manor was a challenge in itself, let alone trying to save her husband. "Yu Quan. I seem to remember that you owe me a favor, don't you?" "Correct. Then help me leave the manor and escort me to Tranquil City." "All right. I cannot allow that." Song Jiaoyue put his foot down. "Wait. I need a moment to prepare." Bai Xiangxiu ignored his words. This wasn't a time for her to be wishy-washy. Ever since she'd arrived in this world, she'd restrained herself so much, keeping all her real thoughts and feelings to herself. Now that her husband is in danger, how could she continue to stand around and wait for things to happen? That would only happen if she was either cold and heartless, or if she didn't love Long Heng at all. But she was neither of those things. So, she immediately packed her things in a small bag while the two men glared at each other. Then, she gave her son a little peck and wrote a quick letter to say that she'd gone to look for Long Heng. Even if the old madam were to blame her for this, she would remain committed to her decision. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 196, Linked Horses Formation. Chapter 196, Linked Horses Formation. Song Jiaoyue was extremely impressed when he saw how determined Bai Xiangxiu was. However, he still continued to warn her. I'm afraid it's impossible for you to enter Tranquil City. Even if you somehow find a way in, there's no way for you to contact Long Hung. So, I cannot sit around and wait any longer. I want to see what's happening there with my own eyes, no matter what. Bai Xiangxiu looked Song Jiaoyue right in the eyes to demonstrate her determination. Song Jiaoyue gritted his teeth. It seemed like he had indeed failed to talk Bai Xiangxiu out of this. He had no choice but to name his condition for letting her go. You may head for Tranquil City, but I insist that I come with you. We must bring another woman with us as well. Bai Xiangxiu didn't expect that he'd be so considerate. She quickly nodded her head and said, all right. We don't have to leave so urgently either. We will use the old method of leaving tomorrow morning. I will wait for you outside. After speaking his mind, he stole a glance at Long Lin. The little baby boy looked simply too similar to Bai Xiangxiu. He almost couldn't take his eyes off of him. Bai Xiangxiu instantly understood his meaning. He wanted her to spend one more night with her son. Bai Xiangxiu could feel her heart soften as she looked down at her son's face, so she nodded. Then we shall leave tomorrow morning instead. Are you fine with that, Yu Kuang? I'll take my leave with him and wait for you tomorrow morning then. Yu Kuang wasn't the nosy type. Even though he liked Bai Xiangxiu, he wasn't as crazy for her like Song Jiaoyue. At the very most, it was just a lingering attachment. However, warm feelings similar to that of kinship were slowly sprouting in his body. It was a kind of feeling that would likely be more permanent than those of love. This was why he seemed to react a little more indifferently. This made their relationship seem a little more like that of an old friend or an old couple. After leading Yu Kuang out of the manor, Song Jiaoyue thought that the Wulin head would find his own place to stay. However, Yu Kuang followed him all the way back to the Song manor. Song Jiaoyue scrunched his brows together. What is the meaning of this? Yu Kuang replied in a straightforward manner. Since we're leaving together tomorrow, let me stay at your place for a night. Song Jiaoyue opened his mouth like he were about to say something, but ultimately decided that there was no need to chase Yu Kuang away. So, he had someone arrange a bedroom for Yu Kuang and had Yusei help him pack his things. It was inappropriate for two grown men to go on a journey with a woman. Moreover, Bai Xiangxiu was sneaking out of the manor, so she couldn't bring anyone with her. Thus, he made the decision to bring Yusei with him instead. She was smart, an astute woman who was a suitable candidate to take care of Bai Xiangxiu while on the road. Everyone spent the night making their own preparations for the journey ahead. Bai Xiangxiu packed many things, especially money, since she now had the time to prepare. After all, how could a person go on a journey without money? Moreover, due to the fact that Long Han was such an unromantic person, she'd often receive money instead of gifts when he wanted to give her something. Bai Xiangxiu was really unfamiliar with the types of things from the olden times as well. If someone were to say that their gift was expensive, and Bai Xiangxiu also liked how it looked, she'd end up wearing it. There really weren't too many things that she wanted either. Thus, she had managed to save up quite a sum of money after a while. Bai Xiangxiu entrusted Long Lin to Xiaoshi and the wet nurse after they woke up. She also told Xiaoshi about her plan to sneak out of the manor. Xiaoshi had been by her side ever since she'd arrived in this world. Bai Xiangxiu probably trusted her more than anyone else. How is that appropriate, Madame Xiao? A woman shouldn't journey to such a place alone. His Highness has a friend that owes him a favor. That person has agreed to escort me there. He worries about the safety of the prince as well and wants to find a way to save him. But your reputation will probably be. What use is my reputation if something happens to the prince? Madame Xiao. Why don't you let Xiaoshi follow you as well? That won't do. I'm worried about Shaolin. You should stay and take care of him in my absence. But there's the old madam. The old madam is filled with worry for the prince lately, so she might not be able to take care for Shaolin to the best of her abilities. But? Enough buts. Xiaoshi, you're the one that I trust the most in this manner. Take good care of Shaolin for me, alright? Oh, and also Huayer. This servant understands. Bai Xiangxiu gently caressed Xiaoshi's head. She genuinely felt that Xiaoshi had matured a lot lately. Bai Xiangxiu spent the entire night packing her bag and rewrote her letter as well. She wrote it with the most heartfelt words she could think of. Hopefully, the old madam wouldn't chase her out of the house when she returned. She had put in a lot of thought about the chained horse formation as well. She eventually recalled something from a story called Water Margin, one of the 4 famous stories of China. There was a similar sounding formation in that book. She believed that it was called the linked horses formation. It wasn't an easy formation to break, but she'd have to see it with her own eyes to really know. The next morning, she tried to use the old method to sneak out of the manor. However, she soon realized that the vegetable merchant was no longer sincere. The basket on the new merchant's carriage was so small she likely wouldn't fit inside. Is this Song Jiaoyue's doing? Impossible. I didn't tell him anything about sincere. Besides, he was the one who told me to leave the manor by the old method. What should I do now? How am I supposed to sneak out from here? While vexing over her unforeseen obstacle, someone tapped Bai Xiangxiu's shoulder. She leapt up in fright. Afraid that others would notice, Bai Xiangxiu quickly covered her mouth with her own hands. When she turned around, she found Xiu Huan standing behind her. Why are you here? And why do you have that weird bag with you? I wish to follow you. Follow me where? Bai Xiangxiu feigned ignorance. This servant overheard your conversation with Xiaoshi yesterday. Xiao Huan owes her life to you. I must follow you no matter where you go. You say that, but there's no way for us to leave right now. This humble servant knows a way out, but... What way? Anything is fine as long as we can leave this place. I guess it's fine for Xiu Huan to tag along. After all, didn't they say that I needed to bring another woman with me? Xiu Huan seemed hesitant at first, but she still led the way through several small paths and alleyways until they finally arrived at a place devoid of people. She then pointed at a corner of the wall. Most of the walls were made of mud in the olden days, but not the princely manner. The walls here were made out of stone. The wall right in front of her seemed to a remnant from before the manor was built. The old mud wall had a small hole dug out beneath it. Bai Xiangxiu was a little speechless when she saw the hole. She looked at Xiao Huan and said, "Can we really leave from this hole? It looks really small. The hole is actually quite deep on the inside. My younger brother would often crawl through this hole to bring fruit to me." Xiao Huan regretted her words almost immediately. "Madam Xiao, can you please not tell anyone about this? Otherwise, this humble servant will be heavily punished." "I won't tell a soul." Without much of a choice, Bai Xiangxiu could only ignore how dirty the hole was and crawl in on all fours. She didn't think that she'd make it at first, but the hole eventually deepened, just as Xiu Huan had said. All she needed to do now was bend over a little until she got to the other side. While she was crawling her way out, Bai Xiangxiu noticed something amiss. Why is there a pair of shoes on the opposite side? Bai Xiangxiu slowly lifted her head and saw a pair of bright eyes staring back at her. She coughed lightly and said, "Sir Song, why are you here?" Bai Xiangxiu had always been a goddess in Song Jiaoyue's heart. He decided to wait for her at the back entrance because he was a little worried. However, when he heard her voice coming from within the walls, he'd stopped to take a look. As expected, she really did eventually pop out from the hole, and with a face that was stained by all sorts of grime and mud. He found it so hilarious that he couldn't resist the urge to laugh. "Can you stop laughing at me? Quick, give me a little pull." Bai Xiangxiu reached her dusty hand out to Song Jiaoyue. Resigned to his fate and muffling his laughter, Song Jiaoyue quickly pulled her out from the hole. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 197, Bandits, Leave the Women. Chapter 197, Bandits, Leave the Women. Bai Xiangxiu was blushing too. The handsome and striking male supporting character had seen her in such an undignified state. She was greatly embarrassed. She turned around and reached further to pull Xiu Huan up. "Her name is Xiu Huan. She will be coming with me." "Oh? Can we trust her? Wait, are those burn marks on her forehead? Is she the rumored maidservant that Bai Xiangxiu saved in the big fire? She doesn't seem to be a suspicious character, but this child does seem very clumsy looking. I wonder if she can properly take care of Bai Xiangxiu's needs. It's fortunate that I've brought Yusei along with me. She should be fine." The three of them soon arrived at the horse carriage that had been prepared beforehand. The carriage was large, but it wasn't lavish. Bai Xiangxiu and Xiu Huan both entered the carriage, only to find someone already inside. That person was none other than Yusei. "Yusei, it's you. I never imagined that you would come as well." "Yes, Madam Xiao. Please take a seat." Being a sensible person, Yusei quickly helped Bai Xiangxiu to her seat. For now, it didn't matter if she ended up with Sir Song or not. Yusei felt that it was only right for her to take good care of Bai Xiangxiu. After all, Bai Xiangxiu was the person that Sir Song truly loved. Another person soon joined the front of the carriage right after the women took their seat. Bai Xiangxiu recognized that presence as Yu Kuang. It was extremely fortunate that the Wulin Alliance head would volunteer to go to such a place with her. However, Bai Xiangxiu was still worried that she might be holding up his matters. Don't all men have a lot of important things to do? A Wulin Alliance head would probably have a lot more important things to do. I must ask him about it later. The horse carriage began to move while she was caught up in her thoughts. There were all sorts of amenities in the carriage, ranging from food and drinks to things that would help them pass the time. It was very thoughtful of Song Jiaoyue. He had even fully prepared everything needed for outdoor camping. They were headed toward Shu County, and just beyond that, Tranquil City. Song Jiaoyue came to realize something whilst traveling on the road. Since the enemy nation had always been known for their ability to use parasites and poisons, it must have been impossible to foresee that they would come up with such a powerful formation. The fact that Long Han was only trapped in the city must be because he was such a formidable general. Bai Xiangxiu had never once gone outside since she'd arrived in this era. The curious being that she couldn't resist taking a look at the scenery. For the sake of convenience, she changed into a man's garb and sat outside the carriage. If anyone were to glance at them, they would only see three very handsome men sitting in a row on top of the carriage. However, Bai Xiangxiu was simply too attractive. People who saw her no longer cared whether she was actually a man or a woman. She didn't notice this at all, she was too busy peering at the old ancient streets. However, a problem suddenly came up, so she covered her chest and quickly ran back inside. Not knowing the reason for her sudden retreat, Song Jiaoyue asked, "What is it?" "Nothing. Cough. I just wanted to rest." "Rest my ass. This is bad." Bai Xiangxiu was somewhat in a panic. Breast milk was leaking down her garb. "I should have known better than to dress as a man. The binding on my chest was too tight." "What's the matter?" "Your chest," Xiao Wan asked immediately after Bai Xiangxiu entered the carriage. "Shush." Despite not knowing why, Xiao Wan could only keep her mouth shut. "You say was someone who had experience in this sort of thing." She quietly asked, "Are your breasts swollen?" "Yes." "Help me take off the binding. It's killing me." Even though you haven't been feeding the young prince personally, the tenderness will persist for some time. Before he left, Long Hong had actually been the one who'd helped suck out the excess milk. After his departure, she'd found relief by giving them a squeeze every now and then. But in all of the bustle and rush today, she'd forgotten about it. Yusei stifled laughter while helping her take off the bindings. Fortunately, the binding wasn't too thick because Bai Xiangxiu had only intended to take a brief look around. It didn't take long before the bindings were completely undone. They were all wet when they came off. "It's done. You should change back into women's clothes." "All right." Xiao Wan, Bai Xiangxiu waved her hands towards the outside. She was trying to tell Xiao Wan to guard the curtain. The maid grabbed the curtains tightly with her hands, but none of the women knew that their words had actually been overheard. Even though the women thought that they had been quiet and discreet, the martial arts experts outside could hear them as loud as day. Song Jiaoyue's face was burning hot. Yu Quan, who'd been quiet throughout the journey, suddenly said, "It isn't easy being a woman." Indeed. As they drove the carriage onwards, the two men used the silence to cover up the ripples in their hearts. However, there was simply too much distance to cover. In the olden times, fast vehicles didn't exist, so they could only travel tirelessly through the night. They'd rest under the cover of the night sky. Fortunately, the weather wasn't too cold, so the tent and the carriage were more than enough to insulate them. Song Jiaoyue had thought that Bai Xiangxiu would be the first to break down. After all, she'd just given birth to a child. Her delicate and pitiable looks also didn't do much to save her from that image either. Unexpectedly, there wasn't even one word of complaint from her. She withstood the bumpy and uncomfortable journey for 3 days in a row. Even Yusei had already vomited numerous times because she wasn't accustomed to the food. Bai Xiangxiu wasn't feeling weak at all. In fact, she seemed extremely excited. She even helped the men carry things around. Her condition seemed to almost be the opposite of a weak girl. How could Song Jiaoyue have known that Bai Xiangxiu was treating this journey like a normal road trip? She would often go on road trips back at home, which was why her brain had defaulted to such an excited state. Moreover, because her mind was still filled with worry over Long Hong, she had no time to wallow in her grief and get sick. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to make it to Tranquil City if she were to succumb to negative feelings. If that happened, this journey would have been for nothing. She had to save Long Hong. She had ensured his safety since she had decided to stay, regardless of the plotline. After all, she still knew at least a thing or two about the enemy nation from the novel. For example, she knew that the enemy military advisor was a lecher. He even had a special relationship with Yaya. The enemy's emperor was also headstrong and obstinate. They only needed to defeat him once to keep him out of the way forever. But what was the use of knowing all this? It had nothing to do with saving Long Hung. The journey continued for 3 more days before they finally arrived at Shu County. It wasn't a very safe place, situated as it was at the border of the nation. Bai Xiangxiu and the rest had all changed into men's clothing because bandits might try to kidnap them during the turmoil and conflict. The 2 men would be able to fend for themselves, but the women had to be closely guarded. Why is this place so chaotic? I understand that this place is situated at the border, but isn't this a little too excessive? Do you know why Long Han was bestowed the position of princely? Song Jiaoyue was outside managing the reins. Because the streets were filled with people, he had to expend great effort to navigate safely through the roads. No. Why? Because he has never lost a battle. His reputation in the border cities is much greater than his reputation in the capital. And what does that have to do with the chaos in this place? The people here are easily affected by events at the border. Since he's trapped in Tranquil City, the people here are likely afraid that this land is no longer safe. I see. She'd never thought that Long Heng's every move would implicate so many people. Many people were busy fleeing with their wives and children in hand, which explained the chaos. After a great deal of careful navigating, they finally made it out of the city. They hadn't been left with much choice, after all. The place was simply in too much of a mess. However, immediately after they left the city gates, a voice yelled at them from ahead. Halt! Leave all your belongings and your women behind. If there are any attempts to resist, my brothers and I will show no mercy. Bai Xiangxiu's mouth twitched. Have we just encountered bandits? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 198, Beating Up the Bandits. Chapter 198, Beating Up the Bandits. Unlike Yusei and Xiaowan, Bai Xiangxiu didn't cower in fright. After all, she'd seen how men fought in this world. She knew very well that the 2 men outside were not there just for show. The bandits were doomed from the start. However, Bai Xiangxiu couldn't resist furrowing her brows when she drew the curtains aside to take a small glance outside. Are they supposed to be bandits or refugees? They're just armed with farming tools like hoes and sickles. Moreover, their clothes are all tattered and in awful condition. They look so pitiful. Song Jiaoyue, who like Bai Xiangxiu, was used to the wealth and prosperity of the capital, doubtfully asked. You're bandits? These bandits simply look too miserable. Had they been normal-looking bandits, he would have beaten them up already. But he just couldn't lay his hands on people who looked this pitiful. Yu Kuang, however, understood the hardships faced by the citizens. He only said, run along if you still want your lives. Don't throw your lives away for something as insignificant as money. The bandits didn't part ranks. It was quite rare for a carriage to head towards the border. Moreover, this particular carriage seemed to be filled with wealth. Without any more useless talking, they swarmed forward in an attack. Song Jiaoyue and Yu Quan were troubled by their actions. They wouldn't have felt so distressed if the attackers were martial arts experts, but many of the bandits were people without the slightest skill in martial arts. Fortunately, there were some that knew a thing or two about martial arts. So, Song Jiaoyue and Yu Kuang attacked them instead. Maybe it was because of the chaos or because of the weapons that were flying everywhere, the horses were badly spooked. They broke into a mad gallop out of nowhere. Ah, Yusei screamed shrilly. The cat was now out of the bag. There's a woman. Stop the horses. Quickly. The bandits went crazy when they heard a woman's voice. They immediately set their sights on the women and ignored the money. Song Jiaoyue was drenched in cold sweat. Are these men that crazy for women? It will be bad if Bai Xiangxiu and the other 2 were to fall into their hands. Because they were deep in the jungle, the roads were bumpy and uneven, which caused Bai Xiangxiu to be thrown off the carriage halfway during the mad gallop. Fortunately, she landed onto a patch of barren grassland, so she didn't sustain any heavy injuries. However, she hit the ground with enough force that she was stunned from the fall. Afraid that she might have injured herself, she wriggled her hands and legs around in hopes that she didn't break anything. It was at this moment when she heard footsteps heading in her direction. She discarded any plans to move, let alone get up. She remained in a collapsed heap without moving an inch. Look. Do you think that it's a woman? But he's wearing male clothing. Look at that waist. Only a woman could have a waist like that. Did she die from her fall? That would be bad. Such a pity. Go take a look. For all we know, we might still be able to use her. You must be kidding me. I'll smash your head in if you dare come near me. Bai Xiangxiu hardened her heart. She stealthily wrapped her hand around a thick tree branch and prepared to hit anyone who would approach her. In a few moments, someone really did approach her, trying to turn her over. Bai Xiangxiu grabbed this chance to quickly leap up and strike the bandit with the stick. You stupid hooligan! I'm gonna beat you to death. Bang! She struck the man on his shoulder. It didn't injure him since he was used to manual labor, but it was enough to cause him a great deal of pain. So much so, in fact, that beads of cold sweat began to drip from his forehead. Wait a moment. Miss. Bai Xiangxiu had already lifted her makeshift club to give him some more blows. He was so frightened by her that he curled up into a ball to protect himself. He was screaming on the inside. Women are so scary. I'm never going to marry. Noticing that his friend was about to be beaten to death, the other man quickly intervened by moving 2 steps closer to say, Mississippi. Please stay your hand. We are not here with evil intention. Wait. Why are you beating me up too? Why wouldn't I? You filthy, good-for-nothing bandits. I'm gonna beat you all to death. Bai Xiangxiu had worked herself into a frenzy. She was giving a fierce beating to anyone and everyone who tried to approach her. The 2 bandits were badly frightened. They've never seen such a fierce lady in their life. Weren't women from respectable families supposed to be weak? Weren't they so fragile that they could be defeated with just a finger? Why is this lady as fierce as a tiger? Even though she was extremely beautiful, there wasn't any hesitation when she picked up the stick. Had they not decided to run away, she just might have beaten them to death. Song Jiaoyue and Yu Kuang had quickly finished off their opponents and came to the rescue, but were presented with a particularly strange scene instead. They'd stopped the carriage and brought the other 2 women in tow to search for Bai Xiangxiu. But upon finding her, they only saw Bai Xiangxiu chasing after the bandits and beating the hell out of them with a stick. The 2 bandits had lumps all over their heads and were cowering from her endless beatings. They screamed for mercy as they ran away. It was almost like a string had snapped in the back of Song Jiaoyue's mind. It was his first time seeing Bai Xiangxiu like that. This wasn't the gentle and feeble Bai Xiangxiu that he was familiar with. No. She was practically a female tiger at this point. It was 1 against 2, but the 2 young men were the ones running with their tails between their legs instead. Even though the 2 young men didn't have any intention to harm her, they didn't have the ability to stop her from beating them or to wrest the stick from her hands. Yu Kuang was calm. After all, Bai Xiangxiu had never once acted all weak and feeble in front of him. The 2 women at the back were completely and utterly flabbergasted. They quietly hugged each other. Bai Xiangxiu's current form was incredibly frightening. Xiao Wan was first to snap back to reality and said something while trembling. Madame Xiao had the same expression on her face when she saved me from the fire. She began to reminisce about the past once she was done speaking. A look of great respect slowly emerged on her face. Her mistress had become a genuine heroine in her eyes. Stop staring. We have people to save. Yu Kuang had already taken his first step forward, but he hesitated when he heard what Xiao Wan had said. Save who? The bandits? Yu Kuang turned his head and frowned. Did she think that he was stupid or something? Why would he save the bandits? But upon further thought, he realized that he really would be saving the bandits if he intervened. Song Jiaoyue was still entranced. Yusei called out to him softly. Young master. Young master, young master. It seems like this was a rather big blow to him. She decided to keep silent. After all, it'd be very good if Sir Song were to lose interest in Bai Xiangxiu because of this. But for some reason, Yusei felt that the current Bai Xiangxiu was kind of cute in her own way too. Noticing that running did not seem to save them from their current predicament, the bandit suddenly dropped to the floor and knelt down to her. They begged for mercy while cowering. Miss. No. My queen. Please have mercy. We really didn't have any intentions to hurt you. No intentions to hurt me? Then what were you trying to imply when you said that you could still use me even though I had fainted? Song Jiaoyue's mouth twitched. Her expressions. Her attitude. Isn't she mimicking Long Hong? However, she truly does look very attractive when she tries to mimic him in such a situation. Is this an example of a married couple resembling each other? Such thoughts caused a painful twinge to run through Song Jiaoyue, which caused him to smile bitterly. The two bandits didn't notice anything wrong with their use of words. Yeah. It's true that we needed a woman too. Ah. Bandit A was struck hard by a stick. It hurt so much that he didn't dare to utter another word. We actually wanted to beseech this lady's help with something. Bandit B had finally grown a brain for once. Help? With what? Bai Xiangxiu was exhausted as well. She clutched the stick tightly with her hands. Any sudden movements and she'd give them another round of beatings. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 199, Former Acquaintance, A Favor to Ask. Chapter 199, Former Acquaintance, A Favor to Ask. Song Jiaoyue and the rest didn't want to disturb her in the midst of her rampage, so they decided to stay hidden. They'd break cover the second she looked like she was in danger. Our boss wife is in labor, but there's no women in our village. Everyone is panicking right now. Miss, can you help save our boss wife? Why didn't you tell me that earlier? Bai Xiangxiu could relate to the pain of childbirth. After all, she'd just given birth too. She rolled her eyes at them and said, "Lead on." Ma. Miss Xiu, let us journey together. Song Jiaoyue and the other four made their way to her from behind, giving the bandits quite the shock. To their credit, they didn't run. They desperately needed to bring a woman back to help with the situation. Just like that, the group followed the bandits all the way back to their lair. Everyone here were men who had chosen to stay behind instead of escaping. Upon closer questioning, the group found out that the men had already sent their families away, but they had chosen to stay to protect their homes. If the enemy nation attacked, they couldn't allow the enemy to easily destroy their homes and their livelihood. In a way, they ranked amongst heroes for their actions. Bai Xiangxiu was very impressed by them. But she was caught by surprise when she saw the face of the boss. The boss had the same exact sentiment. He quickly walked up to her and fell to his knees with a loud bang. Madam Xiu. Why are you here? You're Quan? Even though she'd heard that they had been banished to Shu County, she never expected to run into him here. Especially not under these circumstances. Yes, Madam Xiu. I never expected I'd have the chance to show you my gratitude for saving our lives. Quan was a little agitated. He'd found out a while ago that Bai Xiangxiu was the one who had orchestrated everything to save their lives back then. He never expected that he would meet her again in Shu County. Forget about the formalities. Is it third madam who's going into labor? Yes. How long has she been in there? A little more than 2 hours. There's no other women here, so I'm the only one who's been accompanying her. Lead the way. But with your status. My status has nothing to do with this. Being a mother myself, I have more knowledge about these things than them. You two come with me as well. Bai Xiangxiu said while pointing at Xiaohuan and Yusei. Quan knew very well that he was in no place to reject her offer. So, he led them to the room where Jiang Su'er was in labor. It was just a small simple hut made of mud. When they entered, Jiang Su'er was taking a walk, holding onto a table for support. Since she was about to give birth, it was only normal that no men could be seen in her room. She had to be strong. Her body was now the vessel for 2 lives. Bai Xiangxiu had a lot of respect for her. She could actually survive and prosper in a place like this despite her wealthy background, and remained resilient even when she was in labor. I guess the environment really does change a person. Madam Xiu. Is it truly you? Let me lend you a shoulder. No need. This humble servant will do it. Xiaohuan quickly walked up to Jiang Su'er to support her. Bai Xiangxiu then went outside with orders that she knew would be necessary: boil some water, and submerge a pair of scissors in some alcohol and place it on top of a fire until it burns red. Also, get me something nutritious. Something like ginseng would be best. Ginseng. How could we possibly have such a thing here? A man next to Quan furrowed his brows. I have some. Sir Song, didn't we bring some ginseng slices as well? Yes. But it's in the horse carriage. Their men should have brought our carriage over by now. By brought over you mean robbed? Quan coughed apologetically. Go grab some. Bai Xiangxiu didn't panic even in the face of such a crisis. She was completely at ease ordering around a bunch of grown men. Xiaohuan was captivated by her mistress' dominating form and now truly admired her mistress from the bottom of her heart. Another wave of pain struck Jiang Su'er moments after the preparations were complete. Bai Xiangxiu could tell that she was the only one present who knew what to do. There was no saying what could happen if she panicked as well. So, she took a deep breath to calm herself down and taught Jiang Su'er how to breathe and how to push using the method she'd learned from the midwives back during her birth. When the pain had settled down a little, she engaged Jiang Su'er with talk about other things, such as her life after she'd left the manor. Jiang Su'er no longer felt so much pain since there was some distraction. She was thankful towards Bai Xiangxiu for saving them last time too. Bai Xiangxiu didn't pay it too much heed. All she hoped for was the safety of the mother and child. Jiang Su'er remained in agony for almost half a day until the child was finally born. Congratulations! It's a girl. The baby girl had a large pair of eyes, with gorgeous double eyelids. She looked very beautiful. Is that so? Madam Xiao, can you be her godmother? Of course. Bai Xiangxiu was delirious with joy. Almost as happy as when she gave birth to her own child. Tears were flowing down her cheeks before she even knew it. After tidying up, Bai Xiangxiu felt even more tired than being on the road for an entire day. However, she felt very good. Quan was so touched that he immediately broke into sobs. Despite his manly appearance, tears dripped down his cheeks uncontrollably. Madam Xiao, you are like our second set of parents. Quan will be eternally grateful to you. He immediately knelt down in front of her. As a person with modern values, Bai Xiangxiu didn't like it when others kneeled down to her. Even though she had gotten used to it when she was in the manor, it still felt a little weird to see a grown-up man on his knees like this. She quickly jumped aside and said, "You should speak while standing up. This is inappropriate." Quan could only wipe his tears as he stood up. He had heard from Song Jiaoyue that they were trying to reach Tranquil City to look for Long Hung. I know some good roads to get into Tranquil City. It's all small back roads that even enemy troops aren't able to find. Why don't you let me and my brothers show you the road tomorrow? That's wonderful, but the third madam, no. Your wife still needs someone to look after her. Who will take care of her if you're gone? Quan was visibly perturbed. The entire mountain was filled with men, so there really wasn't a suitable candidate who could take care of his wife. Upon further thought, Bai Xiangxiu added, "Why don't we let Yusei and Xiaowan stay back to take care of her? Xiaowan is very quick on her feet, while Yusei has food poisoning, so she should stay here and rest." Quan nodded after he heard her suggestion. But Song Jiaoyue disagreed. How is that appropriate? You need someone by your side to take care of you too. Bai Xiangxiu was from the modern times. She had always been self-sufficient, so she'd never needed the help of maidservants to take care of herself. No need. I can take care of myself. Moreover, this journey has already been riddled with danger. Bringing more women along would only make things more difficult for everyone. She will be fine. She's really strong. Yu Kuang vouched for Bai Xiangxiu. She had been a strong and resilient person in White Cloud Mountain. It was obvious that she wasn't just another typical weak and feeble woman from a wealthy household. Even though Song Jiaoyue was against it, he understood that this was the best plan to move forward with. Everything paled in importance in the face of national danger, including one's feelings. So Song Jiaoyue decided to suppress everything deep into his heart. When the decision was finalized, Quan put Bai Xiangxiu up in a mud hut with a heated platform. She slept extremely well that night. Her dreams were filled with Long Hung. She was looking forward to meeting him again. She prayed for his safety too. After all, he'd been trapped in the city for about 10 days already, so food was likely running out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 200, Guerrilla Warfare, Deep Behind Enemy Lines. Chapter 200, Guerrilla Warfare, Deep Behind Enemy Lines. Long Hung was currently staring at the moon because he was having difficulty sleeping. He'd promised Bai Xiangxiu that he'd be back within half a year, but he'd faced a big crisis in his first skirmish. He'd been brainstorming plans to counter the chained horses formation, but it really was quite difficult. He prayed that Bai Xiangxiu wouldn't worry, because he wasn't really in any danger despite the grimness of the situation. Food was not an issue since he had the underground tunnels that supplied food. All he needed to do now was find a way to defeat the chained horses formation. However, it was a daunting task. He couldn't come up with anything useful even after a few days of research. But for some reason, he had a feeling that Bai Xiangxiu was nearby, and that she was getting closer to him by the minute. Sure, he began to smile while stroking the fragrance pouch she'd previously given to him. The handiwork wasn't the best, but he liked it all the same. He kept it by his side at all times. With just 10 miles separating them, Bai Xiangxiu was now beginning to see the outline of Tranquil City. The enemy territory was right in front of Tranquil City. The enemy nation had actually conquered the city before, but it had been claimed back by Long Hung. It was when he decided to go on the offense that he'd encountered the chained horses formation. Bai Xiangxiu and the others were camping for the night. Song Jiaoyue had decided on infiltrating the enemy camp to gather intelligence about the chained horses formation. I will go too. I want to see for myself if it's the same thing as the linked horses formation that I so often see in television shows. Song Jiaoyue had no choice but to bring her along. Yu Kuang naturally tagged along as well. Among the three, two of them had exemplary Qinggong skills. They took turns carrying Bai Xiangxiu towards the outskirts of the enemy camp. There were some close calls, but they made it there safely in the end. Song Jiaoyue said, "We cannot proceed any further. There's likely a shroud of poison mist in there." "Don't worry. I have an antidote. It provides immunity to almost every commonly known poison." Yu Kuang poured out 3 pills from a bottle. He then escorted Bai Xiangxiu into the poison mist, leaving Song Jiaoyue to scout ahead. If the enemy were to be alerted of their presence, the two at the back would have more time to escape. There was no need to worry about Song Jiaoyue, as common foot soldiers would never be able to block his escape. However, their movements were highly unconventional. They were trying to make their way to the horse stables instead of the main camps. The stable was guarded by a surprising number of soldiers. Since he was too far away to identify anything, Song Jiaoyue decided to sneak in, knocking 2 guards out by tapping their acupoints. Song Jiaoyue signaled for the other 2 to come over when the coast was clear and they entered the armory together. There was a possibility that they might be able to come up with a plan if they took a closer look at the armor and weaponry. Bai Xiangxiu and Yu Kuang immediately noticed the horse armor when they entered the armory. It was made entirely of metal and seemed very heavy. A metal chain with reverse spikes hung between each suit of armor. No wonder the formation was so powerful. When the horses were armored and lined up in formation, anyone in its path would either die from the collision or be trampled to death. What a gruesome method of killing. Bai Xiangxiu thought hard while frowning. She realized that it was very similar to the linked horses formation, especially since the calves of the horses were not protected by armor. This was likely its Achilles heel. Upon that realization, a smirk began to form on her face. She was determined to help Long Hong defeat the linked horses formation. While she was still caught up in her thoughts, she suddenly heard a commotion outside the stable. One of the men said, "Lord Strategist. What are you doing here so late in the night? This place is very important. Don't let anyone detect this place." An elderly voice accompanied a man and his followers as they walked in. Fortunately, they didn't notice that the 2 guards outside had been struck on their acupoints. Not good. Song Jiaoyue quickly extinguished the torch and hid in a dark corner. Yu Kuang also dragged Bai Xiangxiu to hide with him in another corner. However, they'd forgotten that the strategist was also a martial arts expert. While he might not be able to notice the presence of other experts, Bai Xiangxiu's presence was as clear as day. He immediately noticed her presence when he entered the room. "Who's there?" Yu Kuang was prepared to jump into battle, but Bai Xiangxiu held him down. She then pulled out her hair and pulled down her robe a little. She walked out slowly and fell to the ground with a loud thud. "Please spare my life, sir. This lowly girl has made a mistake by trespassing. I was simply too hungry. He will surely notice my exquisite looks if he's that renowned old lecher." Bai Xiangxiu was unrivaled in looks in the entire novel. She had no doubt that he would fall for her tricks. Moreover, she was sure that she seemed delicate and pitiful after messing up her appearance. Song Jiaoyue's hand was trembling. What is she trying to do? As expected, the strategist noticed her exceptional good looks through the illumination of the torches. Even though her hair was messy and she was wearing men's clothing, it didn't do a thing to hide her beautiful looks. His love for beautiful women was one of his biggest shortcomings. He had a tendency to bend over backwards just for the sake of beauties. Yet, his feelings were more akin to appreciation and admiration for beauty rather than just lust. He would try to forge a deeper connection with them but wouldn't force himself onto them if they rejected his advances. He would certainly try very hard to meet their demands and requests. He believed that the woman in front of him was definitely worthy of such a relationship. He would be able to die without regrets if he could sleep with her. "Oh? That's no good. My men will get some food for you right now. Many thanks to you, kind sir. If I may, what is this place? I couldn't see very well as it's been too dark outside. This is an army camp. Where are you from?" "I'm from Shu County." "Army camp. Wait, isn't that? This lowly girl begs for mercy. I didn't trespass on purpose." Bai Xiangxiu fell onto her knees and began to bawl her eyes out. Her acting skill was a truly eye-opener for Song Jiaoyue and Yu Kuang. It was such a waste that she wasn't an actress. Such talent. However, what was her purpose for doing such a thing? How could the strategist bear to see a beauty bawl her eyes out like that? He quickly said, "Don't worry. No one else is here other than me. I will ensure your safety." But she glanced pitifully at the two guards behind him. "Leave. Both of you. And go grab some food for this young miss over here. Don't tell anyone about this." It truly wasn't a very good move to hide a woman from the enemy nation in the army camp. Song Jiaoyue was at a loss for words. Did the strategist knock his head into a wall when he was a child? Why would he send his bodyguards away without even an ounce of suspicion after just 2 words from her? He had left himself wide open by doing such a thing. There was now a clear opportunity for an assassination. Bai Xiangxiu was not as simple as she seemed. She was clearly trying to rid Long Hung of a strong foe. It was a pity that she had to sacrifice her dignity and looks to do such a thing. But not every woman could do so for a cause like this. Her actions were truly praiseworthy. Yu Kuang was a man from the Wulin. His blood began to boil when he saw such sacrifice. To him, Bai Xiangxiu was discarding all of her dignity for the sake of the greater good. "I expected no less from the woman that Yushu has chosen. She's not to be belittled." Bai Xiangxiu then acted like she had gone weak in her knees after the bodyguards had left the room. The strategist immediately came over to help her up. Yu Kuang and Song Jiaoyue were on edge, but they both understood that this wasn't the time to strike. He was too close to Bai Xiangxiu. Bai Xiangxiu thanked him incessantly after rising. She walked into a corner and sat down. She asked fearfully, "What is this place?" "An armory. Why don't you come to my tent after having some food? This place isn't suitable for a beauty like you to stay for long. This girl is undeserving of your praise." "Eh? What is that? It's so shiny." Bai Xiangxiu distracted him with one hand while making hand gestures with her other hand behind her. "Hey everyone! We officially have 93 chapters left of DCF, which means the novel will be over in 3 short months. Thank you so much for being along for the ride, and for your wonderful, amazing support. I'd, et volare, like to take a moment to thank the team so far, which you might be unfamiliar with if you usually skip the announcement posts. Clocking in at 30% of the novel, it's our new translator Mycian. Please support his new novel when he starts it after DCF. A wave and holler from et volare next for being in charge of 26% of the novel. Dearest Rui has brought us a wonderful 20% of the novel, and Maxistance 10% of the novel. Special thanks to Timebun, Grace, Gran, and GZ for also pitching in on the chapters. Immense thank you to Dana, my much abused editor for GDK, ASOTR, and DCF, for editing all of the chapters, even when he was studying for the GMAT. Another wave from et volare as Master TLCer that checks each chapter for accuracy and consistency. Bose, please leave us a review and rating on NUF if you feel inclined to share the love. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.